Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Today we are continuing the coverage of the Kouri Richins trial, who Kouri stands accused of the poisoning death of her husband, Eric Richins, in March of 2022. Yesterday, I covered up until the lunch hour of yesterday's testimony. So today, we are going to continue with the second half of yesterday's testimony. So let me get this pulled up. They had a financial forensic accountant on the stand. She was pretty much going through all of Kouri's bank history, and Eric's. To be honest with you, when it comes to trials, I'm really not the best when it comes to financial forensics. I'm more of like crime scene, DNA, law enforcement, those kind of things. So the financial aspects, to be honest, and I don't think I'm alone in this, it kind of bores me and I kind of lose track. So, but I've got this ready here. And what I'll do is I'll just let it play and I'll just mute myself and I will see you all in the chat. And then if I have time, I'll go into today's testimony, which I think starts in like an hour and a half. I'm going to have this sped up as much as I can. And hopefully go all the way through today's testimony. I'm hoping.
Please have a seat as you come in.
Again, for those just coming in, this is the second half of yesterday's testimony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with testimony from Ms. Carrington. Ms. Carrington, you are still under oath. Mr. Blower.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, can we please have 8-12? Your Honor, this is an evidence already of the court could publish.
Understood. One moment. There you are.
Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this home?
I do.
Is this one of the projects of Kouri Richins' real estate business?
Yes, it is.
Did she use Boomerang Finance to finance this project?
Yes, she did.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 5-58, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is an America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins Realty. K Richins Realty, account 6577 from June of 2021. This is sent directly from Boomerang in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-58.
Same objection.
5-58 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what again does this information or does this statement present?
This is like the others. This is Kouri Richins Realty, the account 6577 for June 2021. And you can tell at the top this came from Boomerang. And then the summary section says, calculates the three accounts. The total is $702,831.96 at the end of June.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get 5-29B, please? Ma'am, what is this document?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins Realty LLC 6577 for June of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to enter 5-29B.
Same objections.
5-29B is an boy is admitted. Published now. Go ahead.
Again, Ms. Carrington, can you show what information this bank statement presents?
Kouri Richins Realty at the PO Box 759, the account number 6577 for June of 2021. This came directly from the credit union, and the two accounts at the end of the month had the balances of $15,339.12.
Scott, 5-32 Charlie, please. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry for June of 2021, the account number 7664 that came directly from the credit union in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-32C.
Same objections.
5-32C is admitted.
One more time, ma'am.
Okay. This is the America First bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry, the account 7664 from June of 2021. This one came directly from the credit union, and you can see in the summary section the three accounts totaling $702,831.96.
Thank you. I want to switch gears a little bit now. You've used the term funding sources a couple of times. We're going to talk about funding sources, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-93 Delta 2? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare this document?
Yes.
What material did you use to prepare this document?
This is based on the lender documents, the loan documents from the lenders for each of the properties, the home equity line of credit, the bank account statements, settlement statements for the purchase and the sale, and the deeds, the trust deeds that were recorded with the different county recorder offices.
The state moves to admit 5-93D2.
No objection.
5-93D2 is admitted.
Okay, Ms. Carrington, it might be easiest to step down. I'll let you decide that, but can you explain to the jury the information presented on this document?
It might be easier if I step down.
It's up to you.
Would you turn the lab on? Thank you.
I'm going to try and do this without the pointer. So what I've done here along the bottom are just some phases of funding. And as far as the phases of funding, it's not a very hard and fast scientific analysis, but as I looked at all the transactions, they kind of fall into kind of different phases. And so what I've said is, she started her business in 2019. She had the one project early on, and then she had some other projects. And in the beginning, she used a primary lender, Sierra West and Matt Strong, and that's a name that I think you're going to hear over and over. So he's her primary lender for almost all of her, not all of them, but almost all of her projects, a significant number. And then in the very beginning, as we've already talked about, she used that HELOC, draws from the HELOC to fund projects, the rehab expenses, until it was no longer available because it was maxed out. And in the very beginning, she had a little bit of cash. There's like a $10,000 or $15,000 that I can see coming from her own sources to pay for projects. And she had a seller financing project. And I should stop and say too, I'm sorry, I'm getting long-winded, but she had prior projects that she'd done in South Carolina, and those seemed to be fairly successful. They were smaller projects, and they were before Utah, before she registered her business. So I've kind of left those off, but I do feel like to complete the picture, we need to talk about that. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell, those are two of her lenders so Matt Strong would be her primary lender. So she'd acquire the house with his funds. And then these would be what I'm terming, it's my term, rehab lenders. These are funds that she borrowed to give her money to fix up the house. So I have put these, what I'm trying to depict here, that as time went on, the proportions changed a little bit. And then as time went on, the funding sources changed. So no longer was she using her own cash. That was only in the very beginning. And the HELOC was, as you've seen, remember the chart where it was maxed out pretty quickly.
Counter object narrative.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, ask a question.
I'll ask the question. What changes from the first column to the second column?
Okay, from the first column, there's a HELOC and the seller financing and cash. Those don't appear in the second column because those are no longer available.
What changes from the second column to the third column?
the third column, you can see that the proportions change here. This is where we've talked about Iron Bridge and Boomerang, and Doreen Kouri, as you've heard, comes in. My understanding is that is Kouri Richins' aunt. The accounts receivable loans, those are those payday loans. We've talked a little bit about those. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell are still part of her lenders here.
How does Doreen Kouri contribute as a funding source?
As far as actual funds coming in, I have not been able to locate any funds that came in from her, but her name during this time period is used. She's on that operating agreement that's dated in June of 2021. They get submitted in the fall of 2021. Her credit is used for the Excel financing and the David E. Gay potential refinances. So she's part of that process. And she's also used for a lot of these payday loan applications. Doreen had a cleaning company, and I understand. And her name individually she's a guarantor on a lot of these payday loans.
So is it right then to summarize that she's a funding source because her name and credit is used, but she's not a funding source in terms of a source of cash?
I don't believe she's a funding source as a source of cash. I haven't been able to track any of that coming in from her. There might be some, but I've tried my best to identify every transaction. There's some that I still don't know, but definitely her credit and her name are used.
So what then changes from the third column to the fourth column?
What I attempt to show here is the growth during the fall and winter of 2021, the growth of the accounts receivable loans in Doreen Kouri. This is a time of intense activity in the fall. We talked about October, November, December into the new year, and that's what that's supposed to show. Blackwell's dropped off until later. Those are the significant changes there.
And then what is the change from the fourth column to the final column?
So in early 2021, she had sold, Kouri Richins had sold the last significant project that she was going to sell for a while. And so there's not a whole lot of new funding activity except for what I call the Legacy Way house. Some others are referring to it as the Midway mansion. That's that big house that she buys and signs on the day after Eric Richins died. And what's different from this column to this column, you see this is all blue. Matt Strong is her primary lender on that house. But then also she uses Cockerhands and Blackwells and the Burns, and then these other Lieb, Soto, and Sills, all to come together. She uses all of those lenders just to acquire the property. So as opposed to somewhere over here, for example, where she uses Matt Strong to acquire the property, and then she uses these lenders for rehab funds, over here she uses all of those lenders just to acquire it, leaving nothing left over for rehab expenses.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We can trade mics now.
Thank you. It's off. You can turn it back on if you'd like.
Okay, ma'am, let's talk about the accounts receivable loans portion of that chart. What are accounts receivable loans?
Accounts receivables are future revenues that have been earned but haven't come in yet. They're coming in later. And pardon me, this is, you can call these factor loans or future receivables loans, but also payday loans. Like in exchange for $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. That's what someone might say.
What receivables did Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty have?
They had properties that were in the middle of rehabilitation, remodeling, whatever, and then would have been sold. So those, when they're sold, those are the revenues. So those are future receivables.
Scott, can I get 5-97D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the bank account statements that we've talked about, the lending documents where I could find them as identified from the bank account statements. And then I did searches of the state's database, not the prosecution, but the state of Utah database for the UCC filings to identify some other information.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-97D.
No objection.
5-97D is admitted.
Okay, ma'am. Scott, if you could just zoom in a little bit. Oh, you did. There we go. Ms. Carrington, what information does this present?
So these represent separate and distinct loans that Kouri Richins took out. The date is the date that the UCC filing was not. I need to explain UCC filings. Is that okay?
Please do.
Okay. if someone buys a piece of property, like a piece of land or a house or something, there's a deed that gets recorded at the county recorder office and then if they borrow against it, the loan gets recorded there, documented there in a trust deed. On the other hand, say someone buys a piano or a piece of equipment for their farm or something, that is not something that the lender can advertise to the world that they have an ownership interest in it until the loan's paid off. So they can't record it at the county recorder's office. So they file something with the state of Utah or whatever state they're in that says, I own this property until his borrower pays back the loan. And it's called a UCC filing. It's Uniform Commercial Code. And that's with the Department of Commerce at the state. So what I did is all public record. So I pulled up whatever UCC filings I could find under Kouri Richins, K. Richins Realty, Doreen Kouri, any of those. And I was able to piece together a lot of information. And this is the result.
So does this present that she borrowed $645,000 of payday loans that she received? Well, that's the amount she owed, right? And then she received $474,000 of that?
Yeah, and I can see how I can make this a little bit better. But so then the column that starts with net funds, that's the amount that hit her bank account. And you can see that I've got some gray shaded areas. I can tell from her bank account that she's paying this loan. But there's sometimes I can't tell which funds came in. Like it says just bank to bank transfer. And I don't know which one applies to, for example, on June 5th of 2021, the funded.com. I can see how she starts to pay $149 monthly to funded.com. But I haven't been able to figure out, and they didn't file a UCC filing, so I don't know how much she borrowed. So I'm not going to make an assumption and put a value in there and calculate a number that I can't support. So the net funds column, she got at least $474,000 into her bank account.
And she owed them at least $645,000.
That's right. So the receivables purchased. So in my example they gave you a minute ago, she took out a loan. Okay, let's look down here. 9/30 of 2021, the Green Grass Holdings. So she committed $87,000 of her future receivables to get $60,000 today. And by the time origination fees were taken out, she got $54,000 that landed in her bank account. And in exchange for that, they filed a UCC filing. Later, actually, the payment that Kouri Richins committed to was that payment that we've seen, that $5,438, and she committed to pay that every week until the loan was paid back. And so she got $54,000, but she had to pay back $87,000.
Let's follow that thread then. Scott, can I get 5-10, please? You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that the Green Grass funding revenue purchase agreement that you just referenced and you showed the line item?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the statement was 5-10 into evidence.
Is that the only page? It's just the agreement? Just 2 pages? I don't have an objection to that, Your Honor.
States 5-10 is admitted.
Scott, if we could zoom in on kind of the merchant information down to, yep, right there. Okay, Ms. Carrington, what does this tell us?
So this is the agreement between K. Richins Realty and other companies with Greengrass as of September 30th, 2021.
Did you investigate those other companies listed under the merchant's legal name?
Yes, I did.
What did you determine?
Some of these are related to Kouri Richins, like where she holds her contractor license or something else. And then the LTD's personal cleaning, I believe, is related to Doreen Kouri.
Other than the one related to Doreen Kouri. And is that, by the way, what you meant by Doreen Kouri as a funding source in part?
Your Honor, based on that, this line of questioning, I would object to this line of questioning, continuing objection on our prior objections.
Overruled. Please proceed.
Except for the LTD personal cleaning, did any of the other companies connected with Kouri Richins have revenues?
I don't believe so, no. It's possible that WCA Enterprises, she's got a couple of projects where the buyer is K. Richins Realty LLC doing business as WCA, but as a standalone enterprise, I had requested the state subpoena documents, bank accounts, or anything that would support the fact that they had revenues, and I'm not aware of any bank accounts that they have.
Scott, can you scroll down to the loan amounts? Right there. So is this what, if you can highlight that line at 60,000 to the right? think you already did, but just to be super clear, can you please explain that line?
Okay, so this is the, someone might say, if I could have $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. And that's what happened here. It was purchased at 15%. The payment frequency is weekly, and there's that $5,438 payment requirement.
And did we see some of those payments being withdrawn from her bank account in that October statement that we reviewed early on?
That's true, yes.
Did Kouri Richins continue to pay on that loan throughout the end of 2021 and into early 2022?
She did not.
Why not? What happened?
So this document, you can see at the very top of the document, this is from Kings County Court in New York, the very top right there. And the date there is December 9th, 2021. Greengrass filed a lawsuit against Kouri Richins Realty, all of these companies, Kouri Richins personally and Doreen Kouri personally, for non-payment of the debt. I can identify a small set of payments, and after that, payments were not made from the bank account, and that is also what the complaint says.
Objection to this whole line of questioning based on our former objections, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Scott, can I get 4-17, please? Do you recognize this document, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the summons that's related to that lawsuit that I just explained. And I believe somewhere there's the seal on the document. Oh, it's the summons and the complaint.
State moves 4-17 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay.
I'm not sure this is. Would you approach regarding the hearsay objection?
We're going to move on from that one, okay?
Okay.
Can we please turn to tax analysis?
Yes.
Did you analyze Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' tax returns?
Yes, I did.
What types of returns did you analyze?
The married filing joint returns for 1920, 21, the business returns for C&E, and a separate tax return for that Kouri Richins self-prepared for 2019.
How do each of the business returns relate to their joint personal return?
So Eric's business, he had a business partner, and their earnings that he and his business partner drew from the company were reported on a K-1. It's a document then that gets filed with their personal return. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be succinct. And Kouri Richins, having it be a one-person entity, all of her income, whether or not it was reported on K-1, would just flow through to the personal return, usually on a Schedule C.
So one way or another, each of their business income or business loss would flow to their joint personal return.
That's right.
Did you analyze KRR's, Kouri Richins Realty's return?
Yes.
Were her tax returns helpful in understanding her financial narrative?
If I answered that yes or no, it would require some explanation.
Let's start by yes or no.
Okay. Yes, it did help explain the lack of continuity and lack of reliable accounting. And no, because of that, the things that she reported to her tax preparer.
Objection, same objections we raised previously.
Would you approach for a minute? Put bluntly, needed money to maintain appearances and to prevent the financial calamity that would show that these appearances were not accurate and the personal consequences that would flow from that. In so ruling, the court is summarizing the reasoning that it has already put forth in much more detail with citation to Utah law in its ruling on defendant's motions in limine and in its ruling on the state's motion for additional findings and conclusions regarding the intrinsic evidence issue. And the court incorporates by reference that reasoning those authorities. However, to make sure that the jury does not inadvertently and improperly revert to a propensity-based drawing of inferences, Ms. Nestor, do you want me to make another instruction that makes specific reference to the taxes?
Yes.
Okay, so may we agree that the court will give an additional instruction to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to the tax returns of her business were not accurate, and then the standard form language after that.
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
All right, and then can we just take a look together at Rule 103B? Which states that once the court rules definitively on the record, either before or after trial, a party need not renew an objection or offer of proof to preserve a claim of error for appeal. I respect genuinely that Ms. Richins disagrees strongly with many of the court's pretrial rulings. That disagreement has been preserved for the record. It will be reviewed on appeal. To the extent defense counsel is worried about having to reassert any of those objections, they need not do so under Rule 103B.
Totally respect what you're saying, Your Honor. My only concern is that as we litigated this, we did not go document by document and say, these documents are the ones we have problems with. These are the documents we're okay with. My understanding of our discussion earlier this morning, and I might be wrong, and please correct me, but my understanding was that I was supposed to let the court know when we get to the documents that I think fall under what we've talked about. There are documents in here, as I said this morning, that we don't have any problem with. Most of our demonstrative exhibits, you'll note, I'm not making objections to those. They're coming in sans objection.
But some you doubled down on regarding the Barney house. And so it's hard to tell whether you're just reasserting the objection every time or if you're choosing. And that's why on occasion I have to ask whether this is a new or different objection.
So I can try to do better about alerting the court if there's a new ground, but I'm still concerned because we don't have a ruling anywhere that I've said exhibit 632 falls under, we believe falls under the court's ruling and therefore falls under our objection. We've never done that. So the fear that I have, well, I totally agree. That's what Rule 103 says. I understand I can have a continuing objection, but the problem with that is we've never in any of our litigation said this set of documents.
Well, your motion in limine certainly did. It listed about 20 documents and then I denied it. So you know that those 20 are not a problem, but nonetheless, we are where we are.
Right.
So feel free to proceed as you are, but to the extent you want another specific ruling because you feel like we haven't discussed it before, you have to say more. Otherwise, I won't know what you're talking about.
Absolutely understood. So my intention for the record is to try to comply with the court's ruling not to have a speaking objection. When I say previous objections, I'm saying this document we believe falls under what you've already ruled on. If I have something that's new that I don't think you've ruled on at all, I will let the court know that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody need a break before we invite the jury back in? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, you're
Okay. Tasia, we're ready for the jury. Please have a seat as you come in. Okay, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, an additional instruction. You are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to her business's tax returns were not accurate during the period of time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining whether defendant had any particular motive. Please keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carrington, let me pick up with that last question. Maybe we'll just answer it again to get back on track. Were Kouri Richins Realty tax returns helpful in your understanding Kouri Richins' financial narrative?
And I answered yes and no, or yes or no. Yes, they were helpful to understand the fact that everything didn't match. The money that came out of the bank account that was spent was not reported the same on the tax returns. Well, let me say, was not reported the same to the tax preparer and therefore not accounted for correctly on the tax returns. And then no, because the same thing. If the accounting is not reliable, that doesn't help me understand fully and accurately what was going on in her business.
Does this relate back to how you had to calculate expenses as it relates to Kouri Richins rehabbing homes?
Yes, that's along the same lines, yes.
And it's those expenses, or is it those expenses that were underreported to her tax accountant?
Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that the whole body of those loans we've just looked at was not included. And in looking at the tax preparer's documents that he relied on to put the tax returns together, it's clearly missing. None of those loans is listed as a liability against the revenues. And the documents also show that the only loans that he understood that Kouri Richins Realty had and was obligated to repay were the loans based on that were related to the properties. So there's this huge category of, $5 million, $500,000 of obligation, or $400,000 of obligation that was completely absent from any of the financial records that the tax preparer put together, and therefore was also missing from the tax return.
What was the effect of this inaccurate reporting on Kouri Richins Realty's tax return?
So someone who, or a business that understates the expenses, inflates the net income. So it makes it look like there's more profit than there actually was.
Wouldn't there be a tax advantage to having a business loss?
Yes, or having a lower net income, yes.
Setting Kouri Richins aside for a moment, based on your training and experience as a forensic accountant, why would a business person want to inaccurately, from a tax perspective, want to inaccurately report their expenses and end up paying more tax?
Most, I don't know. If taxes, if expenses, revenues and expenses are reported correctly, there is a tax liability, assuming they made a profit. If those are understated and it makes it look like they made more profit, they would owe more tax. If the opposite were true, they would pay less tax. And so it depends on what that person's or business's objectives were.
What would a business objective be to want to pay more taxes?
Back to speculation.
Overrule.
To avoid showing a loss so that the business appeared more successful.
Why would a business similar to Kouri Richins, a business with a financial position similar to Kouri Richins' financial position, want to appear more successful?
Well, if things had been reported accurately, she was operating at a loss. And so that would have been reflected, especially for 2021, that would have been reflected in an accurate tax return, would have shown a loss there. And during the time, especially the tax return that was prepared in the fall of 2021, that wasn't accurate. that's a time when she was actively seeking funding for, she acquired 3 new properties in November, and
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
factually speaking, she acquired 3 new properties in November of 2021, adding $1.1 million to her debt. She didn't pay anything toward those acquisitions, so she borrowed everything to acquire those properties. And in December is when she put the offer in on that big house. And so these are months that coincide with the inaccurate tax returns in which new projects were being acquired or contemplated, and funding was being sought for those.
Did you investigate whether Kouri and Eric Richins had any tax liabilities?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Do you know about how much?
I know at least number.
What is the at least number?
Let me back up. State tax liabilities, tax liens were about $70,000, and federal was about $80,000 at least, so $150,000 at least.
And were those a joint liability since they filed jointly?
That's correct.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-36? Are we frozen?
It's possible. Let me fix that. My apologies.
Or maybe it's a scroll down problem. Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins, the personal checking account 5244 in May of 2021. This is directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-36.
Same objections.
5-36 is admitted.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the check. Yeah. Ms. Carrington, what is this?
This is a check from the C&D Stonemasonry account, and it's payable to Eric Richins, dated April 29th, 2021, for $36,000. And the memo on it indicates taxes TC-546, and that tells me that's a Utah State Tax Commission payment.
And based on your analysis, did C&E provide Eric and his business partner, Cody, for that matter, distributions in order to pay their taxes?
That's a hearsay.
I don't understand the hearsay objection there.
That's how she knows. They told her.
Why does lay some foundation for how she knows?
Did, in reviewing the C&E accounting materials, show that C&E distributed to both Cody and Eric Richins estimated tax payments?
Yes, no one has told me that, but I can see from reviewing all the bank accounts that there are pairs of transactions, and they are for Eric Richins and his business partner habitually over several years, and they are for different tax liabilities.
One moment. The hearsay objection is overruled. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, did you trace this check?
I did.
If we can go back to the main document, Scott. Can you show your tracing of this check?
Sure. Scott, if you can scroll down.
Okay.
Right there. So mid-screen, you see April 30th, and the deposited check item for $36,000 to go over there. And so that's that check. And they're included in this exhibit is the deposit slip. So I can match that up, plus the check copy came with this. So I know this is the same $36,000. And then,
Sorry.
sorry,
At the time that was deposited, what was the account's balance?
83 cents.
Okay. Can you pick up the tracing from there, please?
Yes. So in doing a tracing, I look at the balance at the time a specific transaction is made. And so then I have to match up, but for certain funds, other transactions would not clear the bank. So the following transaction is April 30th, that bank-to-bank transfer of $25,000 could not have been made but for the deposit of that $36,000. So I know those have to tie together. So then I'm looking for what other information will tell me that deduction of $25,000.
And where did that $25,000 land?
It's a wire out that goes to Stewart Title's Bank of Nevada, I believe.
Scott, can you go back to the main document and scroll down, please? No, I'm sorry, down a page.
No, keep going to the wire. This one, please. Sorry.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, it's a domestic outbound. So this is a wire that is going out of the account. If you go down the left-hand column, it shows you $25,000. If you go to the middle column, it's from Kouri Richins. Right above her name is the account number 5244. And over on the right, it says it goes to Stewart Title Company. And it, then go down to the bottom left, and it says earnest money, Kouri Richins, earnest money being kind of a deposit on a purchase of a property.
Thank you, Scott. Can we turn now, please, to a property that you referenced as Legacy Way that others have referenced as the Midway Mansion?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the property?
I am.
How so?
I've been by it several times over the last 3 years, and I have researched the recorder's documents, the deeds affiliated with that. I have submitted a grandma request, which is a request for government records, so that I could understand all the Wasatch County building permit, the inspection records over the years, the life of that property. I have interviewed the prior owner before Kouri Richins bought it. I've interviewed the current owners. I've traced all the, after Kouri Richins bought it, tried to sell it, I have reviewed each of those 13 offers to purchase the property. And I've also looked at the bank accounts and the loan documents for her purchase.
Let's please start with the drive-by. Scott, can I get 6-7? Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that the Midway Mansion?
It is.
State moves to admit 6-7.
No objection.
6-7 is admitted.
Scott, can you zoom in a bit? Scott, can I get 6-8, please? Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the real estate purchase contract, commonly known as a REPC, that Kouri Richins Realty submitted as her offer to buy the property in December of 2021.
The state moves to admit 6-8.
No objection.
6-8 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that first kind of top section. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this tells us in the far upper corner, this is Sierra, and that's the Bates stamp that identifies that this came from Sierra West Capital, Matt Strong being the primary lender. It gives, and then if you go first line kind of over on the left, 2/23/2021 is the date. Kouri Richins Realty is the buyer. Douglas Roylance is the seller. And then a couple lines down on the right, it says the earnest money deposit of $50,000. And then as you go down, it gives the street address is 106 North Legacy. That's why I call it Legacy Way. It's in Midway. That's why people call it the Midway Mansion. And then the parcel number, et cetera.
Then it says C addendum. We'll get to that one in a minute. But Scott, if you can scroll down. What information does the purchase price paragraph provide?
So it tells us what the agreed purchase, well, the offered purchase price is $2.9 million for this property. And then the accounting on the left shows that there's a $50,000 deposit, and then the balance will be paid at settlement, and then the purchase price there. And then I know that this is accepted because it's got initials on both and the dates on both, the buyer and seller.
Scott, can you just scroll down all the way through the next page? Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Let's stop there. Thank you. Let's zoom in on the contract deadlines through the signature. Yep. Thank you. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this gives a chronology of different steps that need to be taken. It's very typical in every transaction, most transactions. Sellers have a duty to disclose any of the warts and problems with the house. Those are due by January 7th of 22. Due diligence means that's the opportunity for the seller, that's an opportunity for the potential buyer to do any homework, anything that they need to do as far as due diligence before they sign. That's due February 4th. Financing and appraisals, that's also for the buyer to arrange financing, funding, do any appraisals that they want to do, and they have until January 7th to do that. And the settlement deadline, that means this deal has to close by March 4th of 2022.
Does that March 4th date hold any significance in this case?
Yes, it does.
What's that?
That's the day that this property deal closed and Kouri Richins purchased this house.
Did she purchase it on March 4th or March 5th?
I'm sorry, March 5th. March 4th is the date that Eric Richins died.
Thank you. Let's discuss the warts and problems, please. Scott, if we can go down to just keep it up, zoomed out right there. Is that the addendum that was referred to earlier?
Yes, it is. Addendum 1.
Okay, I'm going to walk up and present you with a printed copy of 6-8. And this is the addendum, am I right, that discloses all the warts and problems?
Yes.
I've circled a few of the paragraphs on that disclosure, that addendum. Can you please read those paragraphs aloud to the jury?
Okay. Bear with me. This is paragraph 2. Buyer is to acknowledge and affirm and agrees that these parcels, parcel 1, parcel 2, are sold as is. Buyer acknowledges, affirms, and agrees that both building structures have extensive vandalism, theft, as well as flooring and other structural concerns that may need or will require replacement or repair. Due to delays in construction and the permitting/approval process, the structures have been idle, exposed to the elements, and are not habitable, and are also suitable in many ways for continued construction. Damage has occurred because of the idle status of the projects. Buyer affirms buyer's intent in moving forward with the building project or abandon the project altogether based on buyer's own investigation of said structures in their state of idleness, disrepair, unfinished, and uninhabitable quality. Additionally, animals may have taken up residence in the ventilation systems for which there may be additional damage. Buyer acknowledges and affirms that buyer accepts the property in its unfinished, disassembled, unrepaired, damaged state, and agrees to confirm through buyer's own due diligence which repairs and remediation efforts are necessary. Buyer acknowledges and affirms buyer's own actual or potential costs of repair, remediation, demolition, remodel, restart, reconstruction, and or completion in moving forward with the building projects. Buyer agrees to purchase and accept the parcels, buildings, structures, and all aspects of the purchase of said parcels on an as-is basis, and waives and releases any and all claims against seller or any deficiency, unexpected outcome, or unknown condition, cost, delay, failure, or liability. Paragraph 3. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that sale of said property is sold without all or necessary or desired permits, certificates, or allowances to build or complete the building process from Wasatch County or other governmental agencies. And buyer is buyer is to be solely responsible for obtaining any required building permits from Wasatch County or any other necessary government entity. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that seller's building process was halted by the governmental permitting or allowance process, and as such, buyer intends to purchase these parcels as is, with full understanding that buyer may also face challenges and costs in obtaining necessary or desired permitting and allowances to build, rebuild, or complete the building and occupancy process. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the structures do not have certificates of occupancy, necessary approvals through all required inspections, and other indicators of structural habitability. Paragraph 4. Buyer acknowledges that seller has been working with the Army Corps of Engineers over a lengthy period of time, and that this entity is currently requiring additional wetlands evaluation of various materials, including water, environmental, etc. The Army Corps of Engineers may require other tests, requirements, and certifications, etc., that are to be completed to their satisfaction. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps is an independent government entity separate of Wasatch County, and that the Army Corps may require its own permitting, which Wasatch County may also require in order to obtain building permits. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers does not monitor or collaborate with Wasatch County in any way. Wasatch County may or may not issue building permits independent of the Army Corps of Engineers. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer, not seller, is responsible for moving forward with the Army Corps of Engineers and all other governmental organizations that may have oversight or control of the parcels and building projects and occupancy certification processes. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the process of moving forward could take considerable time, present costs, delays, hardships, and burdens to buyer. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer does not require any contribution from or assistance of seller with regard to obtaining all necessary permits, certificates, allowances, or approvals to restart the building process or complete said process and obtain all necessary inspections, approvals, certificates, permits, or allowances. Paragraph 5. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the parcels have sewer rights, but that the sewer is not yet hooked up, is below grade, and will have to be pumped. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms all necessary steps to obtain sewer function is the responsibility of the buyer and may be required to be on site on the subject parcels. Paragraph 6. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that additional or dedicated open space, i.e. wetlands, or other required remediation or mitigation may or will be required by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that to achieve mitigation or remediation, additional properties may be required for such. Thus, a potential offsite property may be obtained by the buyer. And if not on an additional offsite property, then remediation or mitigation may or will be on site the subject parcels. There is a mitigation process that will need to be coordinated with the Army Corps of Engineers. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that there may or will be costs related to preparing lands to offset any disturbed wetlands. An outside consultant with BioWest has collected data and submitted data and recommendations to the Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers still need to make its final decisions and will determine a mitigation plan with permits in cooperation with buyer. Paragraph 12. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers may or will require further evaluation and study of wetlands underneath mounds of fill soil on the parcels. So seller will provide access to buyer's consultants or any other third parties related to studying groundwater or soils for the Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Ms. Carrington, in your experience reviewing REPCs, have you ever reviewed a REPC like that?
No.
Scott, can you please bring up 6-9? I will retrieve the exhibit. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Carrington, do you recognize exhibit 6-9?
I do.
What is it?
This is the settlement statement for the Legacy Way Midway Mansion property, where Kouri Richins Realty is the buyer and Douglas Roylance is the seller. And this is the final version of the sale.
The state moves to admit 6-9.
No objection.
6-9 is admitted.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this present? And if it's easier to step down, please do it. I don't know what's easiest.
It might be since I don't have a... Okay, this is not actually as complicated as it appears. So this is the property address here, the buyer, the seller, and the lender is Sierra West Capital. So that's the Sierra West Matt Strong stuff. So over here shows the settlement date and the disbursement date as March 4th of 22. And then this is the internal file number at the title company. This shows the sale price. This is the buyer's version. There is a seller's version, but this is the buyer's version. This is the sale price of the property at $2.9 million. And then here shows 2 of the 4 loans on this property. So here's the original loan from Sierra West to this $2,624,850. There's another lender from the Burns, and that loan is $420,000. These are some prorations. This section here, are you all right if I keep going?
Please, what's that section there?
This section, these are the fees associated with these loans. So the first position lender is Sierra West Capital, this $2.6 million loan. They charged $124,850 at the outset just for the loan. And then on top of that, it accrues interest going forward. It's a 6-month balloon. So this being March 4th of 22, she has to pay that off by September 4th of 2022. The next two, the $150 and the $20,000 relate to this loan, the $420,000 by the Burns. And then Scott, could you please scroll down? Thank you. That's great. So then here, these are the title insurance costs that are paid to GT Title Services, who's the title company in this transaction. So these are the different costs associated with that. So the first one, the lender's coverage premium, that's for the first position, the Sierra West one. Second position is the Burns, the $420,000 one. The third position loan is going to be this. For some reason, this is down here. I don't know why, but this third position lender funds is $150,000. That's an aggregation of a bunch of people who got together and they pooled their resources to loan $150,000 on this deal. And here is the buyer's portion of the real estate commissions, the 2% at $58,000. The other side paid $1,000 per their agreement, and then some recording fees. On top of this, there's one more loan from David Cockerhands that came in before this. He gave her the money for the earnest money. So did Matt Strong. So they both gave her the $50,000 for the earnest money. But later, the fourth position lender of $67,000 recorded his deed. I don't understand why it's not incorporated here, but it's not. But it is still attached and recorded on the property. So this tells us that all in all, there needs to be $3,201,230 that the buyer needs to come up with. And as I said, there's also that other $67,000. So she borrowed $3,259,000 against this property to buy it for $2.9 million. And then there was a little overage. And so this $87,240 came back to her. And we can see that go back to her bank account, and that hits her bank account.
So does this show that she borrowed $3.2 million from other people to close on a $2.9 million house, and at closing she walked away with $80,000?
$87,000, yes.
On the day that the Midway mansion closed, how much was it worth?
$2.9 million, because that's what she paid for it. That was the agreed price on that for that transaction.
Is it worth? Is the real estate market like other markets in that the value of something, whether it's gold, oil, real estate, the true value on any given day is what a willing buyer and willing seller agree to?
Yes, and so in addition to the fact that that's what the market dictates, the IRS rules also say that a transaction is valued between a willing seller and a willing buyer, and industries function like that all the time. Business valuation, a forensic accountant who conducts a business valuation of a business will use that same concept.
Did you use that same concept in valuing all the properties involved in this case?
I did, because that's what she paid for them.
Scott, can we get 5-114, please?
Sure.
Bless you. Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
I do.
What is it?
It is a loan agreement reflecting that large loan between Sierra West Capital and Kouri Richins Realty. And this was a response from the title company, Griffith and Turner Title, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-114 into evidence.
No objection.
5-114 is admitted.
And just, Scott, yeah, perfect. So this is, am I right? Is this the loan agreement between Kouri Richins Realty and Sierra West for the Midway Mansion?
It is.
And Sierra West was the biggest lender at $2.6 million.
That's right. Yes.
Scott, could you just scroll down on page 1? Scott, could you go to page 12, please? And is this part of what is, are we looking at what is known generally as a closing packet?
Yes, that would be consistent. Yes.
These are the closing documents on the Midway Mansion, at least this, the closing documents for the largest funder on the Midway Mansion.
That's right. Yes.
And is this the signature page?
Yes, it is.
And is that signature notarized on the 5th of March?
Yes, that's correct.
Scott, can you go to page 21, please? Is this another different signature page?
Yes, this one is basically acknowledging that the company that's buying this authorizes Kouri D. Richins to act on its behalf.
Scott, can you go to 27, please? Is this yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
Can you go to 32, Scott? I'm sorry, yeah, just go to 32. 32. Is that yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
And 33, Scott? Ms. Carrington, is that yet another notarized signature page in the closing documents?
It is.
Thanks, Scott. Ms. Carrington, based on your analysis, did Ms. Richins have the ability to service the $3.2 million in debt when it came due in 6 months from closing?
She did not.
Scott, can I get 2-14, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Matt Strong and Kouri Richins that was returned pursuant to a prosecution subpoena from Sierra West Capital and Matt Strong.
And does this email string in part discuss how much money Kouri Richins estimated would be required to finish the Midway mansion? We can scroll through it.
Yes. This is the one where she's asking him to loan her the earnest money, the $50,000 for the project.
In part, yes.
Right.
The state moves to admit 2-14.
No objection.
2-14 is admitted.
Scott, can you publish the part you had highlighted on our screens?
Scott, let me know when you're ready. Okay.
I'm gonna give
All right. So since I guess they're not gonna read it, I will. This is, yes, Paul Benson knows his stuff. He's selling a Park City property right now for $42 million, and he got 5 offers in the first week. Insane. Yet, yes, so this property is buying at 2.9 million and then 3 million in Reno, ARB 16 million. Absolutely insane numbers. Someone is going to make a killing on this. That's where I need your help, thoughts, ideas. Realistically, obviously, I don't have 3 million for renovations. Coming up with the 2.9 is going to be a challenge enough. So what should I do with this? Do you think I should wholesale it at a county assessed price? Do you think I should close on it, get it dried in, windows, doors, maybe exterior, and then sell it to someone to finish it? Do you want to partner on it and do something with it? Honestly, I am open to any and all ideas with this one. It's definitely out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. Haha, help. Let's do something with it. Are just not sure what. Maybe your Heber, Heber guy would want to buy it as is from me and have him remodel it with MCC, double close, or assign it over to him. Maybe he just wants to invest in it. Honestly, I just don't know with this one. Haha, something is there, just finding the right direction to go with it. With the 50K, if you can make it work, awesome. If you can't, that's fine too. You do what you're comfortable doing. Numbers are tight on this one, so I thought it may be a challenge. But for real, if you can't make it work, that's totally fine. Just let me know. I attached the contract here if you want to read through it.
Ms. Carrington, based on your financial analysis, did Kouri Richins either have or have access to $3 million to renovate the Midway mansion?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not consistent with what he just admitted.
It's a different question. Can you please restate it? Make sure we're listening to the question that he asked. If you'd say it again.
Ms. Carrington, based upon your financial analysis, did Ms. Richins have or have access to $3 million for renovations of the Midway mansion?
It's not that I,
Hold on. What was your objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's misstating what's in front of him as far as the
His
evidence.
question does not relate to this. Any other objections?
No, sir.
Overruled. Go ahead.
not that I'm aware of.
Thanks, Scott. Ms. Carrington, did you investigate or try to trace any money flowing to the Midway Mansion project once Kouri Richins closed on it?
I did look, yes.
Did you find any money flowing to that project?
I did not find any money flowing to that project. There's one that is a maybe,
Okay.
but no, nothing significant.
What's the maybe?
It's in the neighborhood of about $3,000, I think. It's in that, the reason it's a maybe, is that your question? The reason it's a maybe is it's during that time frame, and it's to an entity that, and I'm sorry, I really can't remember which entity, but there's one that I thought might relate to this project, looking for, what she usually does when she acquires a project, she moves forward. And so I'm thinking she probably does the same thing here. There's one that I recall fits that category, but it's minimal.
So at most, she, as best you can tell, invested maybe $3,000 into the Midway Mansion.
That's correct.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins tried to sell the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
When?
She listed the property on March 12th of 2022, so the week following her acquisition of it.
That's also a week and a day following Eric Richins' death, right?
That's true.
Did Kouri Richins ever sell the property?
She did not.
What ultimately happened to the property?
After 12 offers that were made and canceled for one reason or another, actually, let me restate that, please. After, I believe there are 7 or 8 that were offered before her note was due. And then after that, she continued to try to sell it unsuccessfully. And at some point, the lender, Matt Strong, foreclosed or recorded a notion. He recorded a document, notice of default and election to sell. So basically started the foreclosure process.
And did the 12 failed contracts all fail during the diligence period?
Yes, they did.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of assets did Kouri Richins have?
Categories of assets that Kouri Richins had. She owned several properties. So that's one class of assets. She had financial accounts, and those were at various balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the value of Kouri Richins' assets?
Including the new property, was about 6.3 or 6.4 million.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of liabilities did Kouri Richins have?
So liabilities are things that she owes. So she had a loan on the properties, each of the properties that she owned, and each of those was more than the property was worth. She also had all those payday loans that we've talked about, and she also had different lines of credit that were by and large all maxed out. Not just the HELOC, but also she had some personal lines of credit associated with her checking accounts. Those were all maxed out. And she also had credit cards that had high balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway Mansion, what was the amount of Kouri Richins' liabilities?
Right about $8 million.
So netting that out, on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway Mansions, what was Kouri Richins' net worth?
She was in the hole. She was negative 1.6 million.
As a forensic accountant, have you formed an opinion as to Kouri Richins' financial position on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway mansion?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
As of the date that Eric Richins died, Kouri Richins was in financial distress, and her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, but for a significant infusion of cash and capital would have continued to collapse. It was imploding. Her debts and liabilities far outweighed her assets, and even if she had sold everything she had, it would not have been enough to get back to zero.
Let's turn briefly to Eric Richins' estate. Did you analyze the value of Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
What material did you study in this analysis?
The insurance policies, the life insurance policies, including there's a life insurance policy, 2 life insurance policies that Eric and his business partner had on each other. So there's the company, the documents that relate to that, the bank accounts, the documents related to the house where the family lived, and his bank account statements.
Are the bank accounts de minimis in relation to Eric's interest in C&E, his life insurance, and his home?
Pretty much, yes.
Let's set those aside then.
Right.
How is Eric Richins' interest in C&E, or how was Eric Richins' interest in C&E determined upon his death?
It's based on the value of those life insurance policies. So it's basically $2 million.
It's exactly $2 million, wasn't it?
It's exactly $2 million, yes.
Scott, can I get 7-28 Delta? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
The insurance policies of each of these insurance policies, the applications for a couple of them, the claim information, and also the payout of these policies.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-28D.
Objection.
7-28D is admitted.
Ma'am, what again is this?
This is just a simple list of the different life insurance policies. I have not included the buy-sell agreement policies, the $2 million that benefited Eric's business partner, but these are the others.
Scott, if you could please highlight the claim paid, the policy amount column. Does this show that Eric Richins had $2.2 essentially $1 million in insurance upon his life?
Yes.
Scott, can you go to the claim amount paid? What information, ma'am, does this column present?
So for each of these policies, there was a specific amount paid. Like the top one is related to the house, and so it paid 70% of the existing mortgage, not the second, but the first. The things that I've highlighted in green are the 3 policies that were paid directly to Kouri Richins. The others were paid, the $500,000 was paid to the Eric Richins Trust.
We'll come back. So, summing up the amounts of insurance paid to Kouri Richins, is that $1.36 million?
That's correct.
Thank you, Scott. We spoke earlier about Eric Richins' premarital home.
Yes.
What was the approximate value of that home?
I think it was about $1 million, give or take.
And it was encumbered by the $250,000 HELOC that Kouri Richins signed for?
That's correct.
And was there an outstanding mortgage that was 70% satisfied by life insurance?
That's right.
We talked about the $1.3 million in life insurance proceeds that Kouri Richins received upon Eric Richins' death. Did you trace how she used those proceeds?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 7-31D? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I looked at Kouri Richins' America First Credit Union accounts and also Kouri Richins' UCCU account where she deposited the $1 million. And I guess that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-31D.
No objection.
State 7-31D is admitted.
What, ma'am, does this present?
So on another schedule, I've listed every single transaction that I traced back to the 3 deposits of insurance proceeds. And so the first line of this shows on June 16th, 2022, she got a little over $1 million from the auto owner's life insurance policy. And what I sought to show is before the money came in or as the money came in, how much was in her accounts. So she had $543,000. I'm sorry, let me back up. She got the $1 million in. And then the next one down on June 25th, the $251,000 that comes in. When that comes in, what was the balance in her account before the second policy was paid? And she had $543,000 in that account. So basically she spent about half of the $1 million between the 16th and the 24th. And then on September 2nd, if you go to the third one that's paid, is that $100,000 policy got paid. And that's when she received those proceeds. And what was in her account the day before was $9,691. So that meant that she had spent the $1.2 million basically before she got that last $100,000. And then that final line on September 19th, she had $802 in her account. So that's just a look at the balances. And then I have looked at every transaction in these accounts to show, to try to understand how those proceeds were used.
We'll turn there next, but let me just make sure we understand this.
Okay.
So does this show that between June and September, 3 months between June and September, she received $1.36 million in life insurance proceeds and spent $1.36 million in life insurance proceeds?
That's what the bank account shows. And this is drawn from the bank accounts.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 7-29D, please?
Your Honor, we're broke up again. My apologies. Let's reset. I need you to unplug and plug back in, Scott. Oh, there you are. I apologize. All right, one moment. 7-29D is visible to the witness.
Ms. Carrington, did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
The bank accounts that I just spoke of, the America First Credit Union accounts and also the UCCU account.
Your Honor, the state moves 7-29D into evidence.
I'm sorry, can we just blow up the very tippy top of it, just so I can see the label on it? Thank you. No objection.
And, 7-29D is admitted.
And then, Scott, can you split screen the 2 pages? Now, Ms. Carrington, am I right that it doesn't really read left to right, it reads top to bottom?
It's a vertical, yes.
So this page on the right is really right down here.
That's correct.
Okay. What information does this demonstrative present?
So I wanted to portray the funds that came in from Eric's death, and I've highlighted, or I put in bold the different life insurance proceeds that came in, and then the way those were spent. I have taken everything over $1,000 to try and be brief. Obviously, this isn't brief, but so there are a lot of transactions for, whatever, $700 or $43. Those are not on here. So anything over 1,000 is on.
And Scott, if you could go down to the very bottom, so the very bottom of page 2. What information does this present?
So this shows even without putting those de minimis transactions in there, there's 1.3, almost 1.4 use of the proceeds, or that came in, and she spent the 1.2. So she spent it all. And then my footnotes here, I attempted to do the same thing that was in that other section, my footnote 2. These are the different accounts that she had, and these are the account balances when the new insurance comes in.
Now let's just highlight, Scott, maybe the far left column on the first page. Perfect. So that shows where, when she gets a $1 million life insurance payment into the account, you then detail where it goes.
That's right.
And those are all the transactions below it.
That's right. And so you can see the money comes in, and there are some expenses for projects. There are expenses to pay debt, Figure Lending, Greengrass Holding, the One Main Financial. But I can see things that do relate to what I'm thinking are projects like Rocky Mountain Dirt, Home Depot, Lowe's, et cetera, et cetera. And then you see on 6/4/22, those 5 transactions to the Utah State Tax Commission. And especially on the right, Scott, can you see that bottom one? 6/4/2022 Utah State Tax Commission, and go over, and it's $50,000, $342. Thank you. That one. That matches one of the tax liens, the state tax liens that I was talking about earlier. So that's one of them. And those other amounts could be for the other 20,000, or it could be for something else. But one way or another, those tax payments.
You see that entry on 6/24/22 to Robert Grossman for $25,000?
Yes.
Are you familiar with who Robert Grossman is?
Yes, he's Josh Grossman. Josh Grossman, I understand, was Kouri Richins' boyfriend during this time.
Thank you, ma'am. When you analyzed how the $1.3 million in insurance proceeds were dispersed, approximately how much of that $1.3 million were used to pay debt?
About $600,000, somewhere in there. So about half, a little less than half, was used to pay debt.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's all I have for now. I suspect we're going to take a break, and the defense will have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, any objection to taking a break?
No, sir.
Okay. Please rise for the jury. Let's take a break.
Go to any with him.
My name is Carrington.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
You and I have known each other for some time. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So I'd like to talk to you about how you got involved in this case. Is it fair to say that you were brought into this case by the gentleman who was working as a private investigator for the trust for the estate?
Absolutely, yes.
And his name is Todd Gabler, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Gabler is also someone you've known for a really long time.
I have, professionally, yeah.
Right. Well, of course. I should have said that. I'm sorry. And you guys even share office space, or did at one point?
No, never.
I thought you did. Sorry. And so initially, when you were brought into this case, Eric Richins' family was really your boss in the matter.
I wouldn't look at it that way. I was hired by their attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter, after Kouri initiated the lawsuit. That's when I came in.
But the work you were doing was designed to assist Eric Richins' family in the litigation. Fair?
Fair, yes.
All right. And during the time that you were working for the family or the estate or the trust, did you also do some witness interviews with Mr. Gabler?
No.
You didn't go to any interviews of witnesses with him?
No, I did not go to any with him. No, I don't think so. No, I didn't.
And then at some point you stopped. Sounds like your work kind of trickled off for the estate or the trust when they got a new lawyer, right?
Right. I've known that firm for a long time, and I'm usually on the other side. So they use other people for their forensic accounting. And so I was not surprised when the estate got, when the trust, the estate got new lawyers, that they didn't adopt me as well, which is fine.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And then how is it that you became associated with the prosecution team?
I don't know how that happened.
They reached out to you?
They did.
And are you aware whether Todd Gabler recommended you?
I have no idea.
And Mr. Bloodworth asked you on direct. He mentioned that they've retained you at your normal rate. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it looks like you've done quite a bit of work.
I have done a lot of work.
Binders worth of work.
Yes.
And so how much have you been paid by the state or by the county?
I don't know exactly, but it's probably about $200,000, which is a lot.
All right. All right. Now I want to talk to you a little bit before we get into details about it, the nature of the house flipping business.
Okay.
I think you talked a little bit about this on direct. But the idea of someone who's in the business of flipping houses is you want to buy a property that appears to you to be undervalued for sale. Is that fair?
Well, you want to get a good deal on it. Is that what you mean?
Sure.
Yes.
So you look for something that maybe is a little below the value of the property.
Fair enough. Yes.
And the idea is you do just a little bit of rehabbing, right? You don't want to sink a ton of money into it or you're going to not make a profit.
Well, it depends, right? It depends. I mean, it depends on where where it's located and what's the upside. Ms. Richins' properties spanned a lot of those. Some of them were very small, easy fixes and flips. And then like the one that we were talking about, the Mill Creek project, that was enormous. The Provo project was enormous. So it could be any of the above.
Sure. But if you want to make money, the goal is to do as little rehabbing as you need to flip the property. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Sure.
And as I would say, put a little spit and polish on it and then get it ready for sale, right?
Fair enough.
Okay. And then the goal is to flip it as quickly as you can for more than you paid for it.
That's correct.
And enough more that it covers whatever you paid to spit and polish it.
That's the idea.
All right. And the nature of this business is the goal is to hold that property for as short a time as you possibly can before you flip it.
Absolutely, especially because of the way the financing works.
Right. And let's talk about that.
Okay.
So because the goal is only to hold that property for just a really short time, you often use what are called hard money lenders, right?
That is true.
And we did hear you talk about that on direct, but just as a quick refresh, because I think that was 20 years ago, the hard money lenders lend money without all of the formalities that a bank requires to lend money, right?
For example, that is correct. For example, the underwriting process is almost nil.
And to sound really kind of juvenile about it, it's basically wealthy people that are willing to loan you money short term for a short period of time at a super high interest rate, right?
Right. And they assume the risk of that. And in exchange, they have very strict zero tolerance default clauses that make a loan just skyrocket in cost and interest if it's not met, if those terms are not met.
And the reason for that is this is a risky business, yes? For both sides.
I'd say it's risky for the borrower.
And for the lender, because they're not putting someone through all the vetting that a bank would. They're just trusting them that they're going to show back up in 90 days and pay them off.
But you're missing a key piece. They secure that property with their trust deed, so they've secured their collateral.
Totally fair. That's absolutely right. So riskier for the person that's doing the flipping than for the hard money lenders.
Yes.
But the hard money lenders generally do not expect to get paid monthly payments in between when they loan the money and when they get paid back. Fair?
Well, it depends. And I think that's usually a true statement. Kouri Richins had most of her loans that were like that were 6-month balloons. There was nothing expected. In fact, when the subpoenas went out, I expected to get all these ledgers back, and nobody has a ledger because they didn't care. They just knew when the balloon was due, and they were going to get their money or their property.
Exactly right.
Ms. Richins had 3 property. Well, she had 2 lenders that had monthly payments.
And because of what you just said, the hard money lenders have what we call a promissory note, just a promise that if I don't pay you like I promise on this note, you can get the value, you can get the property and sell it yourself and recoup your money, right?
Yeah, there's a promissory note on any kind of a loan.
So when you put all those loans up there, they're backed by the collateral, the house.
Can you clarify which loans they put up where?
Sure. And that was a broad statement. So
I just want to make sure we're talking about because the loans I put up there are the payday loans, and those are different.
I'm talking about the hard money lenders.
Okay.
When you showed some notes, for example, where I think Matt Strong paid a couple $1 million on one property, somebody else paid $300,000 on another property. All those loans were backed by the property. They were totally secured.
For the first position lender, they're totally secured. The others are secured with the property, with the caveat that they are in second, third, and fourth position. For example, the Midway house, the Legacy Way house, the second, third, and fourth position lenders did not recoup any of their funds on that.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But if Kouri were to default on a promissory note and they went after the property and took it and sold it, Kouri would owe $0 because they would have recouped their note from the sale of the property.
That's true. She'd owe $0 and she would have made $0.
Right, but she'd owe $0.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. It's probably she would probably owe $0. I don't know. They could go after her for the residual. I don't know of a situation where that happened here, but
okay. Did you do any analysis of the average length of time Kouri held the properties before she would flip them?
No.
Okay.
I do know about every property, but I haven't compiled that into a schedule.
Did you mentioned you interviewed, I believe, some of the hard money lenders, is that right?
That's right.
And prior to Eric's death, every one of those hard money lenders got their money back from properties they gave to Kouri, or properties that they lent money to Kouri on, correct?
Let me think about that. Prior to Eric's death,
Yes.
No, that's not true. There's one of her early projects, I think it's Casperville, where she ended up $28,000 in the hole.
Okay.
On that project. So she walked away with no buyer proceeds from that. And that was not a successful project. And I haven't looked to analyze who got what, but that would be a situation where not everybody got their money back.
Do you know whether she made them whole with her own funds or in some other way?
I have not seen anything that reflects anything like that.
So you don't know?
I don't know. No.
Okay. So except for one occasion, on all these other deals that were done before Eric's death, all the hard money lenders got their money back from the deals they did with Kouri, plus interest.
I would say that's probably true, but I may come up with another one. I try not to deal in absolutes.
All right, now I want to talk about these bank accounts.
Okay.
And I appreciate that you were trying to, sorry. I appreciate that you were trying to track insufficient funds, things that popped back. I call them in my parlance bounced checks. That's what I know them as and have done. When you were tracking these, did you ever go back and see how or if or when they were made whole?
They weren't made whole.
Okay. So the bank continued to keep open accounts where $300,000 worth of checks were bounced, and you're saying there's no resolution of that on either side. The bank that sent it, the bank that got it. It's just they just let her continue to have checking accounts where she bounced over $300,000 in checks.
So can I answer your question with the description? So the Navy Federal accounts really never had any significant money in there at any time that I looked at. So there was no like deposit that came in 2 days later that just missed. There was never an attempt to try and cure that check on the Navy Federal side.
Let me stop you right there. Did you ever follow up and find out if Kouri made the person she wrote the checks to whole with another check out of another account in another way?
Well, we're talking about a couple different things. The checks that I'm talking about are the ones that she wrote to herself. Okay. She's the payee. So then, can I come back to that question? I'm trying to answer the prior one. Okay, so on the Navy Federal side, no, there was never an attempt to cure that.
Okay, but wait, stop right there. On the Navy Federal account, she was writing checks to herself.
That's right.
So did you track whether she actually put money in the account where she put the hot check, as I would say, to cover it later?
Well, and that's what I'm getting to. Okay. So she writes a set of checks to herself, and they get deposited into either the K. Richins Realty 6577 or that Kouri 5244. Those checks go in, and eventually, so they're returned unpaid by the bank, and so that makes the balance go way in the hole.
Sure.
Eventually, there are funds that go back to the account.
That's my point.
And my understanding of how banks work, banks and credit unions, they work, in answer to your question or your wondering about why would they allow her to continue going if she's bouncing all these checks. Financial institutions don't look at just this account or just the accounts by this person. They look at the relationship. And so we've also got Eric and C&E Masonry and whatever else. And so they will look at it from a business point of view. They don't want to kick her out because they've got another account that is making them money or is being dealt with differently. So that's the answer to your question, why they wouldn't just cease and desist and kick her out of the bank.
Because somewhere in these accounts, there's enough to cover these bounce checks, or they would shut that down.
The way you're saying that is not correct, and that's not what I just said.
Okay.
They will look at the totality of the relationship, and they want to honor that relationship. There's not a scenario in which they would dip into C&E's account to pay Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty's checks. So that's an important distinction of where I would quibble with what you're explaining.
Okay. I never saw anywhere in your myriad of check statements that we went through that there was one where she was a negative $300,000. So those checks were covered. Yes?
No, they weren't.
Okay.
No. Could I please explain what the negative 300,000 is? So it's a simple exercise where I looked at the bank account statements and I just added up the transactions that she tried to pay. And not all of those were paid. A lot of those were returned unpaid. So I'm not making any judgment call. I'm not making any conclusion other than looking at that K. Richins Realty account 6577. And that is what she tried to pay unsuccessfully without a fee.
And then other funds went into that account subsequently.
Right.
Every time.
Well, eventually, yeah.
Okay. That's
Yes.
it. All right. Now, I also noticed when you're putting up all these accounts, I didn't see any of Eric's. Did you analyze how much money Eric had?
I did look at their family accounts, and their family accounts, when I'm looking at an account, it's really easy to try and get kind of a cadence or an understanding of how that account is used and the characteristics of that account. The family account, as opposed to the K. Richins Realty and Kouri's personal account, was consistent. It always had a balance. That's where Eric's paycheck went in.
Let me stop you right there.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from Eric's paycheck, where else did all the money from the family account come from? Apart from Eric's paycheck.
There were distributions that came in from Eric's work, and there were occasionally, I know you've asked me this question before, and Kouri Richins did not put more money into that account than Eric Richins did.
Did she put a lot of money into that account?
She did put a lot of money into it, yes.
And that account was used for family, for paying mortgage, for paying trips, all their personal expenses, right?
Not all of them, but that is the family account. That's where the kids' expenses were paid. Not all credit cards were paid from there because not all credit cards were family credit cards.
And Kouri was regularly contributing to that account out of her business accounts.
I would not agree with that statement.
Okay. So we know Eric's paycheck goes into the family account.
That's
what
right.
about the other accounts you mentioned for Eric? You said Eric had a separate account.
There was a personal checking account, and I had reviewed that initially. It looked like it was squarely Eric's account, and the 5244 was squarely Kouri's personal account, and so I kind of set those aside. She used her personal account for her personal expenses, and he used his for things that appeared to be his.
And you do not know the arrangements that Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had as a couple about when they would make money available to each other, did you?
I don't.
Okay, so how much money was in Eric's personal account?
Habitually, there was enough to pay whatever was attempted to be paid from it. I know that my recollection is it had, 10,000, 20,000, something like that. I don't recall it bouncing checks, and I don't recall it going into the negative.
Okay, but you did not provide that to the jury to review in terms of assets that were out there for this family.
Objection, Your Honor.
Based on,
Your Honor, can we approach?
of course.
Your Honor. So just to be clear, we have not seen today in the multiple hours of your direct anything about that account that Eric had.
No, that's correct.
And you also mentioned you looked into C&E accounts.
That's right.
And C&E is the name of Eric's business.
Eric and Cody, right, his business partner.
Right. And that's where he kept his business profits, correct?
They kept theirs, yes.
Okay. And I didn't see those accounts today. We haven't talked about how much Eric was worth while he was alive, have we?
No, Kouri didn't have any control or access to the C&E account.
You understand they're married.
I understand that they're married, but that is not, that's a business account that was shared between two business partners.
Okay. But business owners can do something called a draw, right? What's a draw?
Your Honor, objection, scope.
Yeah, you're going to help me out. Do you want to approach for me?
Okay. The C&E accounts, that's the business accounts that Eric and his partner put money in for their business, correct?
That's where the revenues and their expenses were paid, yes.
And the jury saw multiple examples of C&E checking accounts today during your direct, did they not?
That's right.
And routinely, the dollar amounts in those accounts were in the strong six figures, correct?
Routinely, yes.
Okay. And you don't know what arrangement Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had about whether or not he would invest in her business, whether or not he would be a silent partner, whether or not he would help her fund her business. You don't know that, do you?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to talk a little bit about the Barney house, Chelsea Barney's house. You guys spent a couple hours on that, or about an hour and a half on that today in direct. And as I understand your testimony, Ms. Barney was going to provide $45,000, or did provide $45,000, which you traced all through Ms. Richins' accounts, to Ms. Richins to be used at a closing in the future, correct?
To be used at a closing that day.
Thought they never had the closing.
Well, they didn't.
Right.
My understanding of that whole text string is that there was this closing that was going to happen imminently, and this was the $45,000 down payment that Chelsea was paying toward the house to then be in her name.
Right. And the $45,000 Well, strike that. Let me back it up just a little bit so it's not confusing. Kouri Richins Realty had already purchased the Chelsea Barney home prior to all this, correct?
That's right.
And you went through all the effort she was making to try. Well, let me ask it this way. When it's first purchased, the idea was probably to flip it, right? Like she does all her business.
No,
She was going to keep it.
she was going to keep this one.
Okay, but she had hard money lenders the same way she did on her other flip properties.
Well, she's got those two different kinds. She's got the hard money where she's got a 6-month balloon and she doesn't have to pay anything in between. And then she's got the other ones where she has a due date, a maturity date, and she has to make those monthly payments. This was one of those. And so her original loan was due January 8th of 2022. And that's about the time that this transaction with Chelsea is going on.
Okay. And as you explained in your direct, she was trying to shop around for a long-term mortgage to get better terms of the mortgage, right?
Right. With David Ige and Excel, she was trying to refinance a few things.
Right. And while she's looking for a new mortgage package, Chelsea sends her this $45,000, right?
No, I think I could be wrong about this. She had been dealing with David Ige since August and September of 2021. It was right about this time that everything just fell apart because he needed wet signatures from Doreen and he never got those.
Okay,
And
so
everything
try
fell
to
apart.
focus on my question if you can.
Okay.
While Kouri's looking for a new mortgage lender, a new mortgage package, during the time that she's shopping for people, and you kept putting up all the ways she's trying to get new lending, that's when Chelsea provided to Kouri the $45,000.
I don't know. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know what she's doing. What I can say in response to your question is that I'm aware that she had been dealing with David Ige on a number of properties over a number of months. I don't know who else she might have been shopping, looking for a new loan. I know that she had a deadline and she had extended that loan.
Okay, I thought you said she was shopping with Excel.
She was.
Okay, so that's one person she's shopping for, right? You brought that up.
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand and answer your question. You said she's shopping to all these lenders. I don't know that. I know that she was consulting with David Ige and had applied for a loan to refinance a number of properties through him.
Okay.
And there were 3 different phases with him trying to get that funding. Doreen was brought in trying to get that funding, and it did not come to pass.
Exactly. So the $45,000 was not put in a trust account at a closing firm, right? It was given just to Kouri.
That is true. And
Wait, please
Okay.
wait and let me just ask my
Sorry.
questions.
my apologies.
So the $45,000 is given to Kouri, not in trust, not to be held, was given to Kouri, correct?
That's right.
Okay. As long as Kouri Richins shows up at the closing, whenever it's set with $45,000, she's complied with her agreement with Chelsea, correct?
I suppose that would be true.
So if Kouri knows that she's got money coming prior to that closing that will more than cover the $45,000, and she uses the money quickly to pay some quick debt, she still hasn't violated her agreement with Chelsea if she shows up at the closing with $45,000, correct?
You're on her foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I believe some of that requires a legal conclusion. I'm not a lawyer, and that's for the jury to decide. If in that scenario that you've described, that would be her kind of floating that money,
Right.
just saying, I know eventually I have to come up with $45,000.
Right.
So in your scenario, okay.
Okay. And then what happened before they got to the closing? Do you happen to know?
I'm sorry, that's a big ambiguous question. No, I don't. Okay. I don't know what you're after.
Do you know whether Kouri was arrested before they were able to do the closing?
Kouri was arrested 14 months later.
Are you talking about the closing on Chelsea Barney's house?
I think what you're asking me is, so Chelsea Barney gave her the money in January of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Eric died in March of 2022. Kouri was arrested in May of 2023, coming out of the title company in which she borrowed $95,000 using that home as collateral.
Okay.
Along with the Roy house that Kouri also owned. And then she used that $95,000 for debt payments of her own.
Okay.
So is that the closing you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So then I want to talk to you about the HELOC. Katie, can you please bring up 5-89D? This is in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. And that's where you kind of kept track of the balance on the HELOC, right?
This is correct.
And
Yeah.
Katie, can you blow up the dates on across the top line? Make them bigger. That's good. So this begins in March of 2019 when the first 50,000 or so was drawn down out of the HELOC, correct?
Yeah, 60,000. Yes. And can I say something about the dates before you continue?
No, I
Okay.
appreciate you waiting on my question. So from 2019 until 2020, there was a significant amount drawn down on the line of credit, correct?
That's correct.
And then it looks like in November of 2020, there was a nice little payment made that made it smaller.
It was in October.
October, thank
Yes.
you. Looks like November on that, but I believe you. If Eric Richins' sister testified that Eric became aware of the use of this HELOC back in 2020 and it precipitated his creation of a trust, would it be fair to say that if he knew about this back in 2020, for the whole rest of that chart, Eric is still utilizing the HELOC, Eric and Kouri?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that there's no more significant payments made by either Eric or Kouri all the way up until Eric's death?
There's never evidence that Eric made a payment. So,
All right.
yes,
So is it fair then to conclude that if he knew about this in 2020 and never made a payment until his death 2 years later, that he was aware of this and could have checked it at any time? His name is on the account, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
His name is on the HELOC, right?
that's correct.
So is in all your experience and your expertise, if he calls the bank and says, hey, what's the balance on my HELOC? And it's in his name, as you said on your exhibit, they're certainly going to tell him, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It lacks foundation.
Your Honor. Okay, let me ask it another way. Eric's name's on the HELOC. You put that evidence in yourself, right? Yes.
That's correct. Yes.
As an owner of a HELOC, do you have access to your own statement balance at any time you want to look at it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to talk about, you can take that down, thank you. I want to talk about the tax returns. And I just want to make sure I got this right, because I hear the word tax and it's not my favorite word. You're basically saying that she over-reported her income on her taxes. Is that fair?
No. Well, the net income. What I'm saying is the accounting that she gave to her tax preparer, her CPA tax preparer, for the expenses on her properties did not match what her own notations in her bank account.
So because of that error, she paid too much taxes, in your opinion, like a lot too much taxes.
She had a larger tax liability. And remember, I also said there's that big category of loans, all those payday loans are not on the CPA's financial statements. Like for 2021, for example, there's nothing.
Well, and if she'd have reported the loan, she'd have paid even less taxes, right?
Absolutely.
So she way over-reported her taxes and paid too much taxes.
Whether or not she actually paid them, that's a different story. But the tax liability was significantly larger than it would have been had she accounted for everything correctly.
And you stated through Mr. Bloodworth that it's possible she did this just to look successful to people.
That is not what I said.
Okay.
And a note about the 2019 tax return, I don't know if it was ever filed.
Well, that's a good point.
I do know that she prepared it and she did submit it to the government as part of her PPP loan forgiveness.
Did you ever review the packet of information of what she actually did submit to her accountant?
Yes, I've looked at every page.
And do you have any evidence as you sit here today that she ever provided proof of that tax return to any of her hard money lenders?
I don't know which, other than giving, submitting it to the government and through UCCU Credit Union for that loan forgiveness. I don't know if she ever showed that to anybody else.
So it's fair to say that if she never did, it's pretty hard to argue the whole reason she way overpaid her taxes was to look successful to people if she never shared it with anyone. Fair?
No, because you're talking about just that one tax return. Greg White did not prepare that tax return. Greg White prepared other tax returns for her.
Do you know how Greg White is related to Eric Richins or to Kouri Wright? I'm sorry, his business partner?
No, I don't.
Did you know they were family?
No.
Okay, so now I want to talk about also just very quickly, because I'm about to wrap up and I don't want to leave this behind. When we were talking about the bank statements that you put on, you don't know, you don't have any personal knowledge as to how Kouri got the C&E bank statements, do you?
I do.
You know how she got them?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that?
I've interviewed Kouri Wright, and he has there was a time when, well, there are two reasons why she would have had access to those.
Okay, let me stop you. So you're speculating on how she could have gotten them, right?
No, I'm telling you what I understand from my work.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a time when Kouri Wright and Eric Richins, being the business partners, had their wives associated with the back office kind of stuff, doing the books for the business and that sort of thing. And there was a time that those responsibilities were shifted only to Cody's wife and taken away from Kouri Richins.
When was that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. I
Okay,
don't.
so stop there.
Okay.
The statements you introduced today from C&E were all in 2021. Do you know whether or not Kouri had those responsibilities taken away from her prior to 2021?
I don't remember what he said.
Okay, so if her responsibilities were taken away from her by 2021, do you have any knowledge of how she would have gotten those C&E bank statements?
My understanding is the family computer at the house was actually the C&E, a C&E laptop, I should say. And I don't know if it was the C&E, but it was a C&E.
So she could have pulled it off her husband's computer, right?
That's possible.
Or her husband could have pulled it off his computer and handed it to her.
He could have. That would have been a really curious thing for him to do.
Okay. But you don't know.
No.
All right. Now I want to talk about the profit and the taxes, the profit and loss analysis, all of these things that you were doing. Is it fair to say that someone who's not a you, someone who's a me, who barely can balance their checkbook, that we judge our success on what we report to the IRS every year? Did we make money? Did we lose money? Is that fair?
1 second, Ms. Carrington.
Cutting calls for speculation, not sure foundation, not sure where we're going, really.
I'll give Ms. Nestor some limited latitude. Let's see where this goes, Ms. Nestor.
Is that fair that the average person that's not a financial expert, if you said, did you have a good year financially, you look at your taxes and say, yeah, I made money this year?
I think first it would be, do I have money in my bank account and can I pay for groceries after I pay my car payment?
Okay.
That average kind of concerns that a person or family would have. I will say yes, that what you're talking about does play into that. I don't know if that's the first place I would look. I'd look at my day-to-day, but I think I understand what you're saying, and I would say that that's part of it.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that there was that there was some forensic financial person back in 2020, 2021, 2022, reviewing Kouri's business for her and doing what you've done here today?
I doubt very much that there was much of any of that. There's no QuickBooks evidence that I can find. I have not seen any ledgers. The stuff that Kouri Richins submitted to her CPA was on spreadsheets, and it was very, very detailed. It just wasn't correct.
Okay. So, and you certainly concede that what you're doing here today is looking backwards in time and trying to analyze things that happened in the past with someone you've not been able to talk directly to, correct?
That is correct. I have not spoken to Kouri Richins.
So you don't see in all the hundreds and thousands of documents that you reviewed to come up with your conclusions today, you never saw any suggestion that there was someone auditing her business?
No, I think that would have been a benefit to her.
Sure would have. You never saw anybody doing a profit and loss analysis by property in her company, in her business for her?
Her tax accountant was doing that based on the stuff that she gave to him.
Yeah, and you said he got it wrong, right?
Based on the stuff that she gave to him, sure.
And you didn't see that she was conferring, you didn't see emails with financial advisors or business advisors?
No, there's an email string between her and Matt Strong where they talk about how to reduce tax liability by retaining rental properties.
And she was getting advice from him, right? Because she didn't know that stuff, and he was helping her.
I don't know why.
You read the email.
In that specific instance, but I'm sorry, I thought your question was a little more general. No, I think she was so busy running her business, acquiring properties, trying to fix them up, acquiring funding, capital, wherever she could grab it, that the tracking of finances was completely just not on the priority list.
And you don't have any personal knowledge as to how involved Eric was with her, if she talked with him about it every night, if she talked with him about it every morning. You don't know.
No, I do not.
And did you even know that the day he died, he was out working on one of her properties, spreading gravel? Did you even
I do know that.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not she got advice from other people besides her husband, Matt Strong. You don't know.
I don't.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Overruled. the jury can hear both pieces of what Ms. Carrington just said.
And speaking of Matt Strong, there was one thing I did want to bring up. Katie, just for the witness only, Your Honor, could we please pull up Exhibit 1066? Did you review this when you were looking at all of your documents?
Yes, I did.
And you relied upon this in terms of making conclusions about potential rehab of the Midway mansion?
I did, absolutely.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 1066.
I can't, Kate, can you zoom in? I can't see what it is. Okay, from that to Kouri. So the bottom half is from Kouri, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you seeking to admit the entire thing or just the top half?
Yes, sir, the entire thing.
No objection, hearsay.
Can we approach?
Sure. The state's hearsay objection regarding Kouri's side of this conversation is sustained.
Without revealing what is in this email or commenting on what was said in the email, once you read this, plus the email that we put up on the screen that showed Ms. Richins did not have the $3 million available to rehab, is it your understanding as you were doing your analysis that there was never an intent to do a significant rehab on the Midway property?
I understand that's kind of where she landed.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I'm very close.
No problem.
I do want to talk about one more thing before we wrap up, and that's this concept of valuation.
Okay.
You made a statement that a house is valued at whatever someone's willing to pay it for it, right?
That's not just my definition. That's the IRS, and that's
Okay.
business valuation 101.
Certainly, if I had two houses and I decided I wanted to give you one for a great deal because I think you're great, and I said, you know what, Miss Carrington, I'm going to sell you my house for $5. Doesn't mean that my house is valued at $5. It means that's what the value you put on my house or that I put on my house, right?
That's the value that you put on your house, I suppose. Yeah,
Right.
sure.
And the county, every year we get a little letter from the county telling us what they think our house is valued at, and that's what they tax us at, right?
That is the assessed value. That
Right.
is not what they actually think it's worth, but that's the assessed value.
And it's kind of a rule of thumb that the county actually does us a break and usually values it way below what it actually is, what you could sell it for.
Yeah, they at least in Salt Lake County, which is the county where I'm most familiar, they do it every 4 years, and they draw it from comps, comparable properties.
Right. And so you're certainly not suggesting to this jury that the Midway mansion was only worth $2.9 million just because that was the purchase price, right?
I think every indicator is that it wasn't worth a whole lot more than that.
Do you know what it actually ended up selling for?
I do.
How much did it actually end up selling for?
It was about 3.4 million. Matt Strong sold the note. It's a complicated transaction, but Matt Strong foreclosed on it.
And wait, stop right there. He foreclosed on it after Kouri was arrested, correct?
It was in the works already. I think the actual notice of default was filed shortly after.
After Kouri was arrested.
Right, like 4 days after, but it had been coming for many months. I mean, we have to look at the totality of the circumstance. She had defaulted on this many months before, and there were indicators that this was coming one way or another.
If Kouri had been able to stay till the very bitter end when the sale was made, they would have made $1.5 million.
No, nowhere close.
What did you just say they sold it for?
He sold it. He sold the note. So this,
not the note. What did they sell the house
but this is part of the transaction. Okay. He sold the note to the current owners. So what that meant is he sold the rights to collect on this debt from Kouri Richins. And at the time, he sold that for $3.7 million. And then it went into the trustee sale because it was foreclosed. And the Harns, the current owners, paid $3.4 million for that property.
So the current owners that live in it now bought that property for $3.4 million about 2 years after Kouri bought it for $2.9.
Let me do the math. They bought it she bought it in March of 22. I think it's a year and a half.
Better. 18 months later, they made
somewhere like that.
About $500,000 in profit.
No. Because they bought it from themselves.
Okay. What was the purchase price that it was ultimately sold for?
$3.4 million, but they bought it from themselves.
I understand. Do you know the condition of the property when they bought it for $3.4 million?
I do.
Okay. Had they rehabbed it?
No.
So they hadn't done anything to it, and they sold it for 3.4.
And they also hadn't dealt with the Armored Corps of Engineers.
So had they been able to do all that, it would have realistically sold for more.
Okay, let me understand your question. If it's completed, finished, and all the issues with the wetlands and having to grow the new plants and all that stuff, if that's all, I would think it's worth more.
Okay. Now, you're here today to give a snapshot of a financial condition at a certain moment in time, right?
No.
Okay, let me rephrase it. You're here to look backwards at Kouri Richins' financial situation, right?
Could you please restate that? And what time frame are you looking?
Backwards, the past.
From today?
From today, backwards from today, you are here to evaluate in the past what Kouri Richins' financial situation was.
No projections for the future.
Correct.
Okay, yes.
But certainly, and you're here to do that, to come up with your conclusion that at the time that Eric died, she was financially, I believe your words were, in distress. That's your conclusion.
Yes.
Okay. And certainly you would agree with me that every single person who's in financial distress does not opt for a solution of murder to fix their distress.
Objection.
Is that fair?
Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth.
Speculate.
Sustained.
Okay. If in fact Ms. Richins was in financial distress, that does not, you're not here to say she killed her husband, are you?
That's for the jury to decide. I am not making any conclusion about that at all.
Because you don't have any knowledge about that at all.
Well, that's
Objection, Your Honor.
Asked, answered. Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge personally about whether or not on the night of March 3rd, Eric Richins voluntarily ingested
Ms. Nestor
fentanyl?
asked and answered.
That question that I just asked?
When she said she doesn't know anything about that, she meant she doesn't know anything about that.
Okay. And nothing in all the 100 and some thousand pages that you reviewed, did you ever see any statement by Kouri Richins written down to anyone, to any of our investors, to anybody, saying, I know I'm going to fix this problem. I'm going to kill my husband and then I'll have plenty of money?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see any of that?
Overruled. Ms. Carrington, you can answer the question.
There's an email between her and Mount Strong where she talks about the inconvenience of being married.
Okay, so does that answer the question I just asked you?
You've asked, I'm not trying to create anything, but you said, is there anything that indicated anything? And, I don't talk like that.
So apart from an email that she sent saying it was inconvenient being married, have you ever seen any suggestion in anything in writing that Kouri's financial plan was to collect on life insurance and pay all this money off? Have you ever seen that?
To collect the life insurance to pay everything off? No.
Thank you.
Mr. Blood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carrington, in analyzing Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty's finance, did you see any evidence that Eric Richins or C&E was investing in her business?
Not really. There's the Franson Lane house in Oakley, where I can see some checks that were paid and they indicate a draw. So they're from C&E. They get deposited into Kouri Richins' bank account. And then when she sells that project in March of 2021, that's that big spike in my graph, that orange line that's bumping along the bottom and it spikes up. As soon as she sells that Franson Lane, the Oakley house, she pays C&E $217,000. That's about what they had paid in. And the memos on the checks say, draw number 1, draw number 2, and they indicate that house. And I have talked to Cody Wright about that. And he said, he's explained to me what the arrangement was for that particular house. It was related to the fact that Eric had just learned about the HELOC and he was afraid of losing his house. And so that's why C&E was involved with that particular project. Absent that, I don't see any indicator that C&E or Eric was an investor or a participant in any of the transactions. He's not on any of the bank accounts. He's not on any of the real estate documents or loans or anything like that.
Does the accounting suggest that C&E money put into the Franson Lane project was a bailout?
I don't understand what you mean.
Was that money needed to see the project through to completion?
It spanned the rest of the project, if that's what you mean. And it was significant, and then they were paid $217,000, which was about, so K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins got $406,000 from that. And then Kouri got $60,000 in commissions from that project. And then once that hit the bank account, other expenses, let me say that, were paid for that project, and then the 217. So whether or not that was a bailout, I don't know if that's how they would term it, but it's my understanding it was not expected as she went. Eric Richins and C&E did not expect to be participating in that project at the outset. It was somewhere in the middle.
Other than that Franson Lane project, any other C&E or Eric Richins involvement in Kouri Richins or her business activities?
No.
Turning back to the Midway mansion, she closed March 5th, 2022. The value was 2.9 million, but she took out 3.2 million in loans. You said at some point through various trust sales, trust auctions, the house sold for $3.4 million.
That's right.
And before that, it was foreclosed on. Do you know when it was foreclosed on?
It was foreclosed in May of 2023.
So between purchase March 5th, 2022 and foreclosure on May of 2023, did the $3.2 million in debt on the house stay static?
No,
Did it grow?
it did. The clauses in the lending agreements, for example, the loan, the 2.6 million that the Sierra West and Mount Strong loaned to her, that loan agreement says you've got 6 months to repay this 2.6 million plus 15% interest. So it's due on September 4th of 2022. That's 6 months. And then the loan agreement also says if that does not happen, then there's a 2% default fee. And then that's about $50,000 tacked onto it. And then every month after that, it's another 2% that is tacked onto it. And it's still accruing interest. So, and it's capitalized, which makes a big difference. It's not just something else that's out there. It makes the loan principal larger. So that also increases the interest. And upon default, it goes from 15%, which is already expensive, to 28%. So the whole thing just kind of blows up.
So at the point Matt Strong and Sierra West foreclosed on Kouri Richins, how much did she owe on the Midway mansion?
Let me think back. I think it's about 3.8 million at that time that she owed, that she owed on that note, and then it grew after that, continued to grow after that.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Ms. Nestor, within the scope of redirect, please.
Okay, you just testified that you were not aware of Eric being involved in any of the properties other than the Franson Lane. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, Katie, can you please bring up 5-93D2 just for the witness? Okay. So actually, this has been admitted, Your Honor. Can we show it to the jury?
Of course.
So here you have Eric and C&E Masonry as a funding option for Kouri Richins. Is that correct on your own exhibit?
That's correct. So that's the 2020 to 2021 time period.
Right.
So she bought that Franson Lane project, and she was working on it in October of 2020. She ended up selling it in March of 2021. And so that's why during this time period, that's what I mean. It's the one project. I'm aware of a real estate schedule that she submitted to many of her lenders, and she includes projects that were Fox Lake Investments that are Eric and Cody's, his business partners, and she included them as her own, but they were not her own.
Okay, so I'll get to Fox Lake in a minute,
Okay.
but are you aware that Eric was a lender on the Mill Creek property, that he lent $40,000?
I did not see a trust deed or anything, so no, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. I want to talk about this Fox Lake business that you just mentioned.
Okay.
This is a business that basically was a flip business as well, right?
I think that was the anticipation, yes.
So Eric started his own flip business with his business partner. Is that right?
And they had a third partner as well.
And who was that?
It's like BlackRock and I'm sorry, I can't remember, but it's an LLC. It's a third party, not related to anybody we've talked about. So it's just completely separate and distinct.
Okay. And do you know whether Fox Lake would have been a separate entity from CNE?
I mean, like, were they a DBA or were they separate?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? I have looked at that. I believe that they are separate, but
So
Not sure.
did you evaluate Fox Lake and the value of it?
the value of the company.
Mhm.
I've looked at their bank account statements and I've traced their projects, and they had nothing to do with Kouri Richins.
Okay, but just bear with me. What was the value that you came up with on Fox Lake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please give me just a little bit of leeway here.
Little bit.
Go ahead. What was the value of Fox Lake?
Okay, let me ask you to clarify your question. Are you talking about valuing their business?
Just how much assets did they appear to have in your analysis of them?
I know that they had a few projects, and I'm going from just their bank account statements and my 14 schedules that you have, the fours, those are every account I've looked at, and you can see that I have looked at them. The Fox Lake Investments, I know that they had a few projects. I really don't know much about them because they had nothing to do with the family, Eric and Kouri Richins. They had nothing to do with her.
So if there's a prenup that prohibits Kouri from recovering any assets from C&E, it wouldn't apply to Fox Lake because Fox Lake's a separate entity, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
Is Fox Lake a separate entity from C&E?
I honestly can't remember. I know that they have a separate registration, but whether they are a DBA, a doing business as, and so they're under the CNE, or whether they're separate, I just don't remember.
Okay. And at some point, was Kouri Richins listed on the Fox Lake paperwork?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you check that?
I did.
All right. And you also mentioned that you traced, strike that.
I need to say also, she's not a signer on the Fox Lake account,
On the
bank account.
statement, right?
She's not.
Okay. And did you, just to make sure on the accountings that we're talking about, did you ever account for cash?
I'm sorry, which
Cash on
accountants?
hand, like cash that the Richins actually had?
I believe that the original inventory, but this is not in the confines of this case. Let me answer it this way. I understand that there was a safe in the garage, and I understand that there may have been a lot of cash there. That's outside of the scope of looking at the financial statements and things.
So if someone testifies to how much cash was in that safe, that is not accounted for anywhere in here in your asset evaluation.
No.
Okay. And you also,
I know there was like $10,000 or something in a backpack or something that was part of the search warrant.
Okay.
And
that cash isn't in here either.
no.
And also,
I don't know anything about where it came from, whose it was. So no.
okay. And also, did you account for Kouri Richins' life insurance policies and their cash value anywhere in your asset evaluation?
No, because she's alive.
Okay, but you understand that some life insurance policies you can draw down out of, right?
I understand what you're talking about, but I think
So can you answer my question? Anywhere in your evaluation,
No.
did you include life insurance value that Kouri Richins holds on herself?
No.
All right. Did you also check on Eric Richins' life insurance policies if they were if they were like whole life where you can draw down out of them?
they're not whole life.
Okay, they're all term.
Yes.
And the dates of those policies, with one exception, all predated 2020 when he purchased those policies.
Well, they purchased the policies in 2017, I think,
Okay.
except that last one.
The $100,000 one.
Right. That
Okay.
she got right before he died.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
No, sir.
Ms. Nestor, may we release this witness?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Carrington, you are free to go. You're released from the subpoena.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Your Honor, can we approach on scheduling?
of course. Gentlemen, appreciate your patience today. We're going to recess for the day. As noted, we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. I appreciate your patience with my calendar. Same warnings. These require diligence, so please be thoughtful. You have to affirmatively avoid any information regarding the case. So please affirmatively avoid watching, listening, or reading anything about the case. Please don't speak about it. Don't let anyone else speak to you about it. And please don't do any research of any kind. See you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, so
Yes, thank you, sir.
I've already got today's queued up. Let me get it over. We'll get it shared. I'll start from the beginning of today so we don't miss anything. And get that going.
All right, have a seat. Good morning. We will proceed with additional testimony in the state's case in chief. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
LaShonda Rogers.
Ms. Rogers, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
You're going to drag that. There you go. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers, could you please state your full name and then spell your full name for the court?
Yes, LaShonda Rogers, LaShawanda, and Rogers is RODGERS.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes,
How are you employed?
for New York Life Insurance Company.
And what do you do for New York Life Insurance Company?
I'm a senior representative in the call center.
Can you briefly explain to the jury what you do as a Platinum Senior Advisor?
Yes, I take inbound phone calls from platinum agents that service clients all over the United States. I answer questions in regards to beneficiary changes, ownership changes, make payments on policies, and just discuss anything overall insurance related that they have questions on.
Do you know or know of an agent from Utah named Brian Freckleton?
Yes, I do.
And did you receive a call from him, an inquiry on June 2nd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So on that day, did he explain to you a problem that he had observed and that he wanted some reconciliation or information?
Yes, he did.
Briefly, just tell us what the conversation was about, not for the purpose of proving any truth, just so we know what you were doing afterwards. So briefly explain.
Okay, so when Mr. Freckleton called, he wanted some information on some beneficiary changes that had happened on a policy. He wanted to know why they had been changed and finagled with several times. So I explained to him through research what happened.
Okay. And so were you able to get that information on that day of the phone call, June 2nd?
Not all of it. I had to reach out to another department to get additional information, and then I followed up with him a few days later.
I see. By email?
Correct.
Okay. Can we take a look at, first of all, let's take a brief look at States Exhibit 7-20, please. Can you scroll through that, Scott?
They can see them for you if you'd like. It's not a touch screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
If you
My-
can't see it, they can see it for you.
My view is kind of fuzzy.
Yes, mine is as well.
Is there a reason it would be out of focus? It's never been out of focus before.
That tablet's a little bit out of focus.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have trouble
Do you
seeing
mind
it?
if I lean over and just
No,
make sure you're seeing?
Your Honor, please.
She has as clear a view as I do. Scott, I think it'd be helpful for the witness if you could zoom in. The type is pretty small.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
You're
There we go. Thank you so much.
Okay, so does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what this is, or for the court, I guess?
Well, this page is what the agent had sent to the client. That's not something that I sent.
Okay, so let's scroll to the very beginning, or that would be the end of the document. The very last page, if you will. Okay, so does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the email exchange that you had with Mr. Freckleton?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's go, we can set that aside for now. Let's take a look at States Exhibit 7-19, please. This is a multi-page document. actually 23 pages. As he's scrolling through that, does it look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'd like to have you take a look at page 13 of this document. Perhaps we could focus in. There you go.
Thank you.
Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What is this information depicting?
This information is providing the client's policy number, who the insured is, the address, the date of birth. It's showing beneficiary changes, address change, beneficiary change, beneficiary change. And it has the policy number, it has the insured name there as well.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate copy of the policies, buy-sell policies that you recall seeing?
Yes.
The state would offer, State's Exhibit 719?
All right, states 7-19 is admitted. Do you want me to publish to the jury?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could we scroll down just one more little block, I think? Okay, so this appears to be going in reverse chronological order, right? So the older things are at the bottom and it gets newer as you go towards the top. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So on January 1st, at the very bottom of this document, is there a change from one to another on that date with one policy?
There is, it's not showing on this specific page, but yes, there is. It's not showing specifically like
Okay.
on this page.
So do you see the highlighted portion where it says one,
Yes.
two? So what is the policy number here?
167-35141.
Okay. And in this particular case, who is the owner of that policy? Do you know? Does it show here?
It does not.
Okay. Does it show who the insured is and who, in other words, the person whose life is being insured?
Yes, it does.
And who is that?
Cody M. Wright.
Okay. Then does it show who the beneficiary is in this little block here?
It does not. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yes, it does. Eric Richardson, partner 100%. I apologize.
Okay. Then in the next block, up from that, is that the same policy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the 141?
Yes.
Okay, and effective date of this entry is January 1st?
January 2nd.
I'm
I'm sorry, effective date. Excuse me. Yes, January 1st. Yes.
Okay. And again, this is the policy on the life of Cody, right?
Yes.
Okay. And has the beneficiary changed?
Yes.
Okay. Who is it changed to?
Kouri Richins, spouse 100%.
Okay. So where before it said partner, Eric Richins, partner 100%, now it says Kouri Richins, spouse 100%.
That is correct.
Okay. Can we scroll up just a little bit, please, Scott? Okay. We see another beneficiary change here in the center of the of this page. Again, it's entered on January 2nd, but the effective date is January 1st.
That is correct.
Okay. And again, we're talking about that same policy, 141.
Yes.
Cody Wright is the life that's being insured,
Yes.
and beneficiary.
Eric Richins, business partner 100%.
Okay, so it's changed back.
That is correct.
Okay. Is this the question that Freckleton was asking you about, this whole issue changing from one to the other?
Yes.
Okay. How does the owner of a policy, can they change their beneficiaries? For example, if I buy a policy on my life for my daughter, could I change the policy? Well, I think I want to give 50% to my daughter and 50% to my wife. Could I do that?
Yes, as the owner, you're able to make those changes.
Okay, and you would do it through some portal or something online, or?
Yes, that is an option, mynyl.com.
Okay. In this, I guess you could do it by calling up an agent or calling up one of your colleagues.
That is correct. You're able to do so over the phone as well as filling out a form.
I see. Okay. In this case, were you trying to find out how it was done and who did it?
Not the how and who, just I was trying to figure out exactly, let me rephrase that. So I know that it was done by someone in New York Life. I'm sorry, wait. I was trying to explain to the agent where the changes came from.
Okay. And you talked to your colleagues?
Yes, so I reached out to another department to get more clarification on IP addresses, et cetera, to confirm who exactly made the changes from the MyNYL portal.
Okay. So when you're making these changes through the MyNYL portal, can a beneficiary or someone unrelated to that policy get in there and change the beneficiary, for example?
No,
Okay. Who can get in there and change if they so desire?
the owner and anyone that has the owner's information.
Okay. All right. So in other words, if I found the password and the credentials, I could log in, I suppose, and change somebody else's.
Yes.
All right. All right. So, when you did your research, can we go, first of all, I still need 719. I need to go to page 15, if you could, please. Is that page 15?
That's correct.
Okay. Does this tell you, and I think we need to scroll up just one more so we have the policy ending in 141? Okay. Does this page tell you who the owner is?
Yes, it does.
Okay, policy 141 is owned by who?
Eric E. Richins.
Okay. Now I'm through with this one. Can we go to 720, please? I think we've laid the foundation, so I would offer States Exhibit 20. This is the email chain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. No objection. States 7-20 is admitted.
We would ask permission to publish.
It's up.
Okay. Can we go to the very last page of this? So is this your very first email to Brian Freckleton?
That is correct.
Okay. And in this, you're saying, hey, this is in response to your question last week?
Yes.
Okay. Then can we scroll down to the next portion? On this, is this the information that you acquired from looking at talking to your colleagues and looking at the rest of the data?
That is correct.
Okay, so can you explain to the jury what it is that you found out?
So I found out that on January 1st, 2022, the beneficiary was changed from Kouri to Eric, back to Kouri, and then to Eric again,
Okay,
within a few minutes of each other,
okay, all on that same day.
all on that same day.
I see. And were you able to, at that moment, provide some of the details of how that transaction occurred?
Yes.
What was it?
So after speaking with the representatives in our IT department, they stated that all were from Eric Richins login and all from the same IP address.
Okay. Then, did you continue working on this for a couple more days after this and exchanging emails with Brian Freckleton?
I believe this may have been the last one.
Let's go to June 9th, please. So it should be near the top. Couple bullets. Okay. This is the email from you.
Yes, we are going backwards. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
so
see.
June 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And you're reviewing further information. A general point, you give a general point about who can log on, just generally speaking. In order to get into somebody's account, you have to have what?
Their login credentials.
Okay. So that means a password, a registered email address?
That is correct. And a username.
Okay. And in this particular case, it appeared to be coming from whose email address?
Kouri Richins.
Now, did you also get further information that all interaction was coming from that same email address?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I have for this witness.
Good morning, Ms. Rogers.
Good morning, Alex.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good seeing you again.
Good to see you as well.
I wanted to make some clarifications. I'd like to talk to you about client IDs.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. From the documents that we've seen, what I'll do is I will pull up let's go with 720, I believe it was state 720. No, I'm sorry. 719. Thank you.
One moment.
Do you see that there?
No, nothing has
not
come
yet.
up. Okay. Yes.
Perfect. Now that client ID right there, can you?
Do you want me to show this to the jury?
Oh, sure, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize.
Very good.
That client ID we see there that's highlighted, whose client ID is that?
Eric's,
That one's Eric's?
I believe, just first glance at this is Eric's. Yes.
Okay. And then if we can, actually, you know what I'll do? If we could pull up, let's do this one. 1 second. Can you just publish this just to Ms. Rogers, please? And let me know if you recognize this.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is, and would you please make it a little bit bigger, zoom in?
And you know what I can
Thank
do?
you.
Is if this is helpful, this is just a hard copy of it. It may probably make it easier to. It's the same, is that right? There you go.
Thank you.
you want to just go through that and see if you recognize that. And if you could focus on the client ID or try to find a client ID there.
So this page does not have a client ID listed. It does have the owner's name, Eric, and it has his address and email address here, but
So
it's not specific to the client ID because it's
Perfect.
not listed.
So is this one similar to the one we just saw that was Cody's? On 7, if we can
No,
pull
they're
up
two different.
719 for her.
That's two different type of views for this, but that other view just showed the insured information. But this is showing just Eric's information.
So let's go ahead and maybe this will help.
So that client ID that's listed here is for Cody.
For Cody.
Correct. That's the one that's circled.
Maybe we go to page 14.
Of what document?
This is for Eric.
So are we talking 719 or are we talking 1046?
1046 right now.
Okay.
Yep. And so there on your screen is just a electronic copy of what I just showed you. And that client ID, that one is Mr. Wright. Is that correct? Or Eric's?
No, Eric's starts with a 9, not with this 153.
Okay, let's do this. The one we previously showed you, you had indicated that that was Eric, so maybe there was a mix-up. So Eric starts with a 9?
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Is it 99? Well, look, before we complicate more things, we move to admit this document, Judge's Defense Exhibit 1047.
That's not the one on the screen right now.
This one is.
This is 1047?
Yeah, they look the same. 1046.
Let's go back to the beginning to make sure we're talking.
Yeah,
about the
so
same
we go to
thing.
the first page then.
Okay.
So they
So
look,
this is defendants 1046.
Correct.
Mr. Burmester, any objection?
Well, I think we need foundation to establish exactly which one we're looking at. And is it different or the same as?
Mr. Ramos, just for clarity of the
Sure.
record, would you lay a little foundation for
can we
this
put
witness?
1046 and state 719 side by side? I think that would be the clearest because they look identical.
Okay,
And then I'll ask Ms.
Thank
Rogers
you.
some questions.
all right.
That's perfect.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So on the left-hand side, we have Defense Exhibit 1046. On the right-hand side, we have State 719. They appear to be the exact same format, correct?
Correct.
Except that one's for Eric and one is for Cody, correct?
Correct.
All right. And within these documents, this is where the client IDs are, correct?
There's no client.
Not on this first page, I apologize.
Correct.
But the remaining pages, if we could scroll through them, just so Ms. Rogers can see. And so that does that kind of tell you all of the different policies or client IDs related to Mr. Wright as well as Mr. Richins?
It does.
Okay. At this point, Judge, we would move to admit 1046. I believe that's in a foundation.
Mr. Burmester,
Yes.
defendants 1046 is admitted.
Perfect. Okay. So with this information now, as you can see on the right-hand side, on the very top, and we could zoom it in if you'd like, it indicates Kouri Wright. Could you go a little bit higher to show Kouri Wright's name there? Okay. Now, with that information on the right-hand side, is that Mr. Wright's client ID or is that Mr. Richins' client ID?
That's Cody Wright's client ID.
Okay. Ending in 8252. Correct. Okay, and then on the left-hand side, if we could do the same, just showing Mr. Richins, and then the client ID. And is that Mr. Richins?
No, that's Cody's.
That's Cody's.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go to on the, if you could highlight on the right-hand side, it is 1, 2, 3, 4. January 24th, there indicates a client ID there.
That is Eric's.
That is Eric's. Okay.
Yes.
So with that information, it appears that client ID 992141444 is
Eric's.
Eric's.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could go back to the very top, the client ID, if you could highlight or call that out on the right-hand side, starts with 0. 015328252.
Correct.
That is
Cody's.
Cody's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, with that information, that is how we could, or your office could determine what are the changes were made, correct?
No. How did we determine the changes were
Oh,
made?
I'm sorry.
That's not correct.
Correct. I apologize.
That's okay.
Those are the client IDs that were used to figure out when changes were made, who made the changes, correct?
It wasn't the client ID that was used. It was the actual owner's information, but
Okay.
not the client ID that comes into play in a different way, but not in regards to logging in. Because there's different ways to log into my NYL. You can log in with your name, social security number, and then you have to have an email address. And then the other way is to use a client ID, but you still have to have an email address associated with it.
Correct. Let's go there. Maybe this will be helpful. If we could pull up the state's exhibit. $720, please. And if we could go to the last page. If we could call that out, just so it's a little bit clearer for Ms. Rogers.
Thank you.
Okay. So maybe what we're talking about here is different, so I'll get on the same page with you.
Okay.
This is the Eric Richins login,
Yes.
correct, is what you indicated. If we could publish this to the jury. Okay, so this one is saying that it was all from Eric Richins login.
Mm-hmm.
And now what you just indicated, and maybe this is where I was mistaken, Eric Richins login, it could be an email you indicated?
It could be either his name and his date of birth and the last 4 of his social.
Okay.
And then on the next screen, it's going to ask for an email address to do verification.
Okay,
Or they can put in the client ID. And then on the next page, it's going to ask for clarification.
okay,
I'm sorry, for an email for verification.
understand. So that's kind of the login process
That is correct.
for my NYL.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could go to page 2 of that same document at the bottom, that second bullet point there, if we could call that out for Ms. Rogers so it's clear.
Thank you.
Yes. And this is what you're referring to, that they cannot log in with any other credentials besides what we have on record, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in this case, what did you have on record?
The credentials that we had on record were Eric's name, but a different email address. It wasn't an email address that, so 2 clients would never have the same email address associated with one policy. So in looking at Eric's policy and the email address versus another policy that had the same email address is where we came up with that information.
So then the login information or the login email,
Mm-hmm.
when you're referring here to Kouri, it's
Correct.
the email that's associated with it.
Yes.
Okay, and that's where I wanted to get to. So on the second bullet point where it indicates, it does appear that Kouri is the one that has been managing the online activity. It's based on the fact that her email is being used.
The email is being used, correct.
Okay, and her email, do you recall what that one was?
Kouri Richins, I'm not quite sure what it may have been at gmail.com or AOL, I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Do you recall that document?
Yes, at Hotmail, yes.
Okay. And what does that document show?
Oh, it says CoryGarden@hotmail.com for both.
And what do you mean for both?
For Eric's profile and for Corey's profile.
Okay. And then are they different client IDs?
Yes.
Okay. Which one's the one on the left, if you could describe whose it is?
It's Eric's
And what is his client ID?
153-28252.
8252. And then Ms. Richins?
989-455-105.
Perfect. Map approach. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, you had indicated at, we could take that down. You had indicated there in that email with Mr. Freckleton that you had to reach back out to the, I believe your IT people,
That is correct.
and they produced a document that outlined exactly what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we can just for Ms. Rogers pull up, yes. Can you see that, Ms. Rogers?
Barely.
Okay, let's zoom in maybe at the top and just scroll down through her or for her.
Thank you.
So let me know if you, as we're scrolling through, if you recognize this.
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain what it is?
This is the IT department, just basically showing who the IP, what happened with 3 changes in the IP addresses. But this came from someone else.
Yes, it wasn't from you.
That's correct.
Correct. You had you.
This witness is not part of that email chain, at least that's what she's been
That
showing.
is correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that an objection or?
Well, if we're going to quote from it, yes, it's hearsay.
I think he's just asking a question about it. Any other
Sure.
objection, Mr. Rivers?
No,
Okay.
you can ask questions about that.
Mr. Ramos, please proceed.
In everything that you were doing, Ms. Rogers, in terms of trying to assist Mr. Freckleton in answering his question, did you happen to either come across this or do you recognize this during that?
I've never.
And if we could go to page 2 as well. And if we could kind of highlight the left column there.
This information, I don't recognize that it came from another department representative, but I did not send this to him directly.
No, and I'm not asking that. Just if you had reviewed it during.
No.
Okay.
No.
And would this have come, do you know, from the information you were talking about, the IT people? with
That's
IT?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. And, well, actually, if we could take that down. Okay, so.
Yeah, can we just identify, just for the record, what that document is? It's 1047, I believe, right?
So she doesn't recognize it, that it wasn't sent to her, so I'm not
Just for
gonna.
the record, it's okay. I just want to make sure the record is clear that.
Oh, yeah, what number was that?
Recollecting.
1047. And Ms. Rogers identified that she knows what it is, but it is not something that was sent by her or to her,
That's correct.
and so we're not going to be asking questions.
We can
for it.
keep moving.
Okay. All right. Ms. Rogers, the question I have that is, now that we have the client IDs all squared away,
Okay.
and as you indicated, that they are tied to email addresses, okay? If we could pull back up States Exhibit 720, please. Second page at the bottom, if we could go back to that. And if we could publish that to the jury. This statement from you, or this email from you to Mr. Freckleton, you indicated that it does appear that Kouri is the one that has been maintaining the online activity.
Correct.
So I'd like to clarify that. The reason you indicated Kouri is only because it's her email that was associated with the client ID, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation and you in New York Life, there is nothing at all that can tell you that it was actually Ms. Richins who was behind the screen when this happened, correct?
Well, the IP information would be the only other thing.
Correct. So did you do a search for the IP address?
No, I did not.
Okay,
I came
so-
from another department.
Right. So you didn't do investigation to the IP address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based on the IP address, which you haven't done anything on, the reason that you indicate in that statement that it was Kouri is because of her email address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you indicate there, if someone else knows the password, and you indicate her information, and to be clear, the individual or the login information was tied to the client ID, right? When we saw the beneficiary change, or for the policy, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the last page, please. And these changes all happened within 6-ish minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of the day, between 721 and 727, everything remained or went back to being the same, correct?
It did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
You're welcome.
Sorry for all the back and forth on the client ID.
That's okay. No
All right.
worries.
Have a good day.
You do the same. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Burns,
I have no further questions.
may we release this witness?
That would be the state's request, Your Honor, that she be allowed to go because she's got a plane to catch.
You are free to go.
Okay.
You're released from the subpoena. Please
Okay.
travel safely.
Thank you. I appreciate
Please
it.
watch your step.
Next, the state will call Brian Freckleton.
Okay. Mr. Freckleton, would you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Freckleton, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
It's Brian, Brian Freckleton, Freckleton.
Sir, are you employed?
I am.
How?
I own a little firm called Freckleton Financial Group, and we are involved in insurance and investments.
Mr. Freckleton, I'm sorry to ask you. You pull that microphone a little closer to you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
It's the first time somebody's told me I was talking too low.
You do have a low voice, so we got to project out to the very reaches of this room.
Okay,
Thank you, sir. Do you know a person by the name of Eric Richins
I do.
and Cody Wright?
I do.
How do you know them?
They were introduced to me through Linda and Gene Richins. They were very early clients of mine in the early years, and then Eric reached out to me. I think it was 2007. He had just recently got married and asked me if I could do some life insurance for him and his first wife.
Okay. Now you mentioned that situation. Did he buy some insurance from you at that time
Yes,
on himself?
and his wife.
Okay. And that was in 2007?
Right.
Okay. Did you subsequently come to know Kouri Richins?
Yes,
Have you met her before?
yes,
On more than one occasion?
yes.
Now, are you familiar with C&E Masonry?
I am.
And did you do work for C&E Masonry?
I did.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term buy-sell agreement?
I am.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what a buy-sell agreement is? We don't have to go into great detail, but we're dealing here with partnership. Is that right?
Yes.
C&E is a partnership, Eric and Cody.
Yes.
And so what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is an agreement that one or two or more partners will put together to protect from the partners dying, retiring, becoming disabled. It's a document that allows them to be bought out, usually of that partnership. In the case of this one, it was called a cross-purchase agreement, and the way it's set up is that we take.
So
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
transitioned into, in this case, so did you help put together parts of a buy-sell agreement that involved Cody Wright and Eric?
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, go ahead and explain what that buy-sell agreement did for
Okay.
Eric and Cody.
In context with the those two.
Yes.
Yeah. So the agreement is usually funded, and life insurance is usually the least expensive way to fund large amounts of money. In this case, it was $2 million. They felt the company was worth about $4 million at the time. And so we put $2 million of life insurance on each of them. Eric would own the policy on Cody, and Cody would own a policy on Eric. In the event of one of their deaths, the owner of the contract would also be the beneficiary, and that money would go to Cody in this case. So Cody receives $2 million he receives it tax-free based on life insurance. And then he turns around, he's obligated, as is the estate, to buy that stock. And so he has to come in with that $2 million and buy the stock from the estate of Eric, or the trust of Eric in this case.
Okay.
And
All right, you said that there's $2 million on each man for the
Yes.
total value of the company being $4 million at the time this
That's
agreement was entered?
yes,
And so was there more than one policy to come up with the $2 million?
yes, we started out with $1 million of term insurance and $1 million of what they call traditional whole life insurance.
Okay. Initially, was there 2 terms, 1 million each on each guy, and then it one was converted to a whole life product?
Well, the initial policies were 1 million of the permanent insurance and then 1 million of term insurance. And
I
then later down the line, we converted the term insurance over to
I see.
permanent. Yeah.
Okay. Could we have that one paid? The demonstrative exhibit? Okay. Can you see this
Again,
thing? Does that portray the various policies that we're talking about?
yeah, that the first 4 policies there.
Would that be helpful in conveying your testimony to the jury?
Sure.
We'd ask permission to publish.
Mr. Ramos, any objection to this demonstrative? I don't know the number.
It's not labeled.
Okay.
anything, I just-
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Grimmerson.
Okay, so the 4 on the left are $1 million policies for each man.
Yes, the starting from the left going to the right. Yes.
Okay, and then the second policies are later converted into whole life policies.
Those 2 in the middle were term insurance policies, and they were converted over to the last 2 to the right.
I see. And so these policy numbers, the first 2 digits, 1, 4, represent one type of product, and then the 1, 6 in the whole life represents that they were whole life products.
The policy numbers don't necessarily reflect the type of
I
life
see.
insurance policy, but the policy numbers that you have there are correct.
Okay. All right. So there's one policy I'd like to focus in on. Just went away. Did we have that back again? I'm not sure what happened. Okay. On the lower right-hand corner, there's 16735-141.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have some sort of notice system or portal or something that New York Life contacts you as an agent?
We have a portal system, and in that portal system is what we call alerts. It allows us to see if what clients may have done, or confirmations of things we've done for our clients that got done. If money comes in, it tells us that. If the beneficiaries have been changed, or check-o-matics, or banks, or stuff like that, it tells me that.
So on January 1st of 2022, did you receive an alert?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us what the alert was to you?
Yes, it was an alert that that the policies on Eric and Cody, the beneficiary had been attempted to be changed.
Okay. And so what did you do about that?
Well, I called both Cody and Eric, and both of them went to message like usual. They were very busy guys and hard to get a hold of. And so we got a notice that someone that they had changed tried to change the beneficiaries of the policies, and I called them. And
Do you remember today who had been changed to who?
yeah, the beneficiary had been changed to Kouri Richins
From?
well, in this case, it was from Eric.
Okay. All right. And to be clear, so Eric is a beneficiary. So in this type of policy, he's the owner.
He is the owner.
Okay. And so it was actually insurance on the life of Cody Wright.
That's correct.
Okay. And so you talked to, did they contact Cody and Eric call you back, or?
They did.
Okay. Did you explain to them what happened?
I did.
Okay. And At some point, did you reach out to New York Life?
I did.
And did, on June 2nd, were you able to talk to Ms. Rogers, LaShonda Rogers?
Yes,
Okay, and then have an exchange with her?
I did.
Okay. Can I just see, it's already been admitted, 7-20? Is this the email chain that you had with LaShonda Rogers?
Yeah.
Okay. If I haven't done this, I would offer States Exhibit 719 and 720.
Are those standard? They're already there.
All right. I have no more questions for this witness.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You indicate that you had set up these life insurance policies for Mr. Wright and Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall when you had set up the one for Eric, approximately the year?
Which one?
This one. That's
Having to do with the buy-sell?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I think it was,
Or how about this?
Yes.
Anything with New York Life? Maybe we'll just start there.
well, there was a policy put on Eric in 2007.
Okay.
It was a $500,000 of term insurance.
And when would this one have been started? This buy sell?
I believe the buy-sell was done started in 2020.
I'm going to show you.
I guess.
Okay, I'm going to show you a document. Maybe that'll refresh your recollection.
Please.
All right. If we could pull up just for the witness, Your Honor, 1048. Yep. Yeah, we'll just see if he recognizes it. If we could, yes, perfect. Thank you so much.
Do these on.
Do you recognize this? And we could scroll down.
Yes.
Okay, and then at the very top there, sorry, go back. You're included in that email, or your name comes up, correct?
Yeah, this is a something that New York Life, the carrier, sends out to me, or myself, and the insured,
Okay, and is this kind of like
or the owner. I apologize to the owner.
to the owner?
Yes.
Is this kind of like an introductory kind of welcome email?
No, this is the documents.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Now, this is on Mr. Richins, correct?
I would assume so. I really can't tell, but I would assume that it is because it says that it's a required signature for Eric Richins, but that doesn't tell me who it is.
Sure.
Because the insured and the owner has to sign these applications.
Sure. And then when you set this up, did you also assist with the email process or the login process to, we can take it down, MyNYL?
I did not.
You did not?
No,
Okay.
we're not
So-
allowed to do that. The owner of the is the only one that has the right to legally go into those accounts.
And when you received this email,
Yes.
also Mr. Richins was included in it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we can pull it back up. And which email does he use?
For this or
Correct.
otherwise?
Correct.
For this, he uses the Kouri Darden at hotmail.com.
Okay. And this was back when?
20?
Perfect.
It says on there June 11th of 20.
Okay. Your Honor, we moved to mid 1048 at this point.
Okay. Defense 1048 is admitted.
Thank you.
Do you want the published document?
Yes, please. Thank you. If we could just, for the jury, just highlight that top portion there. All right. And my only other question, I'm not sure if you know the answer to this. Are you familiar with the client IDs for Mr. Richins as well as Mr. Wright?
I know they have them, but I couldn't even come close.
Understood.
Yes.
In your conversations with
Yes.
Ms. Rogers, you received, we saw some email communication, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive anything at all related to the IP address or the client IDs used?
Yes.
Do you recall, if I showed you, I'm going to show you an image. Let me know if you recall it. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Can you pull that one up, please? Just for the witness, judge and counsel. 1046. Yes. If we could call it out and we'll scroll through it.
Yeah. if you
Just
could-
let me know if you end up, I'm sure it's in a different format with all these, but just let me know if you recall seeing this. It's about 3 pages long.
This was, yeah, I mean, this is the email that I literally requested.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And so if we could go to page 2, and if we could just kind of call out that left column that doesn't look like the matrix. And do you see that right there?
I do.
And do you recognize that policy number?
Where do you have? Oh, there. I don't recognize it, but I will assume that it's the one on, one of the two.
Right, and that's the reason you were calling, as you indicated, the document you were requesting, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yes.
to the left of that, it says policy owner, and to the left of that, it has a client ID. Seeing that, do you recall whose client ID that is?
I don't know.
That's fine.
I-
Good. Apologies.
I see a lot of client ID.
I would
numbers.
imagine.
Yeah.
No problem. Judge, at this point, we move to admit 1047.
Well, I didn't scroll through pretty fast. I did not see Mr. Freckleton on the email chain. So
Would you folks approach for just 1 second?
Mr. Freckleton,
Sure.
in reviewing this document, is this the document that you requested or that you received?
I don't remember the exact document, but it was similar to this. I mean, it just told me who, where the policy changes in the beneficiary had been done, and then changed back.
Okay. Renew my request to admit.
I don't think foundation has been made. He hasn't identified this
Up
document.
there. Foundation objection is sustained.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Freckleton,
Yes.
you can take that down. Thanks. At one point, you requested information about the changes, correct?
Yes.
From Ms. Rogers, correct? Or from New York Life?
Yes.
Okay. And at one point, you were told that changes were made.
Oh, I knew they had been changed because I had gotten an alert, and then that made me
Confirm.
confirm with them that it had been changed.
And you received that information back.
I did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Judge. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Betcha.
And did LaShonda sent you the email? That was
Yes.
720, please.
One moment.
Isn't this here
That's more like what
what
I
you got?
received.
Okay. And
I'm sorry. Show that to the jury.
yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
This here is the document you had received from LaShonda.
Yes.
Okay. Now, defense showed you an exhibit that said it was established June 11th of 2020. The policies.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
Didn't you change or alter it somehow in November in conjunction with Ms. Bowman Carter, which included
policies.
changed it in there's
Yeah.
suddenly a trust involved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. I just found
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Rumley,
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
may this witness be released, counsel?
Yes, please. You're on.
He's subject to recall, Judge. He cannot be.
You're free to go today. You may need to be recalled by defense counsel. We'll give you some notice.
Okay.
In the meantime, please don't talk to anybody about the case. Please don't watch any coverage of the case.
Okay.
All right.
You got it.
Thank you, sir. You're
You
free
bet.
to go. Do you mind taking that with you? Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I know we've only been at it an hour, but perhaps we could take a very brief break.
No problem. Let's do it. Please rise for the jury.
That's Giglio information. I did not have that information.
Okay, they're about to discuss something here that
Okay, we're on
in
the
regards
record. Please proceed.
Thank you. This
Common
morning at
law
8:30,
that
we
I wanna
received,
hear.
Ms. Nestor received a text from the state, which none of us saw until we were sitting here in court, where they have now provided documentation that Ms. Lauber did in fact violate drug court during the time that after she was cooperating in this case. That's Giglio information. I did not have that information to cross her with. They further, for the first time, disclosed the text messages between her and Detective Maynard that I asked her about. What's in these text messages should have been available. I could have used this on cross-examination. It's different than what she testified to. This is Giglio that was not given to us, and we moved for a mistrial.
Okay, pause. So you're calling it Giglio information because you believe it is information that is material to impeachment of one of the state's witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any basis to say that the state had it before Ms. Lauber was put on the stand?
Well, this was information that we requested. It was information we requested when we tried to get.
Answer my question.
Yes, it belonged to Detective Maynard. Detective Maynard had this information and sent an email to Mr. Bloodworth about the violation prior to the trial starting.
Mr. Bloodworth.
I'm not entirely sure what text message this defense received this morning. It was not from me. I had not heard of it until just now. I understand that about 10 days ago, the defense submitted a grandma request to the sheriff's office asking for information related to the supervision of Carmen Lauber.
By Mr. Maynard.
They asked for any information on all supervision.
Okay.
The supervision was by Eric Maynard.
Yeah.
I think they're referencing a violation of probation involving, she was caught with an alcoholic beverage. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
I provided that information to defense maybe 3 weeks ago in an email.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, I'm not going to shoot from the hip on this. You'll have to put this in a written motion so I can see it all with the timeline and the content. Let the state respond to it.
Yes, I can. I will just state for the record, the email about the alcohol violation was sent to Mr. Bloodworth November 15th of 2023.
Well, but what about Mr. Bloodworth's email to defense that he just referenced?
I saw no such email.
Okay, well, we'll get into it, but you've got to put this in writing. We're not going to do this on oral representations in the moment.
Understood.
Okay. Anything else on that?
Not on that, no. Do you want to address anything?
Do you have one other issue, Your Honor? I know that it is always tradition that the state gets to sit closest to the jury in every trial I've ever been in. That's the case, and we actually prefer it that way. But we are getting reports from individuals who are watching this matter on television that particularly yesterday, but also previously to yesterday, that members of the prosecution team are making faces at the jury during our cross-examinations, and we would ask that
With respect, I have a better view of this than any of the cameras. I haven't seen anything like that.
Okay, well, we've asked for the timestamps and we're going to try to provide it to the court, but all I'm asking is just a gentle admonishment that that's not appropriate and to try to refrain from doing that to the extent that is happening. Also, the second concern that I have is when Mr. Bloodworth is tendering the witness to the defense, he's making a statement that I believe the defense will have questions for you. We do believe that's, I'm sure it's not intentional, but it's burden shifting, and we would ask that he not make that statement at the conclusion. We're not required to ask them any questions. So we would just ask that that no longer be stated to the witnesses in the presence of the jury.
Yeah, as a matter of law, I don't view that as any instruction to the jury or comment regarding burden shifting. If you stand up and say you have no questions, you have no questions. I'm not going to admonish anybody for anything that isn't happening. The only faces I've seen are counsel at me. And so I think we're well within the proper bounds of appropriate conduct from what I can see from here.
All right.
Anything else?
We'll submit it in a motion, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Butterworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ramos, you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Burmester, the state. Oh, sorry. May we invite the jury in, please?
Judge, I think you heard, the defense doesn't have any objections to the exhibits coming in through Ms. Coates.
Got it. Okay. We'll just need to create a record in real time.
Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine their request for a mistrial that the judge, I mean, the judge is probably going to take it, into consideration, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, considering it was an alcohol drink. She's been, so far that we know of, sober from any of the illegal substances and so forth. And it was almost 3 years ago, so it was prior to trial starting. So I think, from what I gather, it'll probably be okay.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, have a seat. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
And Coates.
Ms. Coates, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
You'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ann Coates, Coates.
Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes,
By whom?
CMFG Life Insurance Company, also known as True Stage.
I see. And what capacity do you serve them?
I'm a senior manager in the claims department for our consumer claims.
And have you been there how long?
Almost 23 years.
True Stage is an insurance company,
Yes,
and is True Stage associated with a particular business?
yes. We offer insurance through credit unions,
I see.
mostly.
Any particular credit unions?
A wide variety of credit unions throughout the United States.
I see. PenFed being one of them?
Yes,
Okay. And so, did you receive, can we see 7-21, please? Did you receive a written application for an insurance policy from allegedly Kouri and Eric Richins?
yes,
Okay. Do you see State's Exhibit 721?
I do.
State would offer State's Exhibit 721.
Okay. State 7-21 is admitted.
Okay. In here, the author or authors have listed a mailing address.
Yes,
Can you, is that the P.O. Box 759?
it is.
Okay. And is there a phone number for Eric Richins.
Yes,
Could you state that phone number, please?
it is 801-892-9317.
I see. Okay, was there any email address given for Eric Richins?
No.
Okay. Now, can we scroll down just a little bit? At some point, does this application connect to a method of payment?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to the last page there? So this application gives, is this for an automatic withdrawal?
It is.
Okay. And the account number given?
It's ending 6577.
6577.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, it's purportedly signed by two different individuals, Kouri and
Yes.
Eric, there at the bottom. Okay. Let me go back up to the top, please. Is there a place on this form for a social security number?
Yes.
Where?
About halfway down.
On the front page?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And in this case, it's been redacted?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember today anything about that social security number?
I do. Eric Richins' social security number, the last 6 digits are transposed.
I see. Okay. And once this, do you know when this application came in?
We received this application on February 3rd, 2022.
And when was it approved?
On February 4th, 2022.
Okay. And did any sort of notice go out to the owner, to, for example, Eric, to let him know?
Yes, we sent a billing statement confirming that there would be an automatic withdrawal for the premiums,
Can we see States Exhibit 722, please?
and then also a welcome letter with the contract.
I see. Is this the welcome letter you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And in this, does it indicate where it was mailed to?
It does. P.O. Box 759 in Commerce, Utah, 84036-0759.
Not 282 Willow Court?
No.
Okay. And this is an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And that's what this, Eric is being notified, it's going to be an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And out of this account, 6577?
Yes.
And when will that initial deduction come?
The first deduction we were notifying him would come on February 14th, 2022.
Okay. Now, did Eric Richins have other policies, any other policies besides this one we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't there a policy of accidental death and dismemberment policy,
Yes.
ultimately valued at $300,000?
That's correct.
Okay. And there was another policy issued June 9th, 2017?
It was actually issued May 12th of 2017.
Backdated to that day?
Yes, backdated.
Why that day?
I believe that was the day before his birthday. And we do that sometimes to, we call it to save age and to save on premium.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we publish 722, please.
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No objection. Thank you.
722 is admitted and published.
And we've highlighted the mailing address, the account, and the first date of withdrawal.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So going back to this second policy, it was a $250,000 policy, life insurance
Yes,
on Eric Richins' life.
that's right.
And that policy, do you know how it was being paid? From what account?
I would like to refer to the application, if you have that.
Okay. Would that help you refresh
Yes.
your recollection? I approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that? Just for
This-
the record.
Is an application for insurance.
Okay. You can just examine it for a moment. Does that help refresh your recollection?
It does.
How, by what account was this taken? The payment's taken, I guess.
Yeah, sorry, just one moment here. The account number is blacked out on the one page, but it says on another page here, checking account ending in 2204.
Okay, so. Thank you.
Mhm.
Is that the welcome letter like you talked about on?
Yes.
Okay. Then there's this policy. Now, how does one make a claim? Or how is it initiated, I guess?
Yeah, there are several ways that we can accept a claim. A lot of times it's by phone from a family member or beneficiary. In this case, what we do is twice a year in the state of Utah, we would run our policies up against a Social Security death master file list.
Mhm.
And that's how we found that he passed away.
Okay,
And that was done in April of 2022.
okay. So this policy, we talked about the accidental death and dismemberment.
Yes,
Was that ever paid out?
that was not.
Okay. Because it wasn't an accident or dismemberment.
That's right.
Okay. So then the policy, the $250,000 term policy,
Yes,
was that ever paid out?
it was.
Okay. Let's take a look at 7-12, please. Do you recognize 7-12?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is proof that we made the payment.
Okay. And how was that payment made?
This payment was made by check.
Okay. In the amount of $251,558.82?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a $250,000 policy. Why that difference?
There was a partial premium refund and state interest that was added to the 250,000.
Okay, can the statement asked to publish, offer and publish, yeah.
No objection, Judge.
States 7-12 is admitted.
That was sent out, when did you say?
This was sent out June 17th, 2022.
I see. Okay. Now let's talk about the, is there a way in which a policy owner or a beneficiary can communicate with TrueStage and a record is kept of that communication?
Yes, they can call us or email us at any time, and we keep a claim log for every call or every transaction that's made.
Okay. Those things are called claim notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a look at 7-11, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that one of the claim notes?
it is.
Okay, and it looks like 220 state would offer states exhibit 7-11.
Okay.
Permission to publish.
7-11 is admitted.
There's a number at the top. In this case, 2204 22032.
Yes, that's the claim number.
Okay, and that represents the year 22. 04 is the month,
Yes,
and then 22 is the 22nd day of that month,
yes,
and this happens to be the 32nd claim made that day.
yes,
Okay, so this one occurs, the claim is initiated on April 22nd of 2022.
yes.
Okay, then let's take a look at also 7-23, please. State would offer states exhibit 723.
No objection. State 723 is admitted.
Ask for permission to publish. In this case, the claim is initiated on April 28th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Initially, at least, is one claim for a particular policy or another?
Yes.
But over time, do they kind of bleed into the same one?
They do. Any action taken on one claim is noted on the other claim as well, so that we can provide the best service to our beneficiaries as possible.
Okay, so I'd like to focus in on this one for a bit here. On April 28th, is there a discussion between, I guess this column that says desk and has some codes, is that who the person is from TrueStage that happens to be talking that day?
Yes.
Okay. So on April 28th, is there a discussion between Kouri Richins and TrueStage?
Yes.
And in this particular case, they're talking about both policies, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. That is the policy, the $250,000 policy, as well as the more recent 100,000.
Yes.
Okay. Then on May 4th, is there another communication in this notes with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What's happening in that communication?
We received a call from Ms. Richins, and she wanted the status of the claims.
Mhm.
And so we provided the status and informed her that we received a pending death certificate, but we would also need the final death certificate.
I see. And in this case, the person taking these notes is saying DC, meaning death certificate.
Yes.
Okay. So it's still pending. So on June 7th, another communication
Yes.
involving Kouri Richins.
Yes.
So in June 7th, does TrueStage receive the death certificate?
We did receive the final death certificate that day.
And what does it say the cause of death was?
Drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Okay. So on June 14th, does TrueStage talk to Kouri Richins about they now have a death certificate?
Yes, we did.
And so what is the question of Kouri?
The question was if the drug fentanyl was prescribed to Eric Richins, And that's important because the $50,000 accidental death benefit rider as
That's,
well.
excuse me, just want to say that extra 50,000 is
Extra.
on top of the $250,000 policy.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, continue, I'm sorry.
It provides a provision and an exclusion where the prescription would need to have been provided by a doctor and administered on the advice of a doctor in order to be payable.
Okay, and the person writes some notes about what Kouri Richins told them.
Yes.
Okay, and what does Kouri Richins say?
She said that the fentanyl was not prescribed, and she also added that she doesn't know how her husband got that.
Okay. The next day, Kouri Richins called again?
Yes.
Okay, and what was stated in that conversation?
It was the same thing that she provided us, that the drug was not prescribed
Okay,
and that she doesn't know where it came from.
okay. On June 21st, did she call again
Yes,
and asking about a status?
she did.
And what did you guys tell her?
We told her that the $250,000 claim was paid, but the most recent claim, the $100,000 claim, was still being reviewed.
Okay, and why was it still being reviewed?
That was a brand new policy, and so whenever we have a death that occurs within 2 years of the effective date of coverage, it becomes a contestable claim, which just means that we will review the application questions and the insured's medical history to be sure that the answers were accurately answered.
Okay, so all you're looking at is, once again, medications and answers to medical questions on the application?
Yes.
Okay, and because this was 1 month?
Right.
Okay. Did ultimately True Stage pay on this claim?
Yes.
Do you know when and how that went out?
Yes, it was August 31st, 2022, and we paid that by electronic funds transfer into an account of hers.
Can we see 725, please? Can you tell us what 725 is?
This is confirmation of the payment.
Okay. The state would offer State's Exhibit 7-25.
Okay. 725 is admitted.
Okay, so you said this one was an electronic funds transfer?
Yes.
As opposed to a check?
That's right.
Okay. Now, in this document here, is there a second page?
Yes.
Okay. Can you keep? All right. Do you know where this electronic funds transfer, what account that went to?
I do. Could you go back to the first page?
Okay.
To an account ending 2204.
Okay. Now, it was being paid from 6577. Can we look at State's Exhibit 710, please? 710, please. I'm sorry. Speaking so low. This is a communication from Kouri on that $100,000 claim.
Yes, this is her claimant statement that we have our beneficiaries complete on all contestable claims.
Okay. And so the state would offer State's Exhibit 7-10.
Okay. State 7-10 is admitted.
On page 2, we could focus in on that. What is displayed here?
This is a voided check that she provided, providing the information for the checking account that she would like the funds put into.
Okay, and that's the account 2204.
Yes.
Okay. And finally, back to I think that was State's Exhibit 7-23. On September 8th, was there another communication, either email or phone or something from Kouri Richins?
Yes. She emailed us and asked if there were any other policies, and we replied that there were the 2 policies that we paid.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness.
Mr. Rollins, please. Thank you, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Coates.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good.
Could you kind of walk through, when we were on the phone, you kind of explained to me how your company sends out insurance, I don't know what to call them, applications throughout the year. Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Yeah, we send out insurance applications in the mail to credit union members as well as other individuals now. We send it to everyone. And if they get one in the mail, they can fill it out and send it back in.
How often does that, do you guys have a schedule for those to go out every year?
I'm not sure of the schedule.
Do they go out more than once? Or if you don't know,
say.
that's fine. No problem. Now, could you explain a couple of things with regards to the different life insurance policies or term life insurance that happened and that are at issue today? Could you kind of just walk me through those one more time from the earliest to the most recent? You had mentioned like a 2017 one, I believe.
Yes. So there was a policy taken out effective May 12th, 2017 for Eric Richins.
And who took that out?
We received an application with the assumption that he took that out.
Okay, perfect. And then which one was the next one?
The next one is the most recent, which became effective February 4th, 2022.
And was that the February 4th one? Was that one a part of Ms. Richins calling out and saying, hey, can I get life insurance? Or was this in response to that mailer?
This was in response to the mailer.
Okay. And the address that you received, the P.O. box that Mr. Burmester asked you of, if we could go back to, or if you recall it, the P.O. box, you recall that one?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact
No
number
problem.
of it.
We'll pull it up. I believe it was. Yes. We can publish it to the jury as well. This has been intimidated, Your Honor.
It's not really. One moment. Go ahead.
Perfect. And so, as you can see on the applicant information side, as well as the spouse or partner information, the P.O. box address is the same, correct?
Yes,
And it's already pre-filled.
it is.
Okay, so that information you received from the credit union?
Yes.
Okay, can we take that down? Now, in this case, you received a, would you do a script check score?
Yes,
And did you do that in this case?
we did.
Okay, and when would that have been done?
That is done before the application is approved or declined.
Okay.
And then also we do that at the time of claim.
Perfect. And so when you approved it, you indicated that you received it, I think, the 3rd, and then it was approved the next day or within the next day. Is that correct?
Yes, we received it on February 3rd, 2022. And then the script check would have been done and approved on the 4th.
Okay. And what is there anything in the script check that would have resulted in it not being approved?
No.
Okay. Now, if we can go to states 723 and just on the 27th of April, which would be, I think, the second page. Next, is that February 27th or
Yes.
April 27th, I mean?
Yep.
Okay. So on the top there, sure. That's great. Just to get clarification, the first line there, LexisNexis, primary Benny, and then it goes, before it gets to the second one, it goes obituary not found. So can you walk me through how did you guys receive notice of Mr. Eric's passing?
Yes. So twice a year in the state of Utah, we run a match up against the Social Security Death Master File to see if any of our insureds have passed away. And he came up in this instance. And what we do is we use LexisNexis to match and find the beneficiary and make sure that we have the correct person.
Okay.
And then the obituary at this time, when it was noted, was not available online.
Okay, understood. We could take that down. Now, the PO boxes that we saw, you just received those from the credit union. You don't have any knowledge about who has access to those, right?
No.
You assume, obviously, that the individuals you're sending out the mailer is going to get the mailer you sent out, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, they did, correct?
Yes.
And it got returned to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received, we saw lots of applications as well as the approvals of the money going out. Mr. Burmester at the beginning, I believe used the word allegedly, filled out by Ms. Richins. You assume that whoever's sending it to you received it from whichever PO box or mailing address you sent it to, correct?
Yes,
You have no reason to think it would be anybody else, correct?
correct.
Okay. And I imagine you guys don't do some sort of expert handwriting certification or handwriting comparison when you receive the application?
No.
Okay. When you receive the application, in this case on February 3rd, do you call the individual who submitted the application, or does it automatically just go into the process of being screened?
We don't call them. It just goes into the process of being screened.
And is that an individual doing that, or is that automated?
It's an individual that inputs the information into the computer, and then the computer will run the script check.
Okay. And then I imagine some sort of AI or something checks if anything pops up and then spits out, yes, we're good to go.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, before the life insurance was paid out, your office sent out requests for medical records, correct?
Yes.
For Mr. Richins.
Yes,
And you received those back, correct?
we did.
And in there, you did highlight anything or identify anything in terms of prior drug use, correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, marijuana came up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have one moment. I think those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
Now, this application that we have here, and if we could publish this to the it's been admitted, Your Honor.
Is it 7-21?
No, I apologize. Yes, Judge, 721.
One moment. Go ahead.
This application is both for Kouri and Eric, correct?
Yes,
They're both on it.
that's right.
That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Coates.
Couple questions. Do you recall in those medical records the stated frequency of use of marijuana?
Yes, it said once or twice per year.
Okay. And then when you did your script search, why I'm having trouble with that. It's a check for prescriptions prior to approving the application. Is that
Yes.
fair? And did you get an answer when you did that search?
The answer was that there were none,
No prescriptions.
no
at that time.
prescriptions.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, no further questions. Thank you.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes.
Yes, that would be the state's request.
You're free.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please watch your step.
Yeah.
Ms. Shervanek, who's next?
Christina Miller.
Ms. Miller, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in. If you'd stop here briefly.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Please have a seat. Ms. Shervanek, please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Christina Miller, Miller.
Ma'am, what do you do for work?
I am a divorce attorney, special master, private guardian ad litem, and just started doing divorce mediations as well.
How long have you been a divorce attorney?
Almost 30 years.
And in that practice, do you do exclusively divorces?
I do.
And do you have experience with custody arrangements?
Extensive.
In your practice, how many divorce actions would you say you've been a part of?
Over 2,000.
How do you get new clients in your practice?
In this town, word of mouth, typically. I haven't really ever advertised. We've done some hometown parades back in the day, but was really more for team building, office building. I don't advertise in the newspaper or radio or anything like that.
And I didn't ask you this, and I should have, but what geographic area do you typically practice in?
Typically Park City, Wasatch County area. On occasion, I'll have cases out in the basin. Sometimes I have to go down to Salt Lake, not often, but I have some people who won't take no for an answer with leaving some in Wasatch County.
Understood. And so tell the jury a little bit about your process when you take on a new client, what happens in your office, and then eventually how you get involved with that person.
So we have I think I'm a bit unusual as divorce attorneys go. We have a very strict process that we have developed, we being me and my paralegal, Leslie Staples, who's been my paralegal for going on 28 years now this March. And we determined pretty early on in our practice that there was a lot of information we needed to receive from clients in order to get a case going. So I developed forms that we use in every single case. When I'm meeting with client, I've developed diagrams. In approximately 2008 is when we really started putting things together so that every client meeting could follow the same pattern, the exact same order for the most part. And I could take all of that information, hand it to my paralegal, and she would know as much as I did at the time with regard to some basic information.
So if a new client was being referred to you, would they first set up a meeting with your paralegal via phone?
Yes. She has vetted clients since we started practicing together. If I vetted all clients, I wouldn't get any work done.
And so after that call with your paralegal, do you meet with a new client?
If they get past Leslie, then yes, she will schedule a meeting for me. Almost every new client, especially if they're at the beginning of a divorce case, she tells them that the meeting can be anywhere between 2 and 4 hours, depending on the complexity of their case. Like I said, my process, I think, is pretty unusual because I try and get as much information as the client knows or can give me, and I give them back as much information as I can to make that initial meeting really impactful because it's pretty, getting divorced is a very emotional process in addition to a legal process.
And so during that, or I should say after you have that intake meeting, this extensive meeting with a prospective client, new client, or with a new client, how many people actually, in your experience, proceed from that meeting to filing a divorce?
Based upon my 30 years, almost every one of them. There are a handful that don't, but the process of emotionally, psychologically, finally calling a divorce attorney and then the process of showing up for a meeting is significant for most people. Once they've kind of hit that stage on an emotional, psychological standpoint, they're ready to move forward or ready to prepare to move forward. So, I mean, there have been people I've been meeting with for 10 years who have yet to move forward, but there are rare, it's rare that they don't move forward, either with me or someone else or something happens.
And in those rare occasions, what are some of the reasons that those people give or that you experience that they don't move forward with a divorce?
It's pretty specific to each individual client who's not moving forward, but the top reasons are they're concerned about kids, the impact of divorce on kids. They're concerned about the age of their kids and being too young to be able to speak up about what's happening in both households. Some people are concerned about their religion and what it means for them from a religious standpoint. Some people have stayed together for quite some time because of health reasons. Back in the day when it was more difficult to get insurance, you would have some people who had a significant health issue who stayed together until that health issue was resolved.
And so you've kind of talked about this extensive first meeting that you have with new clients. And part of that, it sounds like, is information gathering from that person. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've talked a little bit about the forms that you go through. Are one of those forms directed towards, or the topic of that is any children involved?
Yes. So my office staff, I'm sure, gets annoyed at the fact that I like to have all my forms in a very certain order. And like I said, I'm a visual learner. That's how I teach people about divorce. So I have the diagrams I have and what I call the blue sheets, which are sheets that have all topics on it that I feel like I need from most divorcing people. They go in a certain order. So my packet, when somebody comes in to meet with me, it's thick and it goes in order. So it's first, what is divorce and what does this path look like? Then it's kids, and I have forms and booklets and reading material and the Children's Bill of Rights that we go over. And then there's assets and debts, and then it's ongoing issues. So if alimony may be a concern, we go over a diagram for alimony and hit a lot of topics on income, expenses. Then there's miscellaneous.
And then we go over, what does this path look like if you went this way? How do you tell your spouse? How do you prepare for ultimately filing or defending?
I want to turn your attention to Eric Richins. Did you know him?
I knew him in the sense that I met with him.
And how did you come to meet with him? Who referred him to you?
Several people, but the person that reached out to me was his brother-in-law, Clint Benson. He texted me in early October 2020, asked if I could meet with his brother-in-law, Eric, and told me it was urgent. So I explained the process that you have to get through Leslie. And I believe he contacted the office early October 2020. And I ultimately met with him October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, so Eric went through the process that you've described and ultimately ended up with you in that extensive new client meeting that we've been discussing.
Yes, we met for 2.5 hours.
While Eric was with you in that meeting, did he fill out the typical paperwork? Did he go through that packet that you've been describing?
Yes, he left the packet at my office. He didn't take it with him. We have a bound binder, for lack of a better word, that people take this packet of information home with them and read it. Eric did not.
Okay, give me just a moment.
This is our state's exhibit 8-49. If you could turn to the 8th tab.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And we've been talking about paperwork that Eric filled out. Is that some of the paperwork that he filled out in your office?
Yes. That, just so you know, under adverse party, where it says Kouri Richins, Darden in parentheses, that's my handwriting, and it's my handwriting at the bottom in the kind of grayed out box.
Okay, and the rest of that is paperwork that Eric filled out?
Yes.
Okay. That's all we need from that one for now. So I want to talk about the advice that you gave to Eric Richins during this meeting. Did you get an impression about why Eric is in your office?
I did.
What was that impression?
He was there to find out what it would look like in terms of going forward with the divorce. Was there to learn how to protect his finances, having just...
I'm going to object. This information is
Sure.
all based on their say.
Are you asking about what was said or her observation of his physical demeanor?
I'm asking about effect on the listener, Your Honor, how his information informed her legal advice.
Please approach.
Sure. During your meeting with Eric, did you give him legal advice about custody?
I did.
Describe in 2020, what was the presumption when someone was contemplating divorce about how custody arrangements would work?
At that time, well, let me start with when I first started practicing, way back when. It was the old Ward and June Cleaver thing with regard to custody. Somebody had most of the time and the other person had weekends. There has been a wave through the legislature, through child psychologists, with regard to child psychologists focusing on what's in the best interest of kids, and the legislature listening to lobbyists. I was on the executive committee for the family law section of the Utah Bar at the time, so we closely watched what was going on in the legislature. So at that time in 2020, there had been a statute passed about 5 years previous that finally had an alternative parent time schedule that was more of a 60-40 type schedule. We called it fat weekends, but that is where courts were going. Courts, judges, custody evaluators were all trending towards equal parent time, 60-40 parent time, and so forth. So by 2020, this was October, there were already rumblings of a new statute being passed that would be an alternative statute for 50/50 parent time. That all these statutes have been renumbered in 22, but at that time that was 35.2 or going to be 35.2. But when I met with Eric, we had 35.1, which was that weekend. So I talked to him a lot about this is typically what happens with kids and going through divorce, unless there is something really that stood out. Almost all judges were going with more of a joint physical custody situation.
And so you explained that potential situation to Eric Richins.
Right off, yes.
And without saying if he had a verbal reaction, could you tell how he reacted otherwise?
Yes, we had no further discussion about custody or all of the other things that would go with custody, where I would typically get into with clients specifics about what holidays look like, what a full year calendar looks like, whether there are meaningful holidays in their family, what the right of first refusal looks like. I have on my blue sheets, it's 2 pages, and I would, in most cases, I fill out both of those pages.
Did you do that with Eric Richins?
No, I didn't.
Was that unusual?
It is unusual. It is unusual for me not to continue down the path of a custody conversation, and it typically means that, well, in every case, I think that I haven't filled that out. It meant the client did not want to think about, for whatever reason, did not want to think about the possibility of not seeing their child every day, or the possibility of the other side having their child more often than them, or an equal amount as them, and so forth. But
at the conclusion of your intake meeting with Eric Richins, did you give him a to-do list?
I did.
And when you give a client a to-do list in your practice, does that mean that a divorce is imminent?
Typically, yes. I've been around a long time, and this is a small town, small county. And so there are people that will come and meet with me to try and conflict me out of a case. And after so many years of practicing, you learn pretty quickly that that's their intent, because they want to take our 3 or 4 hour meeting and do 15 minutes and call it good. Some of those people retain us. Others just want to know the information that I have, because, like I said, I'm trying to teach them all about divorce and what life looks like after divorce. So
giving the to-do list, how is that significant in your practice? Would you give that to someone who wasn't going to proceed?
No. If I have somebody that comes in and they're either trying to conflict me out, or they just really want to talk about what this might look like in 30 years down the road, there's no to-do list. Sometimes I won't even fill out the questionnaires that I have, the question papers, the blue sheets. But if they have a to-do list, people are, in my experience, it is anticipated that they are going to file for a divorce at some point in the future.
And Eric walked out of this meeting with a to-do list from you.
He did not want to take it with him.
That's right. He didn't leave it, but you gave him a to-do list. Is that right?
He wanted me to correspond through his brother-in-law, Clint. So I emailed the to-do list to Clint.
Did you refer Eric Richins to anyone after or during your meeting with him?
I did.
Who did you refer him to?
He had worked in the past with Crystal Bowman Carter to do his business planning documents, and he needed to revoke a power of attorney. So he was going back to Crystal for that, or I told him to go back to Crystal for that, and also to redo an estate plan.
Okay. Was it unusual in your practice to refer someone in Eric Richins' position to a lawyer like Crystal Bowman Carter?
Yes.
Why is that unusual?
Because most people going through a divorce, in my experience, aren't thinking beyond what that divorce might look like. They're not thinking about death or estate planning and so forth. And most people, once you file for divorce, you cannot change any beneficiary and so forth. And so that was not a rule at that time in 2020. It's a rule now, but it was unusual. I've only referred one other person in my memory to change their estate plan while a divorce was either pending or before they filed for divorce.
So Eric went through this initial meeting with you. Did he ever file for divorce with you?
He didn't.
Or through you, I suppose?
No.
And did you discuss a timeline with him about filing for divorce?
I did not discuss a timeline with him. As I said, well, I didn't say this, but because divorce is so emotional, and there are so many things to unravel, kids and finances and debts and family and external family and extended family, and everybody really is on their own timeline. Like I said, I have a couple clients currently that I've been meeting with them for 10 years off and on. So they're not ready to pull the trigger, and everybody has a different timeline.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for you.
Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Morning.
My name is Wendy Lutz. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So I think you stated on direct already, but it wasn't Eric Richins that reached out to set up an initial appointment with your office, correct?
That's correct.
It was his brother-in-law reached out, and not just to say, hey, I'm referring someone to you, but he reached out to set up the appointment, correct?
I don't recall whether I wouldn't have been part of that conversation. That would have been with Leslie, my paralegal.
Can we take a look at CM1 just for the witness? Let me see if that's the right one. Okay. Let me just ask another question before we talk about that document.
Sure.
Two more questions. So you do remember that it was Mr. Benson that reached out, and then you set up a meeting with Eric. Did anyone attend that meeting with Eric, or was it just yourself and Mr. Richins?
It's my understanding Eric contacted my paralegal to give her a lot of specifics about his situation, and then the meeting that I had with him was just the two of us.
All right. And after that meeting, it was Mr. Benson that reached out and thanked you for meeting with Eric, correct?
Yes, Eric did not want me to have any contact with him via phone or email directly. He wanted everything to go through a third party, his brother-in-law.
Okay, that's what I was getting to. So when you gave Eric the list of documents, you actually sent that to Mr. Benson.
That's correct.
And then it was actually Mr. Benson who provided you with the documentation over email. I don't know, Eric may have brought some things in person, but anything that came over email was between you and Mr. Benson, correct?
Correct.
And would one reason that a client would ask for that, would it be because they weren't ready to let the spouse know that they were considering divorce? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And a reason for this, and I mean, I know you said that most people who come in and go this far do end up filing for divorce, but fair to say that some people aren't certain if they're going to file when they come in to see you, correct?
Very few.
It happens though.
It does happen, yes.
All right. And you testified that you went through custody arrangements with Mr. Richins, correct?
Yes.
And you went through the forms you went through regarding children involvement in divorce, correct? I might be naming that form wrong, but you said you went through forms about children.
Children's Bill of Rights.
The Children's Bill of
Yeah,
Rights.
it is not an official thing in Utah, but I have it and I give it out on it. I'm very color coordinated. So I've colored pens for various things, colored paper for the initial client consultation. That happens to be on purple paper and it's taped up all over our office as well. So I can remind clients, this is the sun, your kids are the sun, and we are all rotating around them. So let's keep our eye on the price. So it's just, it isn't anything you could enforce in court, but it's something that I like to share with clients.
Sure, because clients with small children, that's a huge consideration, is what will happen with the children, both financially and emotionally, and who the children will be living with. Fair?
Typically not financially, but emotionally and who they will be living with and what the possibilities are for sure is a big concern for most people.
Okay. Finances are a concern, which is why you fill out a child support form with clients, correct?
Yes.
And can you pull up CM 5? And you filled out a form with Mr. Richins about child support, correct?
I did, yes.
And he reported to you at that time his monthly income was $33,333, correct?
That based upon what, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was gonna say, I didn't have documents at the time, so we were just, this is more for kicks and giggles of this is what child support would look like if this were the number.
Fair. Yeah. And his child support was going to be high, correct? Based on his income.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on who you're thinking about. In Park City, probably not
You're
so much,
absolutely
but
correct.
for most people,
That's
yes.
true. In my very small dalliance with divorce law,
Yes.
you see people whose income it's quite low. I'm gonna say frequently. Some people it's quite low, and child support's not very much.
You can have that for sure.
And for some people, this is a lot of people. $33,000 a month is a high income, correct?
Not for a lot of people that I deal with, but I think on the whole,
Fair.
yes.
All right, you're dealing with some more, maybe fair to say high. That didn't come out very well. High-end clients, high-end divorces with more assets.
I would say the longer you're in practice, the more difficult your cases become, and the higher the wage tends to be with regard to divorces.
Okay. Now, other things you discussed with Eric were assets.
Yes.
Fair. And you were made aware that he was a partner in.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if she's aware.
Forgive
May
me,
we
what's the
approach?
basis of the objection? Sure.
It's hearsay.
Okay.
So in consulting with Mr. Richins and receiving documents from Mr. Clint Benson and maybe from Mr. Richins, you became aware, or were you aware, that Mr. Richins owned a couple of businesses?
I became aware of that during my conversation with Eric.
Did you become aware of that in any way through documents, tax information provided, other documents provided to you by either him or his family?
I did not receive any tax returns from Eric Richins.
Did you receive anything, documentation, in terms of his businesses?
No.
Can
You mean the business specifically?
Yes.
No.
Or that the businesses existed?
Yes.
Documentation that the businesses existed?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the businesses was C&E Stone Masonry, correct? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Katie, can you just pull up? Good question. The next one. I think it's maybe CM6 or 8. I don't know. Help me out here.
What page?
There's one line on. I apologize. Just one moment. And if you could just plug just for the witness, CM7. So you became aware that he owned partner in C and E Stonemasonry, correct?
Yes, so this document.
Well, that's just refresh
Oh,
recollection.
got it. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And you also became aware through,
I need you to ask the question to lay foundation for the how about the other businesses
I was about
as
to.
we discussed. You
I was-
can't ask it as a leading question.
all right. Let me back up a little bit. You said through documentation, you became aware of Mr. Richins' businesses, just that they existed.
The masonry business.
Did you receive documentation that he and Kouri Wright were also partners in another business?
No.
You did not receive any documentation about any businesses existing, just the existence of businesses.
Ask and answer.
No.
Judge.
Okay, well,
Overruled. Now we have double confirmation. Please go from there, Ms. Lewis.
okay. Did everybody hear the whole?
I think it was 2 no's in a row.
Okay.
But
All right. Let's see. So now, I know Ms. Shervanack asked you, and you said it was true that Mr. Richins did not proceed with divorce in this manner, in this case.
Not
Correct?
prior to his death. No.
And to your knowledge, he did not proceed with divorce with a different attorney. Fair?
Correct.
All right. And you said that you referred him instead to an estate planner, estate attorney.
Didn't
An
refer,
attorney who does estate planning. Thank you. Sorry.
didn't refer him instead. I just referred him to Crystal Bowman Carter to work more in tandem.
All right. And you said you haven't done that very many times, correct?
Right.
But there would be reasons to refer someone to an estate planner. Fair? Just would there be reasons? Yes or no? And then I'll follow up.
At the end of every divorce case, I refer every client I give every client a very long, again, to-do list and a closing letter. And at the end of that closing letter, I refer everyone to, or I recommend that everyone see an estate planning attorney to revise their estate planning documents now that they are no longer married.
Okay. In this case, however, that happened earlier in the process than normal.
Yes.
All right. And just let me ask you a hypothetical.
Sure.
So sometimes people have concerns about their children. I mean, it's a fair reason that people don't get divorced when they have small children because they don't want to break up the family. Fair?
Yes.
All right. And if an individual has concerns about providing, well, let me rephrase that. So hypothetically, someone may have concerns about how their children will be provided for after a divorce. Fair?
Provided for
Financially.
psychologically or financially?
Well, both, but I'm talking about financially.
Yes.
All right. So one reason someone may go to an estate planner could be to ensure that things were properly set up to provide for their family, whether they get divorced or not. Fair?
Are you talking about this early on in a potential divorce proceeding or just generally?
I'm asking hypothetically, well, generally first.
Yeah, people generally go establish an estate plan to make sure that if they have children, their children are taken care of, or that if they have assets, their assets are allocated the way they want upon their death.
Okay. And even though you said it's unusual, it's certainly possible that as someone is going through talking about divorce, they discover that they want to look at this now. Prior to divorce, they want to set this up. Part one of my question, is that possible?
I have never seen that, but I assume anything is possible.
Sure. And it's possible that someone may decide, instead of a divorce, I need to set up a way to make sure my family's taken care of. That maybe that's the more appropriate thing for me to do at this stage. That's possible.
I think you're probably comparing apples to oranges. When, in my experience, when someone is ready to move forward with a divorce, or when a divorce has been kind of forced upon them from their other spouse, it is because I explain it to clients as 2 pieces of wet noodle, and we drop them on a plate, and one is the emotional divorce and one is the legal divorce, and my job is to straighten those out and keep them as separated as I can, because at touch points, when the legal divorce touches the emotional side is in chaos, and when the the emotional side touches the legal side is in chaos. And so when you're going through a divorce, that in and of itself is an apple where people are worried about what their kids' lives will look like tomorrow.
Understood.
Or next month. When you are doing estate planning, it is, what will my kids' lives look like if I am not here, or me and my spouse are not here? Like, is grandma going to take them? Is my sister going to take them? And so they don't often overlap, because people in divorce don't often, in my experience, they don't even really think about their estate plan. It doesn't come up in our cases, except for a very small handful of cases.
I understand it's a very small handful, but let me just try and ask once more.
Sure.
It's possible that while going through what a divorce is going to entail, someone can change their mind, correct?
Decide not to get a
And
divorce?
decide not to get a divorce, correct? And then it is possible that they want to go set up an estate plan, correct? Miss, that can happen.
I'm sure it can. I've never seen it happen, but I'm sure it can.
Okay. You don't, okay, I'll strike that. All right, but that's what happened here. Mr. Richins decided to see an estate planning, a lawyer who specialized in estate plans, correct?
What happened was I advised him to seek an estate planning and attorney to help him with what I perceived as his concerns at that time with regard to his finances and his children.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Sherman,
No other questions, Judge.
may we release this witness?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take the cover.
Of course.
And your, read the binder there. You know, oh, is that your binder?
No.
You can leave it there. Okay.
Thank you. Take care, Ms. Miller. Counsel, any objection to break in for lunch?
Whatever the court wishes.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Folks, please rise for the jury. During the break, ladies and gentlemen, same instructions. Don't talk about the case. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything about the case. Do not do any research on your devices about the case. Please enjoy your lunch. We'll come back at 10 of 1. Thank you very much. Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Politer, Ms. Sherman, anything in the record before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 12:50. Thank you.
All right, so we are all caught up. Get it to Zoom. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is just put on some background music and probably take a break myself. I think they have about 15, 20-ish more minutes, it looks like. Okay, so I am I'm actually gonna have to be away from my laptop. I'm helping my fiance set up his TV that he just got. I'm also gonna put this in chat, but I do have my headset on and listening. So that's why I stopped the music so that I could hear when court comes back. And I'll get back as soon as I can. Okay.
Council, we're back on the record. Ms. Shervinack, Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor, other than I'd like to clean up this.
Okay. Blame Mr. Burmester. All right. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Give me a preview. Who's the next witness?
Crystal Bowman Carter.
Okay. Will you get the jury ready to go and bring them in? Thank you. Please have a seat. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Shervinack, the state's next witness.
Crystal Bowman Carter, please.
Ms. Bowman Carter, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Crystal Bowman Carter. My last name is spelled BOWMAN-CARTER.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
What kind of attorney are you?
I focus on estate planning and a little bit of business work.
How long have you been doing estate planning?
I have been licensed since 1996 to practice law, but I've been doing estate planning almost exclusively since 2012.
And do you do that practice here locally?
Yes, I have an office in Park City.
Approximately how many estate plans have you drafted in your practice?
1,400, 1,500.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I did some work for him.
What kind of work did you do for him?
I did 2 projects for him. First, I did a buy-sell agreement for him and his partner for their business, C&E Stonemasonry. And then I did his estate planning.
Did you meet with him in person?
Yes.
How many times?
At least 4.
Okay. Did you know Kouri Richins?
I know of her. I've talked to her on the phone once the day that Eric died.
I want to talk about the first legal project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was related to his business, C&E Stonemasonry. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you complete this agreement, or when did you work on this project for him?
I was first contacted in June of 2018 by his financial advisor. We got the ball rolling. I gathered information, and then we ended up signing it almost a year later, June 25th, 2019.
Okay. In general, explain to the jury, what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is a contract between owners of a company that sets out the terms in advance, what will happen when there is a transfer of a business interest, whether it's by sale or because of an owner's disability or their death.
Are buy-sell agreements, in your experience, are they common?
Yes.
If we could show the witness exhibit 4-2, please.
Apologize. We'll fix that. Scott, if you unplug for me. You should be able to see that.
I can see it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
And what is it?
it's the C&E Stonemasonry LLC buy-sell agreement that I prepared.
I'm going to move to admit 4-2.
Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos. Oh, Ms. Hester.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, states 4-2 is admitted.
If we could publish this and move to Article 3, please. What's contained in Article 3 of this agreement?
Article 3 provides what happens if one of the partners or owners of the company were to die.
And essentially, what does it say in non-lawyer speak?
Well, the mandatory cross-purchase agreement provides that if one person, if one of the partners dies, either Eric or Cody, then the decedent, the person who has died, their estate has to purchase the business interest from the surviving partner using life insurance.
And is that the life insurance was what was used in this buy-sell agreement?
Yeah, so this buy-sell agreement used 4 different $1 million life insurance policies. Each of them had, Cody and Eric had 2 $1 million policies on the life of the other. And if one of them were to die, they had to use that money to purchase the interest in C&E Stonemasonry from the estate, so that the survivor could continue to control the company and run the company.
Is that a pretty common
Yes.
thing in buy-sell agreements?
Excuse me.
That's
Yes, it
great.
is.
I want to move now to talk about the second project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was an estate planning
Yes.
project. Was that, did that take place in October of 2020?
Yes, he came to see me. He called my office on October 5th and came to see me on October 13th, 2020.
And so what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to update his estate plan and revoke a prior power of attorney that had been abused.
When we're talking about an estate plan, what are the main documents that come out of an estate plan?
So the basic estate plan that everyone needs is a will, a durable power of attorney, and a healthcare directive. And sometimes, most of the time in my practice, you also need a trust to avoid probate and to protect the beneficiaries of your estate plan from themselves or from others.
In preparation for that meeting with Eric Richins, did he fill out some paperwork before and during that appointment?
Yes, I have all of my clients fill out an intake worksheet, gather information about their priorities and their assets. He partially filled it out, brought it in with him to our meeting, and then we filled out the rest together as we discussed what needed to be done.
And these intake worksheets, how is that something that your firm uses with every client, or how does that work?
Yeah, either my office manager or my receptionist sends it out to everyone. It's something I can't really function without.
Okay. If we could show the witness 4-9, please. And go ahead and scroll through it so she can see the whole thing. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
That's my estate planning worksheet filled out by partially by Eric and partially by me.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 4-9.
No objection.
4-9 is admitted.
Now, if you could take that binder in front of you and turn to tab 9. Is that the same exhibit that we're looking at in 4-9?
No.
Okay. Which one is that?
You're having me look at the healthcare directive.
Oh, I see. We'll come back to that one. I had it labeled wrong. Before creating Eric Richins' estate plan, did you review a premarital agreement?
I reviewed it the day before he signed his estate plan.
Okay. If we could, 4-1 is the premarital agreement. That's already been admitted. If we could publish that, please, and go to section 1. And paragraph 5. So this is the document, the premarital agreement that you reviewed. What
Yes.
does paragraph 1, section 5, again, the non-lawyer version, what does this say?
So what it says is that C&E Stonemasonry would remain Eric's separate property to dispose of as he wished during his life after his marriage to Kouri Richins.
And if we could go to section 2, please. What does this section of the premarital agreement deal with?
Again, it deals with Eric's separate property, that C&E Stonemasonry will remain his sole and separate property, even if they commingle marital funds, except that if he were to die, then his interest in the company would pass to his wife, which is Kouri in this document.
Okay. And if we could go to section 3, please. And how about this section? What does this?
So that section addresses primarily Kouri's rights in C&E property that she might have under the law at Eric's death. Can I elaborate on
Sure.
that? Okay. So if you don't have a premarital agreement, then you have rights in your spouse's estate. And when you're a nuclear family with no children from a prior marriage as they were, that means that if your spouse dies, you are entitled to at least 1/3 of the augmented estate. In other words, everything that passes to anyone as a result of your spouse's death. And this paragraph, the section 3, paragraph 1, says that Kouri is giving up her right to that 1/3 as it concerns C&E masonry, stone masonry.
So I want to turn your attention now to that actual meeting that you had with Eric Richins in October of 2020. What was he there to accomplish? Why was he in your office?
He was referred to me. I'm not sure if it was from Christina Miller or Brian Freckleton. Referred back to me. I had worked with him again to update his estate planning based on some recent financial malfeasance and some current concerns that he had for his sons, that if something were to happen to him, they wouldn't receive or be cared for financially with his assets.
When meeting with Eric Richins, was there something unique to you or something that you did for the first time in preparing his estate plan?
Yeah, there were a few things.
What were those?
So one, he didn't want us to communicate with him by email. That happened a little bit later, but because he was worried that Kouri would be reading his emails. 2, he wanted to leave everything to his kids if possible. And at the beginning of the representation, I hadn't seen the premarital agreement. He wasn't sure if it existed, but eventually communicating through his sister, as he instructed, we received the premarital agreement and saw that it unfortunately did not address all of the property. It only addressed C&E stonemasonry. So for that reason, for the first time ever in my career, I had to draft around that augmented share. So we provided at a minimum that there would be a share created for Kouri consisting of 1/3, the amount she would be entitled to. And the rest passed directly to his kids. That also applied to tangible personal property. He said that all of his tangible personal property, things you can touch and feel, like your furniture, your jewelry, your collections, would pass directly to his sons, who were all very young at the time. And that's unusual. It usually passes directly to the spouse. I think there was one other thing, but I'll come to it.
If it comes to you, let me know.
Mhm.
So I want to turn your attention now to those estate planning documents that you referenced that you prepare when doing estate plans for most people. And for Eric Richins, did you prepare a living will?
A living will, a healthcare directive?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you also prepare a trust?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to take a look at Exhibit 4-11. We'll put it up on the screen for you. And if you could scroll through it, Scott. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the will I prepared for Eric Richins.
And then if we could show the witness 4-12. Do you recognize 4-12?
Yes, that's the trust I prepared for Eric Richins.
Now, in the book you have in front of you, I'm going to ask you to turn to tab K or to tab 6. Is that the will that we just saw in the same exhibit?
Yes.
And there's a signature as a part of that document. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is that document signed by?
The document was signed by Eric Richins on page 8, and his initials appear on every single page of the document.
And you notarized that document, right?
I witnessed and notarized the document.
If you could turn to tab 10 in that binder. Is that the trust document that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And is that document also signed?
Yes, it is signed. It's signed by Eric Richins, and I notarized it.
Okay, and that means you saw him sign it in front of you, right?
Yes, you have to, if you're a notary, you're required to be there in person to witness somebody signing something before you can attest to their signature.
And then also on tab 9, you told us that was the healthcare directive, is that right?
Yes.
And is that document signed?
Yes, it is.
And similarly, did you see Eric Richins sign that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit 4-11 and 4-12.
No objection.
4-11 and 4-12 are admitted.
If we could put up 4-11, please, and publish to the jury.
4-11's up.
And so this is the will you described that you prepared for Eric Richins. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to go to section 7.03, please. What does this section provide for?
That's the section where Eric expressed his intentions for the disposition of his remains. He wanted to be buried upon his death.
Now, talk generally about this document and what kind of legal implications, this document has.
So in the case of a trust-based estate plan, which is what we prepared for Eric, the will is not usually as important as the trust. All of his directions for what he wanted to happen to his assets and the protections he wanted to put in place for his loved ones were contained in the trust. You still have to have a will. It's called a pour-over will. It says that if I leave anything out of my trust, and if I forget to make a beneficiary designation when I die, give it to my trust to be controlled by the terms of my trust. And then I always include either burial, cremation instructions if somebody has a preference. Sometimes people don't have a preference, then I don't say anything. Anything that's governed by a will has to go through a process called probate. That's a court supervised process of administering an estate, the non-trust assets. So when you draft a trust-based estate plan, or when you execute a trust-based estate plan, the idea is you're avoiding probate. You don't need to use the will. It never has to go through probate. The will is just a backup document.
So now if we could put up 4-12, please, for the witness, and we can publish this as well. So talk about, in general, how a trust works.
Okay, so a trust is a contract between, and I'm going to use Eric specifically because this one was prepared for him. It's a contract between the party who drafts it, the party who's going to benefit from it, and the party who's going to administer it. So initially, a trust is a contract between you, me, myself, and I. Eric was the grantor. He created the rules for the trust. Eric was the trustee. That means he was the manager of the trust, of all the assets that were contained in the trust and have to follow the rules that he set. And then Eric initially was the beneficiary until such time as he became, until he died. He was the trustee until such time he became permanently incapacitated or died. And then somebody else would manage those trust assets. It's like a box that you have rules for. You put the assets in, and those rules control all of the assets in the box.
So you mentioned that a trust, the trustee was Eric while he was alive.
Yes.
And then he chose someone else to be a trustee in the event of his death. Is that correct?
He did. That would be at Article 3.
Okay. Who did Eric choose as his trustee?
He chose his sister. Well, but he chose a couple of successors. His sister, Kouri Richins Benson. And then I want to see who he chose as this. And then I'm looking at the will still.
That's okay. You don't have to look at it. If you don't remember, that's okay.
No, it was Katie that he chose as his first successor trustee, and I believe it was Clint as the second.
What is a trustee?
The trustee is the person who has legal title to the assets in the trust and is charged with managing those assets for the benefit of the beneficiaries of the trust in the way that the trust says.
In your experience, was it unusual for someone who was married to not choose their spouse as a trustee?
Yes.
What effect did the trust have on Eric Richins' property?
While he was alive, he could still do anything he wanted with the trust assets because it was a revocable trust. But the trust owned his property in that little box. And the effect was that when he died, it became irrevocable, and those assets had to be administered according to the terms of the trust that he set.
Scott, if we could go to Article 8.01 of the trust.
Excuse me.
Describe for the jury, in layman's terms, what this section of the trust means as it pertains to Kouri Richins.
Okay. Might be a little wordy here. So on
your best.
On Eric's death, this trust became irrevocable and sub-trusts were created. A trust for Kouri called the Q-tip trust that you see here at Article 8. And then the next trust is the Descendants Trust that was for the benefit of the kids. Because it was a Q-tip trust, the law requires that all of the income generated by the assets held in that share must be distributed to Kouri during her lifetime.
So did the trust provide for Kouri Richins' household expenses?
And not specifically, but the guidelines for distribution also provide that she's entitled to also access the principal through the trustee for her health, education, maintenance, and support. So yes, she was provided for, just not household expenses specifically.
And you mentioned that a trust is like a box that someone can put their assets into. What were some of the assets or the assets that went into Eric Richins' trust?
So the easiest thing we did was he signed an assignment of tangible personal property. So things that don't get titled anywhere, like your furniture, your jewelry, those collections. By signing that document, that transferred those things to the trust. I prepared a deed for him for the house that he owned in his name, and we transferred that asset to his trust. I think the house was on Willow Court. And then I prepared an assignment of interest in C&E Masonry that he signed later on in February. After the trust was built, then we could put the things in it, and he signed that in February of 2021. Put that in the trust, and also another LLC interest.
Scott, if we could go back to just the first page of 4-12, please. Even the title page for, yeah. So that document has a date on it. What's the significance of that date?
That's the date that Eric signed the trust, and for titling purposes, we include the date in the name of the trust.
And so for all intents and purposes, that's the effective date. That's when it becomes legally in effect.
That's when it becomes legally binding, yes.
If we could show the witness 4-14, please.
Scott.
And if you could scroll through it so the witness can see the document. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it as part of Eric Richins' estate plan?
Yes, it's the power of attorney that I prepared for him.
I'll move to admit 4-14.
No objection.
4-14 is admitted.
If you could explain, you mentioned that this is a durable power of attorney. What is a power of attorney?
It's a document that nominates an agent, somebody that you choose to manage your property if you become incapacitated, or sometimes immediately.
And what effect did Eric Richins' power of attorney have on his estate plan, or who did he choose as his power of attorney?
I'm sure he chose Kouri Richins Benson.
Okay, if we could show the witness, I don't want you to look at anything just yet. If we could show the witness 4-13, please. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
I'm scrolling through it. It's a draft revocation of a prior durable power of attorney.
Is this also a document that you prepared for Eric Richins?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 4-13.
No objection.
4-13 is admitted.
If we could publish 4-13 to the jury, please. So this was a document that you drafted as part of Eric Richins' estate plan, is that right?
Yes, I drafted it, and then you can see that there's the prior durable power of attorney is attached as an exhibit. I didn't draft the prior power of attorney.
Certainly. Was this document ever recorded?
This version of the revocation of durable power of attorney was never signed or recorded.
Do you know why?
Eric was concerned about the repercussions he would face if he told Kouri.
Object to your say, Your Honor.
That was my impression.
Pause. Please approach. Yeah, my apologies. Jury, I appreciate your patience. You cannot consider what Eric Richins said to Ms. Bowman Carter.
And so I'm not sure if your answer was heard by the jury. I won't ask you why, but was this document ever recorded?
No, this document was never recorded.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you were communicating with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, I believe.
I had communications with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, yes.
And you were instructed to only communicate with the brother-in-law, is that right?
I was instructed to communicate with his sister and I was given I believe it was a shared email account.
Okay.
And they both responded there.
Was that unusual in your practice?
It was the first time anyone had asked me to do that, so yes.
Okay. I now want to turn your attention to the week that Eric Richins died. Did there come a time when you learned that Eric Richins had died?
Yes, I learned that day that he had died, March 4th, 2022.
And is that when you became aware of it, or was that a day later?
I believe I learned the day that it happened.
And how did you learn about Eric Richins' death?
Clint Benson called me and told me that he had died.
And did you also receive a call from a sheriff's deputy that day?
Yeah, later that day, I received a phone call from somebody who identified themselves as the sheriff deputy and who asked me to talk to Kouri.
And did you talk to Kouri on the phone that day?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
Apparently, she was upset about the house, and I was asked to explain that there was an estate plan in place and that the house belonged to the trust, and that's what I told her.
When you were explaining to Kouri Richins that the house belonged in the trust, how did she react?
Oh, not positively. She was livid. She was upset, and she said, "What is wrong with you people?" and handed the phone back to the officer, I believe.
When having this conversation with Kouri Richins, was it your impression that she was unaware of the estate plan?
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll lay a little foundation.
What could you tell from your conversation with Kouri Richins about her knowledge regarding what would happen with the house?
She told me that the house she told me the house belonged to her. She thought the house was hers, and obviously, if she thought that, then she was unaware of the estate plan and that the trust owned the house.
When were you contacted by an attorney representing Kouri Richins?
Yeah, a bankruptcy attorney reached out to me.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
So you mentioned that you received an email from an attorney representing Kouri Richins. Is that right?
I received an email on March 8th from an attorney that said he represented Kouri Richins.
Okay. What, and so, sorry, I missed the date that you said. He contacted you on March 8th, is
March
that right?
8th, 2022.
What was the general nature of that email?
Just to tell me that he represented her and to ask that we give her time to grieve, don't act too quickly, so that she could attend to services, and I believe that was it.
And so he was contacting you in reference to the estate plan, is that right?
Possibly. I'd have to look at the email, but I don't even know if he referenced the estate plan.
He was talking about the house that was in the estate plan, is that right?
Yes.
Did you, after that email exchange on March 8th, did you provide any documents to Mr. Nate?
Yeah, it was Attorney Nate, and I did provide him with a full copy of the estate plan. I pointed out several things, including that the will called for burial and asked.
Yeah, go ahead. You can finish.
And asked and because I had become aware that Kouri was seeking to have his body cremated, so I wanted to make sure.
Hearsay and non-responsive.
Well, taking him in reverse order, overruled, and it's unclear, so I'll sustain it, lay some more foundation.
Sure. So one of the documents that you provided to Mr. Nate was the will. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons you provided him the will was so that he was aware of Eric Richins' wishes as it concerned his burial.
Yes.
Did you open probate on Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
When did that happen?
March 14th
of 2022.
Only 10 days after Eric's death.
In your experience, is that, first, I'll ask two questions about opening probate. Was that a typical time frame for those events to happen?
No, that wasn't a typical time frame.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a couple of reasons. Usually people need to get through the services and grieve a little bit. If the property is secure, there's no reason to open probate right away. But in this case, Eric had a fully funded trust. I never would have opened probate if we were just administering the trust. That's the whole reason you have a trust, is to avoid having to go to court, make everything public.
And so when you're saying the time frame was not typical, it was quicker than usual. Is that fair?
Yes, it was much quicker than usual. And with a trust, I just wouldn't have opened probate. If at all, I would have opened probate a year after the death, after creditors' claims had been cut off.
And so you opened probate quickly because there was some urgency, in your view?
Yes. Eric had, can I explain why?
Please lay some foundation for how she knows whatever she's about to say.
Well, sure. Did you, can we approach? I don't want.
Ms. Shervnak, please proceed.
Without telling us any specific statements or what anybody said, why did you open probate so quickly?
I needed to get the nominated personal representative in place so that Katie Richins, Benson, would have the ability to manage the probate estate and and make sure that Eric's wishes, as expressed in his will, were followed.
Thank you. And I neglected to check. Have I admitted Exhibit 4-14? I know I talked about it with this witness. Did we?
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. It wasn't there, Your
Honor, okay. I just didn't have a note there, so I wanted to make sure I admitted it.
Ms. Nestor is correct. It's been admitted without objection.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Bowman Carter.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins today. All right, so I want to talk with you about the revocation document that you talked about with Ms. Shermanak. Could we please bring up 4-13? It's been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment. You can see that, Ms. Bowman
I can see it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Ms. Nestor.
And can we scroll down to the beginning of, or actually the very bottom of it, the date of the original one that they were contemplating revoking? And just to refresh, you mentioned on direct, this was actually never done. You actually never did revoke this power of attorney, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay, I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood you. I thought you said that you all ended up not revoking it.
No, I said we didn't sign this document.
You didn't sign it.
Mhm.
So I know what you're getting at. So in your durable power of attorney, you mentioned revoking all previous powers of attorney, correct?
That's not what I was getting at, but that's correct.
Okay. But this particular document never got signed or filed or anything.
No, another revocation got signed apart from the durable power of attorney that he signed.
Okay. And the date on this document that you all were contemplating revoking, but didn't ever sign this document, was May the 8th of 2013. Is that right?
That's what this document says.
So this is the power of attorney that all the parties were contemplating, saying you can't use this anymore, right? From now on.
This power of attorney was revoked, yes.
I'm trying to not use lawyer words. I'm trying to use like normal words, just so to make sure we're clear. So revoke just means we can't use it anymore, right?
Right. Okay. Taken back. It's null and void.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was getting at. So to your understanding, this power of attorney there'd been no prior revocation filed on this power of attorney. In other words, it had been in place since May of 2013.
Right. But circumstances changed and he wanted to revoke it.
Sure. Anybody can revoke a power of attorney anytime they want, right?
Correct.
But he hadn't done that up until now, till he saw you in 2020.
That is my understanding. He may have gone to someone else, but this is the first time I've learned of it.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement within about a year or so after Eric passed?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by law enforcement, do you recall telling them that it stuck out in your mind how kind Eric was about Kouri using that power of attorney in a way that he didn't like, right? Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
That's her own statement, Your Honor.
Which is why it's a problem that it's coming in through you.
Well, I'll lay a little more foundation.
Assistant.
Was it your understanding that the goal of revoking this power of attorney that had existed before was that Kouri couldn't be trusted
to utilize it well?
Yes,
And why couldn't she be trusted to utilize it well?
because she had stolen she had misused it to take $250,000 out in his name, and he did not like that.
Totally fair. And isn't it also true that it was your understanding that Kouri's business acumen or business skills were less than fantastic because she was young and inexperienced?
I have no personal knowledge about Kouri's business acumen and skills.
Did you make that statement in your prior interview to the police?
I repeated what Eric told me about her business acumen and skills.
Okay, and what was your understanding of that?
I had no understanding of her business acumen and skills.
But what'd you tell the police?
I told the police what Eric told me.
Which was what?
That she was misusing the power of attorney, that I wanted to include stronger language in his estate plan, more protective. I was surprised that he was willing to. He said that she's the mother of my children. I know that she made mistakes. She needs some more experience. For now, I'm going to do what I'm doing.
Great, thank you. Was there also, when you decided to add the house to the trust, did you do any investigation into whether Mrs. Richins had been contributing to the mortgage throughout the marriage?
I did not. Wasn't relevant.
Okay. When you said that all of Mr. Richins' personal property was poured into the trust, did you do any investigation into whose funds purchased all that personal property?
It wouldn't matter if it was gifts, but no, I didn't.
So, for example, the furniture in the living room, do you know whether Kouri purchased it with her money or Eric purchased it with his money or it was joint money? Do you even know?
No, how could I know?
Okay. And you made no effort to find out?
The assignment that Eric signed transferred his personal property.
Right.
If
So you took his word for what was his personal property as opposed to what was hers?
I didn't have to take his word. He was only transferring what was his personal property.
Okay. And did he give you an inventory of what that personal property was?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know.
Well, there's a worksheet and he listed some things like his guns, but he didn't prepare a very specific inventory. I just prepared an assignment that he signed transferring all of his personal property to his trust, as is customary.
So that would ultimately be decided probably by the trustee, whether she was trying to divvy up the proceedings as required under the trust, whether that couch was bought by Kouri or that couch was bought by Eric.
That's likely.
And you didn't give any guidance to that in the trust, the document itself.
What are you asking?
Was it listed in the trust, each and every item that was considered Eric's personal property?
No, it was just all of my household furnishings in effect.
Okay. You said all the household furnishings were his personal property?
No, I said all of my household furnishings and effects, meaning all of Eric's household furnishings and effects.
Gotcha. Okay. You also, in the trust documents that you drafted, it's pretty common that you do what's something called a statement of intent, right?
No, it's not common at all.
So it was unusual that you did that.
Yes.
Katie, can you pull up 412, page 1-2, section 103? This is in, Your Honor, if we could publish.
Okay, there you go.
And can you blow up the statement of my intent? So this is the part you said is unusual for you to do.
I mean, it's not unusual to, trusts will have them, but for me, I typically don't include one unless there's a reason.
So did you have a reason for including this?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume it's something the client wanted?
Yes.
Okay. And the language in here states that the intent of the trust is to provide for both Mrs. Richins and the children throughout their lifetime, right?
Right. We revised that the day of signing.
Great. You can take that down. Did there come a time, you mentioned that it was your understanding that Mr. Richins did not want you to communicate with him directly, right?
By email directly.
Right. And is that because he and his wife shared an email account?
I don't know. It was E. Richins, I think. I don't think they shared an email account. I don't know.
Okay. So you just don't know.
It was not because they shared an email. What he told me was not because they shared an email account. It was because she snooped in his email.
Okay.
That's what
So
he
she
told
had
me.
access to his email at least.
I don't know. That's what he told me.
Okay. And were you aware at that time that he was consulting a divorce attorney?
Yes.
Right. So when you previously said it's very unusual to not put your spouse as a trustee, if the individual was considering divorce, that wouldn't be unusual to put someone other than your spouse, would it?
No, that wouldn't be unusual.
Okay. And was there a time where you accidentally did notify Kouri of something?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
Kouri Richins, K. Richins, and Katie Richins Benson. Very similar names.
Sure.
After I spoke to Kouri on the phone, I sent an email to Katie, I thought, which actually got sent to Kouri.
Okay. And in that email, do you remember the date of that?
It was probably March 4th, the same day that I talked to, it may have been March 5th, but I think it was March 4th, 2022. Right. The same day I talked to Kouri.
And just talking about that conversation you had with Kouri, so this is less than 48 hours after her husband has died, right? Give or take.
Yes.
And your purpose of your conversation was at Katie Benson Richins' request?
No, it was the police's request.
Okay. And what you told her before she got very, very upset was the house that you live in is not yours.
I told her that she did not have title to the house.
Okay. So basically you're telling a new widow that she's also about to be homeless?
No, not at all. That's ridiculous.
Did you tell her there was any other homes provided for her by Eric waiting on her somewhere?
No, but I told her that he had that she would not be kicked out of the house, that she could continue to live there, and that he had provided for her in his estate plan.
Okay. And if I understand your previous testimony correctly, you never actually asked her, what did you know about all this before he passed, did you?
No.
Right. So you don't know whether Kouri Richins knew there was a trust before he died?
It was apparent that she didn't.
I'm sorry. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether Kouri Richins knew before his death that there was a trust in place?
No, I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. I want to talk about the intake form that Ms. Shervinack went over with you. If we could please pull up 4.9. It's also been admitted, Your Honor. And if we could scroll forward till we get to the page where he lists his assets. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There. Your Honor, can we blow this up just a little bit, that top half, so we can see it? All right, so this is the section where you ask the client to list, I guess, what they're worth, right?
Yeah, that is a summary of the assets listed on previous pages.
Okay. And Mr. Richins, it looks like, wasn't sure about stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement. And Smite directed you to ask Freckleton, right?
That's pretty common. Clients don't want to fill everything out.
Yeah.
And he knew Brian Freckleton had worked with me before on the buy-sell agreement. He said, talk to him about that stuff.
But he does say that they had $100,000 in bank and savings accounts at the time.
That's what this document says.
And $65,000 in vehicles at the time.
Well, you said they. He says he.
Okay. 65,000 in vehicles.
That's what this document says.
and 30,000 in furniture and personal items,
That's what this document says.
and $1 million in real property.
Yes, that's what this document says.
And it looks like he's valuing his business, at least his share of the business, at about $3 million.
That's what this document says.
All right. And that he had some anticipated inheritance, not a ton, but some. Right?
That's what this document says.
So his best estimate of his net worth was about $4.6 million if you don't include stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement plans.
That's what this document says.
So as long as he's alive, I believe you said that he could do whatever he wanted with any of the money that was assigned into the trust, right?
Yes.
Because it's revocable.
Yes.
So as long as he's alive, he can share any of this money that he wants with his wife.
He can make gifts to whoever he wants.
And he can share 100%, 0.5%, whatever he wants as far as his monthly income, right? With his wife.
I'm not sure what.
So nothing about a revocable trust prohibits him from, if he's making $33,000 a month, giving his wife half of that or more.
He can do whatever he wants with his property.
And if he lived to be 70, he could give her as much as he wanted until he's 70, right? No matter what the trust says.
Like I said, he can do whatever he wants with his property.
But the minute he dies, Katie Richins Benson decides how much money, if any, Kouri Richins gets, right?
Well, the successor trustee, who happens to be Katie Richins Benson, has to follow the rules of the trust set by the grantor, who is Eric. So no, Katie can't do whatever she wants with the money. She has to follow the rules of the trust.
Totally fair, and you're right.
We're set by Eric Richins.
But she's the one who will decide from the moment he dies forward whether, if, how much Kouri gets any of Eric's money.
Yes, that's what Eric wanted.
And if, hypothetically, Kouri Richins knew about the existence of the trust, she would know that as well.
I don't know what Kouri would know from reading the trust.
But that's what the trust says in plain black and white in the paper, right?
Can you repeat what you're saying the trust says?
Yep, that.
For a moment. Go ahead, Ms. Sherman.
Your Honor, it calls for speculation. She does that. She can't answer as to what Kouri.
Sustained.
The trust, if someone had a copy of it, lays clearly out what we've just discussed, that as long as Eric's alive, he can do whatever he wants with his money. Once he dies, it's up to Katie.
Like I said already, it's not completely up to Katie. She's the trustee of the trust. She has legal title to those assets, and she has to follow the rules of the trust, which say she has to give Kouri certain income, that Kouri can come to her and ask for distributions of principal for health, education, maintenance, and support. This trust was primarily to protect the boys.
Did you ever advise Katie in her role as trustee, since you drafted the trust papers? Did you ever give her any explanation about her duties or talk to her about what she could and couldn't do?
That's attorney-client privilege.
She's your client?
She was my client after Eric's death for a period of time.
As of when was she your client?
As of Eric's death?
She's still your client?
No.
How much have you been paid by Katie Richins Benson?
I waived my fees.
You waived your fees. So you're her lawyer for free?
I'm not her lawyer anymore.
Okay. How long were you her lawyer?
I was her lawyer through, I think I formally withdrew in June. She needed a firm that had more capacity than I had with just me.
When you opened the probate, were you then responsible for any pleadings that came in and out of the probate matter? Would you have gotten copies of them?
I opened probate. I drafted the probate pleadings.
Right. So if, for example, Kouri had asked Katie after Eric's death, can you please pay the mortgage for the next year out of the trust? That request would have gone through the probate, right?
No.
Okay, so how would it have gone?
Katie was the trustee of the trust. That is not subject to probate.
Okay. So do you have any personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins ever asked Katie Richins for any distributions? Do you have any personal knowledge?
Your objection, Ms. Sherman.
Calls for hearsay. Kouri's statements to Katie.
Yeah, only if it's, so would you exclude Kouri's statements, but re-ask your question?
without saying anything Kouri ever said, which by the way, it sounds like you didn't communicate with Kouri anyway, but were you aware in your role as the person assisting the trustee, whether any request for any money ever came to that trust in the year after Eric died from Kouri Richins?
I need you to be more specific to make sure you're not seeking hearsay. Break it down.
In writing or legally or formal request to the trustee?
What in writing or legally?
Requests for distributions to Kouri, to her boys, anything from the trust?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. You also mentioned that you were talking to a lawyer that you knew to be a bankruptcy lawyer, right? When he called you about Kouri shortly after the death?
I was surprised at how quickly he got in touch with me and some of his claims about the way the property was titled. So I looked him up to see if he even knew anything about estate planning.
But you're certainly not telling this jury that he was representing Kouri in a bankruptcy, right?
No, I just was curious. So I looked him up to see that it made more sense when I found out he was a bankruptcy attorney.
But he wasn't calling you about a bankruptcy matter. He was calling you about, please give Kouri some time to grieve before anything goes on with the house.
He never called me. I mean, he called me later, but in the email, he asked, please don't move forward on the probate until she's had time to grieve.
Okay.
He didn't mention a bankruptcy.
All right. I just want to make sure that the jury doesn't think there was a bankruptcy matter going on. There wasn't, to your knowledge, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. And then you also said that you told this lawyer that Eric wished to be buried. Is that right?
That's what his will said, and I did say that in a subsequent email.
And in fact, Eric was buried, correct?
I believe so.
Right. Did you go to the funeral?
No, I didn't.
Are you still close with his sister?
No, I've never been close with his sister.
Okay, well, you were her lawyer.
That doesn't mean I'm close to her.
Oh.
It was a professional relationship.
Okay. How often did you talk to her?
When
you were her lawyer?
As needed?
Daily, weekly, monthly?
I think it was daily at first.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we send the witness back to the state.
Anything further, Ms. Sherpanek?
No, Your Honor.
May we release Ms. Bowman Carter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Take care. Counsel.
Thank you, ma'am.
Counsel.
Your Honor, the state can call a witness now. That direct will probably be an hour.
Why don't we take a restroom break now so we don't break up direct? Please rise for the jury. Folks, have a seat, please. Just checking, the next witness is,
Robert Grossman.
okay. And then anything on the record before we take a break from the state,
No, yeah.
from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we come back at 2:10, please? Court's in recess. 231-500-139. The jury is lining up. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite them in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis? Okay. We're ready for them when they are. Will you bump Ms. Osterloh for me? Folks, please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Josh Grossman.
Mr. Grossman, good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
You please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Sir, do you swear to tell the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes or no?
I won't lie. I'll tell as much as in the setting, I assume all the answers to questions not.
Stand right there for a moment, if you don't mind. Can I invite you folks to take a walk for a moment? Please rise for the jury. Just pause for a moment. Have a seat for me, if you don't mind. Mr. Grossman, do you understand the difference between what's true and what's not true?
I do.
Do you promise, under the pains and penalties of perjury, to tell the truth when you're asked questions?
Absolutely.
Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you bring the jury back in?
Your Honor, an instruction that he's taken enough.
I'll make it clear. So that you're not surprised, I'll just ask you to confirm that you've sworn to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Folks, please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Mr. Grossman, just to confirm, you have sworn an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good, sir. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What, sir, is your name?
Robert Joshua Grossman.
Sir, do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
I've known her for, I don't know, a decade probably at this point. We met in South Carolina. She was flipping a house and I answered, and a help wanted ad.
Then did you come to know her in South Carolina through helping her flip homes?
I did.
Did there come a time you moved to Utah?
Yes.
When, sir, was that?
It was just as COVID was kicking off. So 2020, I believe, or early in the year.
And why did you move to Utah?
To work with her, help her flip houses.
And when you moved to Utah, where did you stay?
Initially, I stayed at a flip that she had acquired in Heber. I had my dog with me. We do live-in flips, me and the dog. Yeah.
Other than accommodations, did she pay you for your service?
We didn't have any contractual agreement. She took care of me. I lived for free. She gave me money whenever I needed it. I just, I liked her, so I'd work for free. Not that she didn't, pay me. She did from time to time in lump sums. And
did she also give you a truck?
yes, she bought me a truck. 2 of them. Bought me one, traded in, got another one at one point. Didn't trade it in, gave it to her mother. Yeah.
Did, sir, there come a time when your relationship turned romantic?
Yes.
About when?
Same time, just before driving to Utah.
So right about the outset of COVID.
Right.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 3-1, please?
The witness has it.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been admitted. Can we publish it? Scott, can you zoom in on the top portion? Thank you. Mr. Grossman, do you recognize that document before you?
I know what it's alluding to. I know of it. Yes, sir.
And did you know about a trip planned to the secret St. Martin's Resort?
Yes.
So I'm going to take a look at the passenger name line. There's some initials there. RG with a birth date of 9 December 1982 and a gender of male. So are those your initials?
Yes.
Is that your birth date?
Yes.
Perhaps obviously.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Did you and Kouri Richins at some point plan to go on this trip?
Yeah. She. I think that was a birthday present. I remember seeing a text or something. She sent it to me. We didn't discuss it much, but it was there.
Thank you, Scott. During that time that you were romantically involved with Miss Richins, did you love her?
Yes.
During that time, did you feel that she loved you?
Yeah. I have a tendency of going head over heels, though, probably more than most. So, I think she did.
Did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
From the time you moved to Utah, about how often?
Daily, unless she was mad at me or vice versa.
What topics on those messages did you discuss?
Same thing you would discuss with your best friend, plus house flipping stuff. Life.
Do you discuss her children?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you now some text messages between you and Ms. Richins.
Okay.
They're the same ones I believe we've looked at before. I'm going to ask you if you've recognized them. If you can recognize them right away, that's fine. If you would like me to scroll down through them again, I'm happy to do that, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get exhibit 2-13 Delta, please? Can you just kind of scroll through the whole string without zooming in? Just, you know.
Those are pretty small. If you need people to zoom
Yeah.
in, you can ask, sir.
Is that good enough for you to identify them, or do you want to zoom in and step through them?
I mean, if you could zoom in a hair, that wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
Was I supposed to be reading them at that clip?
No, I just,
right there?
what I'm going to ask
Okay.
you, the
I got
question for you, sir, is do you recognize this as a text exchange that you had with Ms. Richins?
I got you. And I do for this one.
Okay. Then the state moves to admit 2-13D.
Could you just, Scott, could you just scroll down and let me take a look at everything that's in there real quick? Keep going. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Is that it? Oh my gosh, never mind, okay.
Council, take the time you need.
Let me just pull it up real quick. I don't believe I have any objection to that one. I'm gonna say no objection.
States 2-13D is admitted.
Your Honor,
You'll let me know when you want to publish them.
moves to publish, yeah.
Understood.
And then, Scott, if we could just walk through them with the jury, please.
Okay. Since they're not reading them, I'm going to go ahead. So this looks like it's from Kouri to Josh. We'll just start off here. Something specific spiked this though, question mark. There's something you want to know that I didn't tell you. Can you tell me what it was? I know you're busy, tired, sore fingers, not wanting to text me because a call would be better or in person, but I will be up all night wondering, babe, worrying, feeling horrible. I would greatly appreciate you telling me, but if not, that's okay, not tonight. And that was on December 18th of 2021. From Josh to Kouri, can't text it. This texting shit sucks. Several things. From Josh to Kouri, if you lived one day with my phone, you would get it. Not mad at you, know that. It's this foe, which I think he means phone, these cuts. Too time consuming. I have 2 hours of driving soon. I have to get off this job. From Kouri to Josh. It's draining to love you. My heart is burning with sadness to have read that, like it popped out of my chest and someone is stomping on it. I'm sorry I'm draining to love. I knew this would come one day. Just was hoping it wasn't today or anytime soon because I love you. I love talking to you, being with you, laughing and joking, venting and being overly happy with news I got today. The sense of never feeling judged with you and just so comfortable around you. I don't have that in my marriage, and I really enjoy my relationship and love for you. But you're right, we both know this love triangle can't go on forever. You don't deserve it. I don't deserve you. I can't expect you to sit around for the day the trigger gets pulled because who knows when that's going to be. I tried and failed. I can't expect you to sit home and wonder what I'm doing or my home life or when I might call you next or see you. That is so beyond selfish of me. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't see it until then. What a damn selfish person I am. How could I think someone like you would be okay with this for the rest of forever until I pull my head out of my ass? How's selfish not to step away and let you just live your life without the constant wonder. Your love is draining. I'm sorry, babe. You're right. It has to be exhausting. And how dare me be okay with that? That mental and physically stress on you. I'm sorry, babe. Maybe saying goodbye earlier than later is better. I'm sorry you have to work so late. I shouldn't have kept you so late this morning. Again, selfish. Wow. I just am so sorry. I'm just realizing this. I feel like an idiot. Don't text back. No words needed. Finish up work and get some rest. We can talk later. Good night. And those were on December 18th, 2021. From Josh to Kouri, love triangle. What do you mean by that? I don't get it. Kouri responds, well, I'm married and you, me, our relationship. I don't know what else to call it. I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. I could talk to you right now. We could be great, not a fair shot. Instead, it's going to be misinterpreted text once again. Instead, it's going to be let's end this sooner. Wild. From Kouri to Josh, I meant what I said yesterday. I'll always love you, handsome. If it's okay, can we talk tomorrow? I want to go to sleep as happy as I was when I woke up with you this morning. I won't misinterpret anything, or I hope I don't, until I talk to you about it more. I'm sorry, babe. Again, still on December 18th, 2021. From Josh, it's draining to love you, dot, dot, dot. You threw the last half of the sentence away? You changed the meaning of the sentence by deleting some of it and then used your new sentence as an epiphany and a reason to profess your love, in quotes, in parentheses, triangle, of Eric and end it sooner with me. That's what I gathered from that. Chopped liver over here. From Josh to Kouri, sends a, there's no text in the text. Looks like it's just an emoji. Sent December 18th, 2021. From Josh to Kouri, you goofball. From Kouri to Josh, I threw the last half of the sentence off because it's almost as bad as the first. Pretend to be an idiot. I took that as, are we ever going to address the elephant in the room and recognize what's really going on here, the bigger picture? Profess my love for Eric? What? That's not what I'm saying either. You took love triangle and changed it around to professing my love for Eric when that's not at all what I was doing. I'm telling you I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. That's 3 people. Want to make a circle with 3 people? You just didn't the exact thing I did. Assumed and misinterpreted a text. Again, still December 18th, 2021. Kouri did the exact, I think she's just correcting herself. And then from Josh to Kouri, if you think you love me now, then ending it sooner will be good for one reason only. Because if you don't, you're going to fall in love with me in ways you never thought you could. That is a guarantee. Speaking of guarantee, last night by no means counts as your guarantee. It was not stated as such prior, so it doesn't count. From Josh, but I did it on purpose. From Kouri, you will never be chopped liver to me. Absolutely not true. I had an epiphany of the selfish person I really am. That's the only epiphany I had. The day you yelled at me on the phone, you had said I was selfish, and I was so offended by that. And now I understand why you said that and why I felt so mad, because it's true. You're right. If we don't end things, I would fall deeper and more in love with you than I already am, which is going to be even harder. Okay, I'll take it. Doesn't count. Guarantee for the 3rd. Maybe that will be more of a date to remember than just celebrating Christmas and a guarantee. I know your fingers hurt. I know you're working. I can try and get away tomorrow for a phone call. I think we're going to need it. From Josh, if you're going to be mad at me, you need to come see me and do it in person. If you're going to say goodbye forever because that's what you want, do it in person. Or better yet, just love me. Love me like you have no choice in the matter. I want to be my best for you. I want us to be ourselves for each other. Josh, I love our love. I love you. Do you believe that we could be great together for each other? From Josh, what did you mean by more of a date to remember? Oh, it's perfect. His face on the desk. From Kouri, I'm not mad about anything, I promise. Saying goodbye, we promised to do in person, and both know it was coming and happening the day it happens. It's not what I want to do, but it's also not fair to you in any way possible, because I want you, but can't break up my family. It's having your cake and eating it too. I do just want to love you. I do love you. I love our love too. It's my favorite. Do I think we could be great together? Yes, of course I do. You're one of my best friends, babe. Still on December 18th of 2021. Oops. No more of that guy. From Josh, no ma'am, I thought you were getting a divorce. From Kouri, that's what I'm saying. What if that's in a year? You're just supposed to sit around and wait for me? No, and I would never ask you to. From Josh, of course I'd wait a year. If you're coming over on the 3rd to say goodbye, something, I'll take it back at 7. I'll take it back to 7 a.m. every morning, or mine at night every night, or 9 at night every night. From Kouri, I'll just take 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day with multiple phone calls and visits in between. From Josh, I'll see if I can find a tree and put it in Little Mill Creek tomorrow. If there's a particular one you want me to get, send me the info. From Kouri, no sweets. You do you tomorrow. Take the day and just relax. Storage unit stuff. Panda walk. Don't worry about it. I really appreciate it though. From Kouri, hey. From Josh, that is doing me. That's what I'm gonna do. So if you don't want a Charlie Brown tree, you might want to participate. Still December 18th, 2021. From Josh, hey. From Kouri, ha ha ha, you were the best. The thought of not talking to you and listening to your silly jokes sounds awful in a million ways. I love you. From Kouri, good night, pee in my pod. From Josh, I love you, K-IND. Oh, he's got, I love you, K. Kind, outgoing, unique, romantic, inches away from signing her divorce papers and falling madly in love with her soulmate. Good night, Lima Bean. From Kouri, too late. I have already fallen. Night.
Thank you, Scott. That text was from December the 18th, 2021. I meant to go in chronological order.
That was all one day.
Sir, we're going to go back in time to November the 29th, 2021. Scott, can I get 2-12 Delta? Can we scroll that through that for Mr. Grossman and council, please?
Yeah. Yes.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins on November the 29th, 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-12 Delta.
No objection.
States 2-12D is admitted.
Yeah, Your Honor, publish it, please.
Sorry, forgot I was muted. Okay, this says from Josh to Corey. This is November 28th of 2021. Just be straight, babe. You know I want to. That's why I asked. I can't guess or decipher anymore. My head hurts. From Corey, get some rest. I don't want you to use your head anymore. It wasn't that big of a deal, really. I'll call you tomorrow. From Josh, maybe it's a tiny deal, but you could still tell me. So I'm not made to sit here and wonder. That's not fun. From Corey, when I was little, I grew up scrubbing other people's toilets in Park City at quote unquote rich people's houses after school, Christmas breaks, all summer. I worked for my aunt's company. I was just always looked down upon because you're literally the person cleaning toilets. I always said to myself and my aunt, one day I'll own properties in Park City like all these rich, snooty people, and I will never be like them. Tomorrow I close on 3 properties, all in the same day. 2 being in Park City. That's a huge deal to me. Biggest accomplishment to date career-wise. It's never been about the money. It's about being able to say, I too have properties in PC. And you're not better than anyone the way you treat people. And I can prove it. Tomorrow is a really big deal for me, self accomplishment wise, to sit and reflect and be thankful. So I just wanted to sit for a minute and celebrate with someone and have a drink. No one really knows about the PC properties. They won't mean
Yes, sir. Water. Yeah, no problem. Grab a glass. There's cold water in there for you. You just put that up there.
they won't mean anything to anyone, and that's okay. I like the secret part of and don't like people knowing my business, but tomorrow for me is big, a big day for me. So that's all. I just wanted to see if I could find an hour. We were both free to just toast to new beginnings of life and celebrate. That's all. Hope you have a great night. Good night. And from Josh, thank you. That's not silly, babe. Not telling me would have been silly. Very, very happy for you. Of course, I'm going to celebrate with you. Sleep great. Keep me posted. I love you. I sent an attachment of 2 people,
Thank you, Scott.
heart to heart, you and me.
Scott, can I get 2-18 Delta, please? Please scroll through it for Mr. Grossman and counsel. Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a January 9th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
I mean, I think so. I didn't necessarily recognize some of it. I saw the word dope sick in there. That doesn't, I don't know that that's, can you scroll back up to that one? That just doesn't seem like a topic of conversation of ours, or it doesn't seem like a word I recall.
Other than that word, does it appear to be an accurate depiction?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's a TV show. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-18D into evidence
No objection.
States 2-18D is admitted.
and to publish, Your Honor.
There you go.
From Kouri, and this is January 9th, 2022. Random question. Have you ever done anything besides smoke weed, drug-wise? From Josh. Yeah, pretty random. We've already had this talk. From Kouri. No, we haven't. From Kouri. I would have remembered. I'm just curious. From Josh. Yes, we have more than once, too. The first time was at Chili's, me, you, and Ronnie. From Kouri. Well, what did you say? From Josh. Yes, I've done things. Not all of them, not often. From Josh. And you? From Kouri. It's not a big deal, I was just wondering. I'm starting the new series Dope Sick tonight that just came out a few months ago. That's what made me wonder, when was the last time? Nope, not me. From Josh, I don't recall. Are you sure? Prescriptions count. From Kouri, like years ago? Nope. Well, if prescriptions count, then when I had Weston. From Kouri, I don't recall isn't an answer. How could you not remember? I have a cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but not my thing. From Josh, years ago, cabinet full and not my thing isn't an answer. From Josh, what's for dinner? From Kouri, how is that not an answer? Answered perfectly, No prescriptions since I had Weston, and even then I wouldn't take them, so I stored them in my cabinet. Just pain pills. They are still there. Pills and drugs are not my thing. If prescriptions count, then years ago, go for drugs and prescriptions for you. From Kouri, steak, mashed potatoes, mixed vegetables. You? From Josh, no, my VA prescription. Feel like I took someone else's at some point, just can't remember who or what. Too much alcohol first. Not sure. Looking for ideas. Had Mickey D's earlier. Yours sounds good. Grill, bake, or grill, boil, bake? Sure would like to see you, be with you in the kitchen.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 2-27 Delta, please? Please scroll through it for Mr. Grossman and counsel. Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a February the 14th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-27D into evidence and to publish.
This
No,
would be the
227D
first attempt murder,
is admitted.
poisoning.
One moment. There you are.
From Kouri. Good morning. I'll call you when I'm gonna head down. Carpooling now, then have to run home and make a quick finger food for Carter's Valentine's Day class party. Drop off at school, and then I'll hit the road, probably 9:40. From Josh, cool. From Kouri, leaving the school, Kamas. From Kouri, headed that way. That was at 9:43. From Josh, he liked that text. From Josh, hour-long ride. From Kouri, yep. From Kouri, she sends an attachment which looks like a picture of Google Maps. And that was on at 9:52, February 14th. From Kouri, I love you. That was at 6:30 p.m. From Kouri, I love you. Want to be my Valentine's? From Kouri, I love you. Want to be my Valentine's? February 14th, 6:30 p.m. From Kouri, I can't take a no. Or I can take a no. That's okay. That's at 7:51 p.m. From Josh, my heart is smiling when those 3 words come from you. It's very unique, different than any time I've heard them before. Those feelings, when coming from you, bring up different feelings in me. Your love reminds me how much God loves me, reminds me that I, my mom's son, am secretly the luckiest man on the face of the earth. It gives me immense amounts of appreciation, gratitude, and honor. I wouldn't trade your love in for a million of ... You name it. Whatever is next best. Darling, you better believe that I'll be your Valentine's. Will you be mine Valentine tonight? I was writing this on the way to Salt Lake. I know you feel the need to apologize, but just so you know, I like to see you on phone calls. Can't the rest. From Josh, I love you most.
Scott, can I get 2-29D, please?
So I'm gonna have to mute because my
Okay.
You go back to the beginning.
I got some things going on in the house right now, so I'm just gonna let you guys have to read it from the screen here at this point for the next little bit.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, things were frozen up again. No problem. Let's fix it. 1 second, Mr. Grossman. The witness has the document.
Sir, did you recognize that as a February the 15th accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-29D into evidence.
No objection.
2-29D is admitted.
Man.
Scott, can you please bring up 2-31D?
Sir, is that an accurate
Yes.
depiction?
Yes.
February 19th text message?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-31D into evidence.
No objection.
2-31D is admitted.
Sir, would you like to take a break?
Mr. Grossman, no, you need a minute or two.
I don't know what I need.
Let's just start with that. Why don't we take a pause for a moment, if you don't mind. Let's take a 5-minute break, please. Please rise for the jury.
2-32D.
No objection.
2-32D is admitted.
Scott, can we get 2-36D, please? Sir, do you recognize that as a accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-36D.
No objection.
2-36D is admitted.
Scott, 2-38D, please. Sir, do you as this as an accurate depiction March 2nd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
I do. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna remember every word in there, but I'm not saying it's not. These are our texts, period. And whether I remember them all or not, but yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-38D.
No objection.
2-38D is admitted.
Scott, can you please split screen 2-39D1 and 2-39D2? Scott, can you go to just 2-39D? Scroll through that. Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a March 3rd and a March 4th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-39D into evidence.
No objection.
2-39D is admitted.
Man, oh man.
Just pause for a minute.
Okay, okay.
Scott, can you bring up the gift attached to that? Sir, is that an accurate moving depiction of the gift thumbnail that was attached?
Was attached to what?
The email we just looked at.
That seems like pretty. I mean, I don't know. Who sent that? Me?
We can go back to that. Scott, can you take us back to 2-39? Sir, can you see that?
I see that. Maybe I'm just mixed up on the times or dates or something.
Sure. If you bring up the gift.
If I sent that after reading what I just read on here, then I was,
Just wait for the next question.
Okay.
Is that the moving version of the thumbnail that was attached?
Right.
Your Honor, the state moves this in. What I'd like to do, I'm not sure how they got separated. I would like to mark the the text exchange as 2-39D1, the associated GIF as 2-39D2.
No objection, but could we clarify the gift was sent on March 3rd? Those texts cover both March 3rd and March 4th.
The GIF was sent, it's in the text. It was sent at 7:22 p.m., March the 3rd, 2022.
Okay. 2-39D1 and D2 are admitted. What order would you like to publish things in?
Your Honor, let's please publish D1 and then we'll publish D2 at the end.
Okay. Scott, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we've walked through D1.
My apologies.
D1,
Okay.
so it's just publishing D2.
Okay. Do you want to show do you want to show the message at the end to provide context for the thumbnail, or do you want to go directly to D2?
Tell you what, Scott, give me D1 on the left, D2 on the right, thumbnail portion of D1 on the left.
One moment. Okay.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 2-49D? Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a March 20th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
I believe so.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish 2-49D.
No objection.
2-49D is admitted, and we'll publish now.
We can stop it there, Scott. Thanks. Scott 2-51D. Sir, do you recognize that as an April 8th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-51 Delta.
Oh, sorry, no objection.
2-51D is admitted.
Sir, last one. 2-53 Delta, Scott. Sir, do you recognize that as an April the 15th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yeah, I recognize it. I didn't have time to read it all. I'm not saying that I need to. I'd like to read it later, maybe.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-53D and publish.
No objection.
2-53D is admitted.
Sir, did there come a time after Eric Richins' death when you met up with Kouri?
Yes.
Do you recall the first time?
Yes.
About when was that?
I'd guess 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that.
What happened when you met up with him?
I forget where we met, but we rode up into the Uinta Mountains together. Two vehicles, I think. I can't remember. We both wound up in hers, though, in her vehicle. We sat there and talked.
Did you talk about Eric?
Yes. Yeah, that was the first opportunity to really, just, that was the first time.
Did there come a time during that discussion that Kouri Richins asked you about killing?
You want me to contextualize it?
Please.
So yeah, we sat there and talked for quite a while, and I'd never seen her that way, obviously. It was a heavy conversation. And I'm not used to that with her. She's not used to being open like that. So at one point, my opinion then, probably still now, looking back, was that, she was looking for any reason. I think she was exhausted emotionally. And I think she was looking for a reason to divert the conversation away from herself, because she does that. She does that about lots of things in every normal life, I think that's what she did. She asked me, go ahead. I'll let you ask. I know.
Sure.
But
did she ask you a question about killing?
She did ask me yeah.
What's her did she ask?
She asked if I had ever killed anybody.
And was that specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Right.
Did you respond?
I did.
Did she ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Sir, what was that follow-up question?
She asked me how it made me feel or something along those lines. And then I answered her. I took it as not out of the normal, though, really.
Did you and Kouri Richins stay romantically involved after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
For how long?
You'd have to look at my phones to tell me that. I'm going to guess, bless you, 6 months, maybe 8, 10. Best guess.
And then what happened?
I don't know. Just had a falling out, disagreements. Things changed after Eric passed. I mean, I don't know what to say. Things weren't the same. So I don't know if that led to us parting ways or what, but there was a lot on both of us. You know what I mean?
Understand. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Oh, do you need to take a restroom break? May we take a restroom break? Yes. Please rise for the jury. I'm going to play it safe here. If you need to use the restroom, you can leave the courtroom. I need everybody else to just stay put until Mr. Grossman comes back into the courtroom. Thank you. You can have a seat. Yes, you can do what you need to do. Chris, we're going to go off the record for a couple minutes. Close to it. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll now proceed with cross-examination of Mr. Grossman. Mr. Grossman, you're still under oath. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grossman.
Good afternoon.
All right. So, Mr. Grossman, you said that you and Ms. Richins met in South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
And she was flipping a house or more than one house there,
One at that time.
and she hired you to do some work on it, correct? Was that in response to an ad? She hired you?
Yeah, IKEA furniture is what it originated as.
Okay. And you knew each other for quite a few years before your relationship turned romantic, fair?
Yes.
And you weren't in contact that entire period of time from, was it about 2017 you met or earlier?
No, it was earlier than that. I'm no good with dates.
That's okay, but earlier than 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And then you weren't in constant contact between 2017 and 2000 when you became romantically involved.
No, I think we had maybe 2 or 3 years we didn't speak.
All right.
I'm guessing here.
That's fine. So in 2020, you decided to move out to Utah, correct?
Yes.
And one of the reasons you moved to Utah was because you were going to work on some houses with Kouri, correct?
Yes.
And you were interested in flipping houses yourself, fair?
Yes.
And that was something she was going to participate with you.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So let's look at, we're going to talk about some of these text messages that the state just pulled up. And I want to ask you some questions about some of them. The first one, I believe, is State Exhibit 3-1. And this isn't actually a text message, but let's pull that up. And this has been admitted. That is not it. I don't believe. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right. Publish this when we speak about it. So you said you recognized that as a vacation that Kouri had booked for you and Kouri.
Yes.
And she booked this on December 7th, correct?
Yes.
And then you said she told you it was a birthday present, correct?
Yes.
Your birthday was December 9th, correct?
Right.
And this vacation was scheduled for, do you recall the dates? I know it was April 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you never went on that vacation, true?
True.
All right. Okay, let's move to, you said, well, let me ask you this. You said that you two texted almost daily for a long period of time.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. But you and Kouri weren't consistently in a relationship between 2020 and 2022. There were times when it was on, times when it was off. Fair?
Fair.
All right. Let's pull up State's Exhibit 2-13D. And if we could pull up page 10 of that text, Katie, and blow up the blue bubble, I think. I can't read it at all in here. Okay. So this series of text messages took place December 18th of 2021, right? It says on the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am.
And these messages were part of a conversation discussing ending your relationship, correct?
I'm going to need a minute.
Do you need to look at more than that one text to determine that?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Can you maybe show him a couple of texts before that? Can you see that, or do you need that blown out?
Yeah, if you could zoom in a little bit, that would be good. Okay, is this where we're starting?
Sure.
Okay.
If you can just go ahead and scroll. Thank you, Katie. let me stop there. It says you need to come see me in person if you're going to say goodbye forever, right?
Right.
So this series of text was talking about that you may be ending things, correct?
I guess so.
All right.
I mean, I don't
Well, let's just look at it.
necessarily remember it, but that's what it sounds like. Unless we were just being tongue in cheek. I don't
All right.
know.
Well, let's look at a couple. Oh, I'm sorry. Did not mean to interrupt you, Josh.
No, that's okay.
Let's look at a couple more. Maybe pull up Kouri's again there, the blue bubble. And she says that she's not mad, but you did promise to say goodbye in person.
Okay.
It's not what I want to do, but it's not fair.
Yeah, I'm tracking now.
Okay.
That sounds like adios to me.
So it was late 21 after the vacation was purchased that there was a discussion about ending the relationship. Fair?
It appears that way.
Okay. But you didn't end it then. I mean, I don't know, maybe you did briefly, but if you did, you got back together, right? Or you resumed. I know you were never together, but you resumed your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at text date exhibit 218D that's been admitted. And Katie, could you just get to the All right. So Mr. Grossman, this was about, well, first it was about a television show called Dope Sick, right? We talked about that on your direct. Well, you and Mr. Bloodworth talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Grossman, my apologies. We need words, yes or no.
Okay. I can't see it. Can you zoom in a little bit for me?
Go ahead.
Please.
And while Katie's doing that, and you take a look,
Okay.
yes, she's starting a new TV show, Dope Sick, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she's asking you questions about if you have taken drugs, right?
Yes.
And you kind of go back and forth.
Yes.
And at one point, she tells you, and Katie will pull up the text so you can see it, that she has a whole cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but it's not her thing, correct?
Correct.
And then can you get the painful one? And then she also tells you, and we'll pull up the text, that when she had her last child, that she had a bunch of pain pills and they were still in the cupboard. She just hadn't even taken them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you guys talk back and forth about drug use, and is it fair to say, and it's just a yes or no question, that you have on and off used illicit drugs? Fair?
Fair.
All right. Okay, let's move to State Exhibit 227D. And pull that up so Mr. Grossman can see the date. All right, so do you see that these texts were on Valentine's Day 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recognized them as texts between you and Kouri. But do you recall specifically anything about that day, that Valentine's Day 2022?
I've tried to remember. I don't even know where we were, what we did that day. I don't think it was able to be extracted, or because I figured my GPS would have been able to clue me in, but I don't
Okay.
know.
So you don't even though the texts say you met up, you don't even remember if you met up? I mean,
If the text
let me rephrase
say that
that.
we met up, I assume we met up, unless the
And-
text say that hey, change plans.
I would agree with you. The texts do say that. I'm just asking you if you have a memory of it, of the actual meetup.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So there wasn't anything about that day that Kouri did or said that caused that particular day, July 14, 2022, to stand out in your memory. Fair?
Well, no, I can't remember where we were, and that's not
That's fair.
you know,
It's a while ago. Okay.
and it's not that nothing memorable occurred that day. I just don't remember, man.
Okay. That's fair. Let's look at State's Exhibit 229. And I believe it's the second and third page of those texts. So this is the next day, July 15th, 2022. And you maybe blow that up for Mr. Grossman. Is this page 2?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go to page 3. Yes, if we could blow those up. Okay, so this is where you tell Ms. Richins, I am in love with you.
Yes.
And go ahead, let's keep going. And she responds to you like you're actually in love with me. We're not just love each other like friends or an affair. You're in love with me, correct?
Right.
And that was February 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Let me take that down. Okay, I want to move to March of 2022. If we could pull up State's Exhibit 2-32D. I think it's page 3. And Kouri's text there. I can't see unless you blow it up. Okay, so this is the text, and this is on February 23rd, 2022. Do you see that at the bottom?
Yes.
And she's talking to you about the property that has ended up being called the Midway Mansion, right?
Yes.
And that she has a dream that you could, and actually I think she describes it in the text before. If you can go to that. She has a dream about you two living in the mansion, and that she could be divorced and you could live there and just have a farm and a number of things.
Yes.
Okay. And then we can go back to the other one. But then she tells you this isn't possible. It's just fun to dream about, right?
What you just highlighted, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So, Mr. Grossman, would it be fair to say that the talk about a future together between you and Kouri was really more a fantasy than a realistic expectation?
My opinion? You want my opinion on it?
Sure.
I'd say yeah. Yeah. More of something that maybe I thought I wanted, but didn't necessarily, like I couldn't picture it in the future, you know. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does answer my question. Okay, let's move on to 2-36D, State's Exhibit. And maybe we could blow this up and go through it a little bit. So these texts were on March 2nd, 2022, 2 days before Eric Richins' death, right?
Or a day before.
Yeah, about a day and a half, right? Because he died early morning,
Yes, ma'am.
2022, or March 4th. Okay, if we can scroll a little bit. A little farther. Now, in these texts, Ms. Richins is telling you that she's going to be closing on the property in Midway. Is that right?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to see that bottom one. Yes.
Okay. And this is the biggest deal that she's closed on, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say she was very excited about this property?
Yes.
And she says that she wants to get together with you on Friday to celebrate this closing, right?
Right.
And what was your plan on Friday to get together to celebrate?
We were supposed to meet sometime mid-morning for brunch. Brunch and mimosas was the plan.
Okay. Can we pull up States 238-D? If we go to the one where it says hang in there. Just a minute, she'll pull up the text and. Well, you can't see on the screen. Okay, here we go. So this is again March 2nd, 2022 in the evening, right?
Yes.
And Kouri implies that you're sad or having a difficult day, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember why you were sad? If you don't, that's fine, but if you do.
I don't.
Okay,
No, ma'am.
that's fine. And she tells you to just give her a few days and hang in there until Friday, correct?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. When she told you to hang in there till Friday, was that because she was planning on meeting you for brunch on Friday?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know why?
Hold on. Are you referring to Friday or to the last question?
Your Honor, the question that essentially asked what Kouri Richins was thinking by Friday.
I can rephrase it. It's
Please
fine.
do. Sustain. Thank you.
Okay. Why was she telling you to hang in there till Friday? What was going to happen on Friday?
Objection. Same thing.
Sustained as a speculation as to why Ms. Richins was waiting. The question regarding what he recalls was going to happen on Friday is permissible. If you'd answer that, sir.
The only thing I knew about Friday was brunch and mimosas. So,
okay.
And the closing on the house. She was getting the keys that day.
So that was a big day.
Right.
Did she ever tell you that you were going to be together on Friday permanently?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think he can say yes or no. We're not asking what Ms. Richins said specifically.
It's very specific in that question. Sustained.
All right, let me ask it this way. Did you ever have the impression that come Friday, the two of you were going to be together forever?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on how he would get an impression.
I'm going to overrule that one. Go ahead, sir.
No.
Did you ever have any impression that as of Friday, Eric Richins would be out of the picture?
No.
All right. And then let's go to 239D1. So this is Friday, March 4th, the day you were supposed to meet for brunch, right? The beginning might be March 3rd, if I can see that.
Yeah, I'm just seeing 3-3.
Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, we can start right there. When you say it's official now, are you talking about the property or are you talking about something else? The Midway mansion? Or do you remember?
What was the text previous, please?
It was from you. It just says, I hope I get to see it. Do you know if you were referring to the mansion?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
You'd have to go up another text.
Yeah.
But
Well, let's keep going. That's fine. I mean, if you don't remember for sure, I get that. Let's keep going. We can see that. Okay, maybe this helps put it in context because her response is the possibilities are so endless with that place. And I would run to love it as a business. I skipped a little, but that's the gist.
right.
Does that help you recall? Were you talking about the Midway Mansion on March 3rd of 2022?
If that text is directly following the ones in front of it, then yeah.
Okay. But then March 4th comes about, and this, we can skip down to this, skip this. And you two are supposed to meet for brunch, correct?
Yes.
But Kouri doesn't show up,
Right.
and you text her to see what's happening
Yes.
and why she isn't there.
Yes.
It's not like her to not show up.
It's not like her to be a minute late.
Okay. And that's when you find out that Eric Richins had passed away that early morning.
So I thought it was my recollection when she says brunch, I'm thinking 10 o'clock sharp, right?
Okay.
And I thought that I texted her because I could just sense, I could feel something was wrong because she was late. I hadn't heard anything from her. So I texted her, is everything okay? and she responded, that's when she told me. But like, I thought it was, how do I say it? I thought all that would have happened prior to noon at least, but can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was shown texts that say that it happened at 2:00, but I thought it happened earlier. So your question was that morning. I don't know if it was that morning. I thought it was that morning, but I've seen texts that say 2 p.m. So
All right. So your recollection is different time-wise as to what shows on these texts.
I think so. At one point in time, I asked for some texts of mine and hers so I could review them.
You asked who for some texts?
I was in a meeting. Miss Margaret provided them with me.
And by Ms. Margaret, do you mean the county attorney, Ms. Margaret Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But all I got was the month of March, but it was like that. So
What do you mean when you say it was like that?
It was thick. There were a lot of text messages that month. So I'm not faulting her for stopping there, but
Let me I just want to make the record clear. You said you held your thumb and finger together about an inch. So you got about an inch worth of pages of text.
right.
Okay.
And they were just for the month of March. And because I was trying to figure out what happened too,
Okay.
So I'm going through them, and the timelines on them, I'm not saying this is the case, but to me, they appeared off by several hours. Like my text, something that I thought I sent at 11 a.m. would be 4 p.m. or whatever the case was. And then I don't know if that was corrected, if I was doing bad math because of the time zones, so I don't know. Time-wise, I don't know. Some of it doesn't necessarily coincide with my memory, but it might be corrected. I don't know.
When you say it might be corrected, what are you talking about?
Just that, like that one text, for instance, because I remember very clearly where I was at, which direction I was facing when I was told that he had passed. And I just remember it not being as late as what it says on the screen. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely off, but that's my memory of it.
So you had wondered if what the time is on these texts is incorrect.
Right.
All right.
By several hours.
And you noticed this in a lot of texts? Or just these ones this day?
No, I think it was consistent amongst everything I looked at.
What was consistent? That the time was off?
That everything was just pushed forward. You know better than I do. I don't know what they call the time difference. You got a +8 and all this.
Yes,
nonsense. I don't know.
meridian
So
time. I turned to Alex because he's our phone guy. But yes, I do know what you're referring to. That sometimes on the phone is 7 or 8 hours ahead of when it actually happened, right?
Right.
Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
So you were just wondering why the times didn't seem to comport.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's fair. But let me ask you this. Was it March 4th that you found out that Mr. Richins had passed? March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
All right. Were you surprised by that information?
Yes. Yep.
So you didn't meet up with Kouri as planned on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet up with Kouri as planned on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see Kouri for a couple of weeks, approximately, give or take.
Yeah, I would guess 10 days to 2 weeks, something like that.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment, but can we quickly look at State's Exhibit 253D? where, you know which one I'm looking for? Since you read my mind, Katie. Okay, this is when Ms. Richins tells you that she found out that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose, right?
You're gonna have to let me read it, but in my mind,
Well, go ahead and look at, yeah, right there where it's highlighted.
you know, I didn't know what fentanyl was then, so I don't know if that's why it didn't stick. But I remember. I mean, I can go through and read all this if you want me to.
No, I just want to know if this is the text where she told you. I mean, you don't have to know what fentanyl is. Is this the text?
It's written right there.
All right. I just wanted you to confirm for the jury what the date of that text was.
4/15.
April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
All right. Now let's go on to when you met with Ms. Richins a couple of weeks later and you drove up into the Uintas. You with me?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And you just testified about a conversation that you had with her at that time.
Yes.
Right. And you told, well, let me back up. You were interviewed by, I don't know if it was by the prosecution or by their investigator in about the spring of 2023 about this case. Is that right?
It was warm outside. I don't remember.
Was it shortly after Kouri was arrested?
I think, yeah.
Okay. And that's when you told them about this conversation, right?
No.
When did you tell them about the conversation? Let me ask this question. You're the one that told them about this conversation. That information came from you, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell them about this conversation?
Because I was trying to figure out what happened. And, oh man. So, never for a moment did I have a clue, a hint, not a fleeting thought that something intentionally might have happened to him, right?
Right.
Let alone from her. So, you know, I think we'd gone a year without speaking at that point, and I don't know if I turned on the truck radio and I heard she wrote a book and wasn't surprised, but then I started. I listened to the interview she gave about her book, and then maybe I did some research on my phone and saw that she had just been arrested, or either she just got arrested. I don't know, days later, a week later.
Okay. And then do you recall who you met with when you talked about this conversation?
After I found that out, I was overwhelmed with, guilt, sorrow, over my wrongdoings, infidelity. And,
Okay.
And that's when I called. I was trying to get a hold of Eric's sister to tell her I don't think she was home. I spoke with her husband instead. Told him what I told him, and he told me, I forget the guy's name, but he said, I think there's somebody that would like to talk to you. And it was the Richins family private investigator. I think I called him immediately after I hung up, spoke with him. I don't recall the ins and outs of the conversation, but he told me that Kouri had done it, that she was guilty. He couldn't tell me why, but she and that changed everything for me. I was blown away, and then I'm like looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on through different lenses, and I was trying to figure out if she did it and I could help. That's what I was going to do, and that's sometime after that. It wasn't the first time I met with the investigator. I think it was the second time or something. It dawned on me, oh man, what about that one time she asked me this? What about the time she said that?
Okay, so let me just stop you just for a minute so I can ask a couple of questions. So Investigator Gabler, the family's detective, just told you she's definitely guilty.
I don't know if he used the word definitely, but said that.
She did it.
Right.
All right. So then you started thinking back with 2020 hindsight about conversations,
Right.
which led you to think of the conversation in the Uentas. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Today, sitting here, when you think back on that conversation, does that conversation seem like it was a strange conversation to you?
Man, I can't tell one way from the other anymore. I've been confused for years,
This conversation was about more than just what you did in Iraq, right?
Yeah.
This conversation, was it about just life and death in general?
Yeah. It's about that. It's about lots of things. It was about the boys. It was about shooting a bow. It was about God. It was about supernatural stuff.
And at the time you were having the conversation, did it seem like a strange conversation back at the time it happened?
At the time it happened, her and I just experienced supernatural things. So no, there was nothing that was surprising at that. But the talk was not surprising.
So it was in context with things that were going on and that you were talking about at that time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why you were talking about bow hunting? Why was that part of this? It seems a little different than the rest of the conversation.
She was talking about she was talking good things about Eric and how phenomenal of a man. And I don't know. And she mentioned it, how good her boys were, or I can't remember. One of them can, one of them can't at that time.
Bow hunt?
Well, I don't know. It was one of them was shooting a bow, one of them went.
Oh.
I don't remember. But
so she wanted to learn to shoot a bow. Is that what that was about?
she did. She told me that.
Okay.
Or she already knew how. I don't remember.
When you and Kouri were together, were you aware that Eric had an affair also?
I was told that.
All right. You'd mentioned during direct that you did work for Kouri here in Utah and that sometimes she would just pay you in lump sums. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall a lump sum she paid you in the amount of $25,000 after Eric died?
I remember that lump sum. My timeline's pretty foggy though.
Okay.
I feel like it was after he passed. Yes.
Okay. And was that for a house that you flipped together that she felt she owed you money on?
Yeah, I think
Is that what you thought it was anyway?
that was, if not all of it, that was definitely a large part of it. I mean, I don't know. Yes.
You were aware that Kouri got a life insurance policy, right?
Yeah, she texted me one time. I believe she texted me. She had just found out and sent a text like, look at this kind of thing.
And what was her reaction about receiving that life insurance?
I don't know. It was through texts, I believe.
Well,
and she just seemed like surprised. Like it was unexpected.
It was unexpected she was going to get that policy, is what your impression was of her demeanor.
Yes. We're sitting here right now. I mean, it's in the text messages though.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Kouri was protective of Eric and his reputation?
Yes.
So after Eric passed away, did Kouri see you as often as before he passed away?
No. I mean, immediately thereafter, we didn't see each other at all for a little span of time. And then, no, I think she was doing things with other people, grieving, whatever she was doing. So,
Did she appear to change after he died?
yes. How so? Like, yeah, I mean,
Well, I was hoping you could tell me how you thought she was different after his death.
I would just say in the normal ways that anybody would be different after something of that magnitude. I mean, the effect it has on her children and how she's got to handle that. You know, you can't go from that to talking to me on the phone and be the same, I don't assume.
Did she come across as happy that Eric was gone?
No.
Did she come across as grieving or sad?
Yeah. But I didn't see her in that window directly thereafter. But when I saw her, I think it was more sporadic than usual. But yeah, there were times where, you know, she was bent out of shape in front of me.
All right. And you said you couldn't remember how long you continued to see each other after Eric passed away, but does 3 or 4 months sound close?
I don't know, because it was so sporadic. It was like a chunk here, a chunk there. But I thought it was longer. I thought it was 6 to 10.
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. But then Kouri ended the relationship, correct?
Right.
And what was your feeling about ending the relationship? I mean, were you sad?
Yeah.
Did Kouri, though, appear to have made up her mind? It was just done?
I don't know. I think she liked me. So it appeared as though it's done, but who knows?
It was done, right?
Yeah, it was ultimately.
I mean, after that, you stopped seeing each other, correct? And did you?
This is the first time I've seen her since that day. So,
which was either late 2022 or early 23. You don't remember for sure.
I don't know. It was.
Well, it sounds like probably in 2022.
It was cold outside, so it was late. The same year that Eric passed.
Okay.
It was the end of that year. That's when it was. Or the very beginning of the next.
Did you exchange more text messages after that, or was that it?
Not that I can recall. I don't know.
I just have one moment.
So they should be ending here soon. They're past their time. So as soon as they do, though, because I've been streaming for over 8 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and
Richins were
end it and pick up tomorrow.
10 to 14 days after Eric's died. We were talking about a lot of things, right?
Yes, primarily that, because I hadn't even spoken to her hardly, so I was trying to see how she felt. You know what I mean?
And when you were talking about Eric and bow hunting and the boys, part of what you were talking about was what a phenomenal father he was, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Phenomenal father. Yeah.
Please listen to me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did Kouri give you an impression about how she felt that the boys had lost their phenomenal father?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Could we approach?
Sure.
So, like I was saying, while we wait for them to come back, I'm just going to go ahead and end the stream when they are done. Just because I covered the second half of yesterday and now all of today, and I'm getting pretty tired. So,
Was anything else for Mr. Grossman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
we'll pick up
So you are free to go.
tomorrow.
Sorry.
Thank you for your patience.
All right.
Please watch your step. Mr. Bloodworth, appropriate time to recess for the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, actually, would one lawyer from each side please approach regarding scheduling? Folks, we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Between now and then, please maintain some discipline. Do not speak about the case. Don't allow anybody to speak to you about it. Affirmatively avoid reading, watching, or listening to anything about the case. And please do not do any online research about the case at all. Please travel safely. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervanack, anything on the record before we recess for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Please travel safe.
All right, that is it. And like I said, I'm going to go ahead and end it now. And we'll pick up tomorrow. So they said 9:30, which is Mountain Standard Time, which would be about 10:30 Central or 11:30 Eastern. So I will see you all tomorrow. All right, bye.